Hey up, it's that time again, the time to start a new review series, and for this one I decided to take a look at quite an interesting pairing, that being between AGFA, which is the American Genre Film Archives, and 101 Films. These two got together and they've put out it's a relatively new collection on Blu-ray. It's been running since about 2019 I think in the UK. And it seems to be full of low-budget oddities and cult films. I don't have much of an experience with this collection so far. A lot of these will be going in blind, but I have seen a few. There was a Halloween party this year, and we watched a couple, and it made me really interested in what the rest of the collection holds, and I think there's going to be some cool stuff to look at in this. So this video is really just going to serve as a bit of an introduction, talk about the companies, and about what to expect from the series going forward. So let's crack on, shall we? Let's start by taking a look at AGFA. What is AGFA? Well, from what I've gathered, it is a large basement in Austin, Texas, that's been working hard to preserve film negatives and DCPs of genre films since 2009. Now the second question is obviously going to be, what is a genre film? I wasn't sure either starting this, and looking it up, it seems like a lot of people aren't entirely sure either. It's a little hazy on the actual definition. Surely every film is a genre film, and in some ways that is kinda right. From what I've gathered, it is a film that is trying to fit comfortably within a specific genre. And then this genre is used in the advertising and marketing. I've also seen it used as a derogatory term. I think a lot of film snobs think that it's a little lazy because a lot of the films play into specific tropes to fit within that genre. And we're talking genres like sci-fi, fantasy and horror. It's basically everything excluding drama. Now, I did read on Reddit, I think it was on r/screenwriting, a little definition of it's a film that plays into a genre but doesn't play with the genre. So you're not going to start a genre film that's a romance for the first 70 minutes and then in the last 10 minutes it's hardcore gore fest. Now, this does lead into a little contradiction that I've noticed, because looking into the films that AGFA are storing, I did notice that they have a copy of Takeshi Miike's Audition, which is a film that is notorious for playing with the genre. So, I don't know. It's a very loose term, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but it does seem to be something that's playing into a specific genre, and then it's used for marketing. And it seems like AGFA probably just preserve whatever films they feel like doing. And you know what? A company that's goal is to preserve weird cult films is an okay company in my books. So let's move on to 101 Films. This one is a company I've mentioned quite a few times on this channel. They've been going since 2011 and they are a British boutique label specialising in cult films, classic films and horror films. I only own a few of 101 Films' Blu-rays, but I can't complain really. The prints are all pretty good and the price is always very affordable. I'd describe them as sort of a lower mid boutique label where the price is great. You're not going to get the greatest films, but you are going to get some classic, weirdo, low budgety things, and for the price you can't go wrong. So the pairing of these two just seemed really perfect, and that is one of the reasons that my interest was piqued at this collection. So far, 18 films have been released in this collection, mostly consisting of horror and martial arts / action, with country origins been from all over the place, from America to Uganda. The releases look fantastic on a shelf too, all having slipcovers and having different bold coloured spines. Although, two of my Blu-rays are missing the slipcovers, which irks me to no end. These weren't even like second-hand purchases, one came from HMV and one came from the 101 store directly. But what can I do, outside of rebuying the films just for a piece of cardboard? I mean, I'm not that petty, am I? Am I? I don't know, we'll find out. These discs seem packed full of extras as well, sometimes having a whole second feature as a bonus. This is the sort of stuff I really love with this type of release. Although I do think for some of these films, they were just trying to make it worth the money. I plan to go fully in depth on all these releases, which might mean watching 2 features and a bunch of shorts just for one review. The reviews will be released on Thursdays, but please bear with me as some of these discs, as I say, are packed full of stuff, so there might be weeks where there aren't a review out, but keep checking on a Thursday. That's when they'll likely be up at 7 o'clock, as I like to do generally. So, let's get cracking, shall we? Next episode, we are going to be kicking the series off proper with Spine number 1, and we're going to be taking a look at effects. Hey up. Well, here we are then. Finally kickstarting the 101 and AGFA Blu-ray collection properly. And what a way to start. Spine number 1 is Effects, also known as The Manipulator. This is a 1971 American slasher film, written and directed by Dusty Nelson, and based off a short story called Snuff by William H. Mooney, who I believe knew Dusty Nelson and were friends in some way. The film stars Joe Pilato, whose name may sound familiar to you, as he's worked quite a few times with people like Romero. He's most notably in Day of the Dead. Also starring Tom Savini, a special effects master and a name who is very famous amongst people who like films that we usually discuss on this channel. I'm surprised that his name hasn't popped up more, really, on my channel over the years, but he's famously been in and done special effects for a bunch of films, usually working with Tarantino, Romero and Rodriguez. So this film is a collaboration between a lot of people who were working on sets of Romero films in Pittsburgh, most notably Dawn of the Dead and Martin. They all got together, made a little production company, and this is their first feature film. Considered lost as well up until 2005. It had a very limited cinema run back when it came out, and then it just vanished from the public eye. With the history of this film and the people involved, it really sounds like a fascinating sit. Let's have a look, shall we?
Hey, Sloane's golfing buddy. Something's wrong, Mona?
Quiet, Barney.
Oh, well, you can call me Barney, or you can call me Bernie, or you can call me Barnabo, or you can call me Barnestus, or you can call me Barnacle, or you can call me Bernie, or you can call me Bernardo, but you don't have to call me bastard!
The plot follows a small film crew who are making a low-budget horror film and doing a lot of cocaine. But the director seems like he's a bit of an odd one, and the film they're making might be more real than they initially anticipated. It's got a bit of an odd structure to it, but it's also dripping with an uneasy atmosphere. I'm a bit of a sucker for films about making films, and also for films where the plot revolves around snuff films, so this was kind of a winner for me.
Hey, where's your cape, Jack?
We were just talking about it. I had one.
How you doing?
The acting is pretty spot on for this type of film, really. It really does have that Romero feel, think like a Martin or Night of the Living Dead or something, so no complaints in that department at all. I also really like it when the actors ham up their performances for the film that's being made within the film. Always gets a little chuckle out of me. The gore was pretty spot on and quite impressive for the low budget of this film, but with people like Tom Savini on hand and people who worked on Romero films, I was expecting just maybe a little bit more from the gore, but what we do get is excellent. And it's quite a sleazy film as well. There's still plenty of nudity in this and a ton of drugs being taken. All good stuff, really. It's desaturated and it's just dripping with this dark, grainy, grotty atmosphere. It really adds to it all quite a lot. Now, this is a 4K restoration that I've got here, but it is still absolutely coated in film grain and dirt, which I wouldn't have it any other way, really. It really adds to the film and it suits it.
Greatest.
Surprise! Anyone here need a nose job? Do 'em quick and cheap. It's Arthur. I'm here to kill you. Yes.
No.
It's Arthur's.
On the disc, as well as the feature and commentary for the feature, we also get 2 short films and a documentary. I'm going to start by taking a look at these 2 shorts. So the first one we've got up is Ubu, which is a 12-minute short film directed by John Harrison, who is a guy who acted in this, and I think it's an early one of the shorts made by the production team who ended up making effects. It's about an evil king who looks like an ice cream, and he sentences people to death a lot. Based off a play of the same name. It's frantic, over the top, and absolutely bizarre. It doesn't make much sense. Stylistically, there's some interesting things. Looks a bit German expressionism and stuff like that. And there's a puppet in it, which is always a bonus from me. But it's just a little bit of a what the fuck am I watching sort of film. Next up, we have Beast Day, which is a 15-minute short and a little bit more relevant as it's also directed by Dusty Nelson. In it, a hitchhiker woman is picked up by a dude and they hit it off and start a relationship. And nothing really happens in this film, it's just their blossoming relationship. And I didn't really get much from this, to be honest. I thought it was a little bit dull and it was so inoffensive, it was almost offensive. I don't know, maybe you'd get something from it. It's got an interesting sort of 70s vibe to it, but I don't know, it didn't do much for me at all, and I have no idea why it's called Beast Day. Why is it called that? So, 2 very odd shorts, nothing that I'd go screaming about, nothing really worth your time, but they're here on the disc, just in case you want to see them. Very different vibe to the actual feature on here as well. Let's move on to the documentary.
With for this evening's entertainment. You are free to see Ubu in as many illusions as you like.
Ah, citizen.
You could get a gallon of wine, and I could make up some chili if you can make a salad.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
You gotta have imported tomatoes for really good chili.
No, I like the good American hunts for me.
So lastly on the disc, we have After Effects. No, not the Adobe software. Instead, an hour-long documentary on the making of effects, directed by a guy called Michael Felsher. This is a guy who, from what I can tell, has made a career basically making little documentaries about cult films, and no doubt you'll have seen something by him as a bonus on a Blu-ray or a DVD or something like that. So, back to this documentary anyway. So in 2004, the cast and crew got together to chat about the making of effects. We get mostly talking heads from people like Nelson, Pilato, Savina, and the rest of the filmmakers and actors, really. We even get a little walk-in from Romero, which is always nice to see. And then the rest of the documentary is just made up of clips of the film to show points and stuff like that. I was quite interested in watching this because the story of how this film came to be is relatively fascinating. It's a story we've all heard a million times before, but it's always quite inspiring. It's that idea of, well, these guys, after working on small, low-budget films with Romero, were inspired to, let's just make us own. So, you know, they were all doing multiple roles. It was all down to money that they managed to get from friends and family, working long, silly hours just to try and make this thing that they all wanted to do, you know? It's always a fascinating story and always quite inspiring in its way. The rest of the documentary as well talks about other little stories like Savini's pranks. They talk about the DIY nature of the soundtrack, which was quite fascinating, and also the eventual commercial failure and the disappointment of it and the fact that it was lost for so long. It's a pretty interesting documentary. Now, the way it's made is quite by the numbers. It's nothing special in the ways of editing or anything like that. It's something that you've seen a million times before. But there's enough little stories and little tidbits in here, and the guys and people involved have got enough personality to make it an interesting sit. It's worth an hour's watch anyway.
I wear the umbrella hat? I wore the umbrella hat. Okay, to show off, to stand out, I guess. I'm always amazed at what happens to the footage that you're watching being shot.
But at that time, it was long ago that there was no such thing as videotape. The news was on film. And so cities the size of Pittsburgh had film laboratories.
Okay, time for the case. As with most of these releases, we do get a really nice slipcover, and we also get a reversible sleeve. I do really like the main artwork, but I'm not massive on the alternate art. I don't know, it just doesn't really do it for me. That Variety quote's a little weird as well. The blurb all reads very well, sells the film and really pushes that Tom Savini is in this, even though he's not really like the main person in it. The other characters are in it way more than he is, but he's a big name. The runtime is correct, but I did spot this. Everything I've ever read about this film says it was made in 1979, but here it's marked as 1980. Don't know, bit weird. Only off by 1 year though, I guess. We also get a booklet, including photos, news clippings and ads from its initial release. A little written piece by somebody called Joseph A. Zimba, don't know if I'm saying that right, and a little bit about the transfer and a little section about AGFA. Nice little inclusion really, worth a little flick through. Overall then, it's a pretty interesting film this. It's relatively well made and has that low budget charm, and I'd say that if in any way you are interested in making films, you'll probably get something out of this. I don't know, it was pretty fun. I'd say it's worth a shot. And you know what, this print's pretty decent as well. You get a few short films here that are nothing to scream about, but the documentary is pretty interesting and pretty well made. Yeah, probably worth a look anyway, and this is a very good way to watch this film. So, pretty good start to these reviews so far. I'd say this is a good first film to be looking at. And let's hope we can carry that on next episode, but looking at what we've got, I don't know if that's going to be the case particularly. Next episode of AGFA 101, we're going to be checking out Lady Street Fighter. Hey up. Time for spine number 2, and for something that I have never heard of before. I have heard of Sister Street Fighter, but never Lady Street Fighter. Who knows? So it's a 1981 American action and exploitation film, directed by a guy called James Bryan, who did Don't Go in the Woods and then just a bunch of porn, by the looks of it. And the film is written by and starring Renee Harmon, who it looks like is sort of the creative driving force for this entire thing, and her name is plastered all over the box. She's sort of the creative spark, if you want, for this. And the film also has a little walk-in by Trace Carradine, brother to David Carradine, so keep your eye out for him, I guess. I don't think he's got a big role. I don't even think his character's got a name on Letterboxd. I think he's just there somewhere. Interesting. So I know absolutely nothing about this and I have no idea what to expect, but I'm hoping for some low budget fight scenes and a little bit of sleaze. Let's have a look, shall we?
Come off it, John. She's dead.
Jackie says she's got the dog. Bert will take care of that. All you have to do...
Well, this time your cover worked a little too well. Get it?
Billy. This has the tits.
Excuse me. Don't do that, sweetheart.
I'm getting all excited.
The plot follows Linda, who's played by Harmon. She sets out to take revenge on some gangsters who kidnapped and killed her sister. For some reason, it has something to do with a Snoopy doll that contains a cassette that I think is some sort of master plan that keeps getting mentioned. I don't know. It's a tricky one to follow, this. And we'll get into why in a little bit. For a 72-minute long film as well, it really drags. It is such a slog to get through. It's barely a feature, and it felt like I was sat watching this for a very long time. Again, that might be informed slightly by something that we'll talk about a little bit later, but it was not easy to sit through. Not much happens at all in this film, and I just could not wait for it all to be over. It's a real mess.
Hi, I'm Inez. I love you. This is my dog Bow Wowie. I love him.
What's a mourner?
That's a nooner, only sooner.
And what's a nooner?
That's a matinee in the middle of the day.
No word of a lie, the acting in this might be some of the worst acting I've ever seen in one of these reviews, and that's saying something. It is absolutely abysmal. It's ADR'd a lot of the time really badly, but not only that, the dialogue, the way it's written as well, is just bafflingly bad. Now, this does make for some entertaining moments, and honestly, it's the most consistently fun element of the film. But it does get a little old after about 30-40 minutes. You're like, okay, come on now. Funnily enough, the worst person in this is probably Renee Harmon. I don't know what she's going for, channeling some sort of female Tommy Wiseau, which is fitting to say she was a big part of the making of this. But she just keeps looking into camera and she's just atrocious. Apparently as well, she teaches screenwriting now in some college in America. I don't know. So the violence is minimal and pretty cheap. Nothing really worth mentioning. The same can also be said for the nudity. It's all just, I know I've just said it, but it's all just very cheap. And anything outside of that, any other technical aspects of it, are either passable or just not worth mentioning. Really, they're just not really worth talking about. I guess the sets aren't too bad. It's probably about as far as I can compliment it, really. So, the film, though, is called Lady Street Fighter, so you're probably wondering what I was wondering going into this. What are the fights like? Are they going to be any good? Well, short answer, no. I counted 2.5 fights in this, and I'm counting fist fights. There's a bit of gunplay as well, but I'm talking street fighting, you know, not just gun fights. They're boring. There's 2.5, and they're pretty pathetic, to be honest. They're badly choreographed and a bit lazy. And funnily enough, the Lady Street Fighter isn't even in one of them, so she's only in 1.5, and I'm counting one as a half because there's about 3 punches and a kick and it's over. Funnily enough, there are more car chases in this film than there are fight scenes. It's just pretty disappointing, to be honest. So the version on this disc is a 2K restoration, which, I'm not gonna lie, seems like a massive overkill for this film. Funnily enough though, visually, it really has cleaned up nice. It's clear, crisp, visually amazing. Audio-wise though, not so much. Throughout the entire film, there is a constant hiss, and it's pretty loud. It's weird. It's one of those where you notice it when the film starts, and you're like, oh my god, am I going to be listening to this for a while? But then you sort of forget that it's there. So about 20 minutes in, I'm guessing, I paused it to go grab a drink. And you get that feeling where there's been a constant annoying sound hitting your ears for 20 minutes. And on pausing it, it's that absence of the noise, and it makes you feel almost deaf. And after watching this and what I'll be talking about in the next section, not gonna lie, I had a massive headache at the end. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great sit. It kind of ruins the whole print all in all, really. This horrible hissing noise. Not great. And on the disc, we get obviously the feature, we get audio commentary from the director. We also get a selection of trailers from AGFA for other relevant films that honestly all looked way better than this. And finally, we get this film's sequel, Revenge of Lady Street Fighter. Oh god.
What a kook. They're all kooks.
At the end of Lady Street Fighter, we're presented with a little bit of teaser text saying that a sequel is in the works. This sequel never emerged, however, and was considered lost for a long time. It was made, though, all the way back in 1990, 9 years after the first one was made. It was just never released. That is until AGFA, I'm assuming it was AGFA, got a hold of it and put it out in 2018. I'm guessing it was on their American Blu-ray of Lady Street Fighter. And now we can all enjoy it. Written by Harmon again and directed by Brian again. This film is not worth your time. It is not worth your time. They did a Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. But, whereas I would recommend Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 because it's half reused footage from a good slasher film and half new footage of an insane person mugging to camera, Revenge of Lady Street Fighter is 90% reused footage from a terrible film and 10% new footage that doesn't add anything and is somehow even worse than the reused footage. Basically, Harmon's character Linda comes back and she bursts in on her niece, I think. She's got a manuscript of her memoirs, I think it is, and she needs her niece to hide it because she's been attacked. So her niece hides it in a toilet, but she gets kidnapped by, I think, the police, and then people come in and introduce sections of the original film to her. That is the new stuff that's added. It's a 90-minute film, and I would hazard a guess that about 70 minutes of it is reused footage from the original, which is all of the original. It's reshuffled, sure, it's re-edited, it's in different orders and such, but you still get like half an hour chunks of the original film just played out as it was. And it's all presented with that goddamn hiss that was an issue in the original film. I can't believe I sat and watched these two films back to back. I would not recommend it. Fair enough, the first film has got its flaws, it's not great. Do not watch the sequel, it is the biggest waste of time. It is absolutely awful. Don't bother with it.
And the more you're with that person, the more the drug kicks in? That was really great.
It's all the same to me. Facts and figures. Facts and figures tell the whole story.
Okay, time for the case. And there's not too much to say about this, really. It's all pretty decent. The slipcover's nice, all the information's correct, and the artwork's pretty good. We don't get a reversible sleeve this time, but we do get another booklet, which again has an essay on the film, info on the transfer, and some nice bits of art. It's a way nicer thing than this film deserves, really. Overall then, this is a boring and bloated vanity project that only manages to be somewhat entertaining due to absolutely awful acting and performances. I can't believe something so short can be so dull. And the sequel isn't even a sequel. It's just the first film again. It's basically director's cut, you know, where they had bullshit bookends just to give it some sort of context. It's just that. The first film might work with alcohol and friends. You can talk over the boring bits and laugh at the terrible acting, but in all honesty, I cannot recommend the first film, and I definitely do not recommend the second film. Do not watch the second film. If you are going to suffer through this though, this is pretty much your only way of watching it, and it's not too bad. Apart from the little hissing, which did give me a big headache, I mean, it's so-so. It's let's be honest, it's not great. Let me be fair, it's not great. I'm trying to be nice, but I don't know why. So, not a good one this episode, not good at all, but I know for a fact that it is going to be a good one next episode, as this is one of the few that I have seen before. Next episode, we're going to be checking out the McPherson tape. Hey up. For spine number 3, we're going to be checking out the McPherson tape. Also known as UFO Abduction, this is a 1989 American sci-fi found footage horror film, directed by Dean Eliotto, who also directed this film's remake in 1998, called Alien Abduction: Incident at Lake County. Made a whole 10 years before the Blair Witch Project, this could easily be considered one of the earliest, if not the very first true example of a found footage film, which just so happens to be a genre that I'm a very big fan of. Let's have a look, shall we?
But I can't. Yeah, well, she does it when I do it. She comes home, she takes a little bottle or whatever she's got.
That rum.
She goes in the back there and drinks.
Water in it before I leave.
She watches Johnny Carson.
Shorter than you. They're gray and black. And they saw us.
They saw you. Did they follow you? Sure, it wasn't some kind of animal or something, Jason.
It wasn't an animal.
Yeah, it probably was some kind of animal. I don't know.
We're so glad you could come this weekend.
Oh, I'm so glad you invited me up.
The plot's pretty straightforward for this one, really. A family gathers in an isolated cabin for a 5th birthday party, but some aliens have been spotted in the woods nearby and weird things start happening, but luckily everything's captured on video. At only 63 minutes, it's pretty short and sweet, this film. It's no masterpiece, it can be pretty dull in parts, but it's very charming and there are some genuinely effective shots. Generally, it's just quite innovative for the genre, which can easily be respected.
Oh my God. Dude. Oh. Shut up! Shut up! He's not kidding. There's a spaceship out there or something. We saw some Martian or shit or something. There was 3 little guys that came out.
The acting is nothing amazing here. It's pretty mediocre, but honestly, for this sort of film, it kind of works well. It does sort of bring out the more naturalistic side. Now, it's not Oscar worthy, and there are a few naff lines here and there that do sort of draw you out of it, but I would say that for the most part, I found it all relatively believable. The effects are pretty standard here really, but they're enhanced by the low quality of the footage. Now, a lot of aspects of this film can be attributed to the way that it's been made. It's quite a simple film, one location, small handful of actors, but with the low quality of the tape that it's shot on, it creates this tense, claustrophobic atmosphere, especially with all the frantic moving around and such. And it all just sort of works well as a whole, really, and you're constantly questioning what those fuzzy little pixels in the background window are. Yeah, all in all, I think as a piece, as everything coming together, it works. Now, this film is neither gory nor is it sleazy, but you know what? I'll take a change. About time we've discussed something a little bit different, really.
It's all right.
They've gone for help. I know they have. They got away. The truck's broken. They can't. It won't run, and they ran for help.
Jimmy, they got away.
They'll be back.
Jimmy,
spend our whole lives waiting. Wait for a boy to call, you know. Wait for one to ask and marry him, and then you wait for the husband to come home.
One of the most interesting aspects about this film is its history. So right off the bat, this film was set for distribution but was lost in a fire at the distribution centre, so the director took it upon himself to self-distribute, selling VHS copies off of his website, and you've got to think as well, this is early 90s that this website was set up, so it wasn't that common to be buying stuff online. Now, this gave the film a sort of cult standing, especially because people with these tapes would copy them, but they'd miss out the intro title and the ending credits, so it was just the footage. Now, this led to people believing the footage to be real UFO proof and alien proof. You got to think, back in the early 90s, found footage wasn't a common thing like it is today, so it wasn't in people's heads that this home movie looking thing could be faked. Now, these copies with the titles cut off were distributed with the word McPherson on the tape, and this led to the alternate title, the McPherson tape, becoming probably the most common name for this film, because there's nobody actually called McPherson in the whole film, but somebody came up with it, slapped it on, and it just became probably one of the most common ways to identify this film. And then later, this copied version that everyone believed to be real was even featured on an episode of the 90s TV show Encounters, which is sort of like Unsolved Mysteries, I think, from what I gather, where it presents the footage of UFO and alien encounters, and it doesn't necessarily debunk, but it just presents it with it as talking heads, people believing in it, people not, and it leaves the question up to you, is this real or not? But it was featured on there, which is crazy. Then this film was sort of lost. It was just a VHS anomaly for a while, until Bleeding Skull picked it up in 2019 and remastered it and gave it a theatrical release. Then in 2020, partnered with AGFA, they put out this Blu-ray, and here we are today.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a good watch.
Yeah. It got you a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
And then the aliens.
Yeah, I was just about sold. I did genuinely think it were real. Up until the point that the end credits rolled, and it does tell you the names of the aliens.
I liked it. It was good. It was one of them things that at the time it felt like it's nothing you've not seen before, but then you consider that this stuff came out way before found footage stuff got popular, way before X-Files. I mean, a couple of years before X-Files, so it predates that. So it's even pre sort of
before
like
you
the big
Paranormal
alien
Activity and that
sort of thing,
stuff,
you know, like alien 90s culture or like linked by the alien sort of phenomena, weren't it? And X-Files and UFOs and stuff. So yeah, say it were a precursor to that. It actually, if you'd watched it at the time, and I know it got you, but if you watched it at the time, I reckon you'd have been like up there with like the alien autopsy videos and stuff, like, fuck, this could actually be real and stuff. But really cool, just like nice little throwback. Like I say, it didn't feel fresh, but it was like an original in its sense, so it gets like points for that. And I just thought it was a fun little watch, short, sweet. Yeah, it's fun. Enjoyed it.
If you keep a look at as well, you do actually spot a few things in the background.
The ending's a nice little, like, it does. Yeah. The tension does feel a little bit like, I'd say, comical at times throughout, but then that last 15-20 minutes when you've got that, you know, and then the reveal,
certain
and
family
like,
members are getting drawn towards the front door.
It definitely builds.
Sort of when they're banging on, and the grandma's a bit weird in it as well.
That's nothing to do with aliens. She's just
weird.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
No worries. Thank you for having us.
Bye.
So for the release, as I said, the picture quality is low, but honestly I wouldn't have it any other way. If they'd have cleaned this up any more, it might have ruined the whole effect of the film. It's meant to look low quality, and even though it does, it still looks pretty decent because it fits with the film. And honestly, the sound has cleaned up really well. There's a lot of parts where characters are talking over each other, but you can kind of understand everybody. It's not muffled or anything like that. It sounds pretty decent. There's no annoying hiss or anything like that in it. Pretty good stuff, nice remaster. And on the disc, we get the film. We get a director's cut of the film with a whole 5 seconds of extra footage. We get a commentary track. We get an introduction that was played at the original 1989 theatrical release, which I think there was only a few before it just became weird VHS anomaly. There is also a Q&A at the 2019 theatrical release with Bleeding Skull and the director. And finally, probably the best feature, I'm really glad they included this, we get the Encounters TV segment for this film. Absolutely love that they've included this, and obviously I've watched it. It's very entertaining. People were adamant that this film was real proof of aliens.
Moments later, the UFO's occupants emerge.
Holy I felt that the tape might be real because it fit in very well with so many UFO alien incidences that I know of.
Okay, case time. First off, this is one of 2 annoying Blu-rays from this collection I have, because it doesn't have a slipcover. But, oh well. I'm not going to re-buy it, am I, for another sleeve? Even though I did consider it, I haven't. The case itself is great though. All the information is really well written and has some of the film's history included too, which is nice. This is one of the first AGFA films I bought, and it was because of the write-up on the back that I got it. I got it for a movie night as well. And it went down a treat, must say, went down really well. I also like this little bit on the back as well, where it asks for empathy because of the quality of the film. Nice little touch, and it does set people up, just so that they know that it's not going to be the crispest of films. We get a reversible cover with the film's real name on the back, which looks really good, and honestly I just really like the artwork on this one. Yeah, really decent packaging. Overall then, while not perfect by any means, it's still charming and well put together for what it is. Historically as well, it's kind of important, not just for the found footage genre and horror, but also just the way that alien abduction videos look in other media. A lot of it's taken from the way this is made, and honestly I'd say it's well worth checking out. It's an hour long and there's some genuinely effective moments in it. Well worth a look, definitely. And you know what? This release is fantastic. It looks grey and bad just as it should, sounds really good, and there's a ton of special features that just make a really nice package. Really good stuff. So yeah, really impressed with this one this week. Really good one. Next episode though, might not be the case. Already in this series we're having a return from a certain director and his writer slash actor friend. Oh dear, let's hope it's better than the last efforts, because next episode we're going to be checking out Jungle Trap. Hey up. So, today we're going to be looking at Spine number 4. And here we go again, because if you didn't know already, this is another Renee Harmon and James Byron collab. Those are the 2 that worked on the film I covered in episode 3 of this series, that being Lady Streetfighter. And I would say if you've not seen that review, go back and watch it, because I'm going to be mentioning this film a fair bit in this video, and it's nice to be in the loop on stuff, isn't it? But this episode, we're going to be checking out Jungle Trap, which is a 1990 American exploitation film that was previously unfinished. That is until Bleeding Skull, who we talked about last episode, because they restored and re-released the McPherson tape. They got a hold of the footage and they cobbled it together, edited it and released it. So, I hated Lady Street Fighter and its sequel. Hopefully this one does something a little different and a little better. Let's have a look, shall we?
I don't see why I can't lead the expedition. Remember, Bina, I was in charge of the last one.
And if you recall, you managed to screw it up royally.
No one was killed. It was an accident. I told you that. Hey, Janice, why don't you shut up?
I have to trouble you to open your luggage. It is my duty to inspect all the goods brought in by foreigners.
Like Lady Street Fighter, I found this film really hard to keep up with. The plot follows a group of explorers headed by Harmon, who are wanting to set out into a jungle for the second time. The previous time they'd been there ending in disaster and the death of a team member. When they get there again, they end up in a hotel that is, for some reason, run by tribal ghosts who are out to get them. Will they make it out alive? Was it all a setup? Does it even make any sense? I can answer that last one for you. No, not really. Only a short one again this time, 72 minutes once more. And it's clearly got a bigger scope than Lady Street Fighter did. And funnily enough, it does veer into being charming here and there, but for the most part, once again, it's a dull, incoherent slog.
I'm sorry I scared you.
It's all right.
But the kitchen door was open, and I just walked in. I'm sorry.
Where in the hell can I find a drink? A stiff one.
The acting is awful. Did you expect me to say anything differently? Again, it's funny for about 20 minutes and then it gets old, very, very similar to Lady Street Fighter's calibre of acting. And again, like that film, Harmon might be the worst part of the whole thing. Cheap is definitely the word that I like to use with these guys' films. I think I said it a lot in the last review. Everything feels cheap, from the sets to the props to the gore effects. They fly in a cardboard plane and reuse the same shrunken head prop about 8 times. Cinematography is very lazy too. It's just a camera stuck to a tripod. It's all very static and flat, very slapdash. The moments of creativity are all just ruined as well by long stretches of boring indulgence. Now, don't get me wrong, this might sound like I just hate a zero-budget cheap film, and I don't, but I think I've figured out why I dislike the films that Brian and Harmon put out. I like a low-budget film that's cheap, but it's a group of people getting together and trying the best, and there's a charm to it, and there's a spirit to it, and it works because it's people working with what they've got. These films, to me, feel more like just shoot the camera, mate, I want to be on film. It doesn't matter what's in it, doesn't matter on the production value. It's egotistical and self-indulgent, and I just can't get behind it. The best part of this film was the synth score that Bleeding Skull added after the fact. Doesn't have anything to do with Brian and Harmon. Well, the pain doesn't quite end there though, because for those who've seen this release knocking about or spotted it on the cover when I showed it earlier, there is another film on this disc. So let's just move straight onto that, shall we?
We gotta get these people to El Sol.
Victim of the mighty warrior.
Ah, God.
Run, Coyote, Run, not to be confused with the TV show of the same name, is a 1987 exploitation film and a sequel to Lady Street Fighter. Oh my god. Considered lost for a very long time, it was eventually found in the boot of a used car apparently, and Bleeding Skull once again cobbled it together and released it. Cheers guys. The plot follows Anne, played by Harmon, who'd have thought, who is a psychic cop and he's trying to figure out what happened to Linda, who's Harmon's character from Lady Streetfighter. But there's a group on Anne's tail and they're trying to stop her from gathering information and from finding the tape that Linda was after in the first film. Only 72 minutes again. I am so glad that these are short, but it is once again awfully paced and really doesn't work. I actually nearly fell asleep to this one, and I'm not someone who can fall asleep while watching a film, but I was nodding off to this and it wasn't even 4 in the afternoon.
Wake up. Come on.
When are you going to shine your shoes?
I have sinned.
You all know what I'm gonna say here. The acting's terrible, Harmon's still shit, it feels like a vanity project, it's got bad pacing. I'm just repeating myself at this point, but funnily enough, so does this film. Once again, like Revenge of Lady Streetfighter, the film uses a lot of footage from the original film, meaning that I had to watch clips from Lady Streetfighter for a third time. Here's a little clip that I recorded of me realising what was happening about 2 minutes in. It's just the same stuff all over again. AGFA, please stop making me watch Lady Streetfighter. I didn't like it the first time. It gets weirdly meta as well, merging scenes from the original with scenes from this as if they're currently happening, and it just feels jumbled and wacky for the sake of it. It doesn't feel like it's got much purpose. Outside of that, it's just Harmon wandering around, talking to people about the first film. It's just super dull, it's the same old shit, you've heard me say it all before. What is wrong with Harmon and Brian? Why do they keep insisting on showing me footage from the same film that wasn't good to begin with?
Court just off Sherman Way in Van Nuys. It's kind of an old house.
All right.
You can't miss it.
What happened?
Our neighbor got killed.
Mr. Elkins.
And married, that's his wife.
Oh, they were such good neighbors. Always helpful.
There was this big explosion. Kapow!
Okay, time for the print. Time to calm down a little bit now. The print it's not great, but it's serviceable. It's not cleaned up half as well as Lady Streetfighter did, especially in the visual side. Jungle Trap's flickery and it's a bit VHS looking, and Run Coyote Run's sort of washed out and just low quality in general. Weirdly though, all the reused clips from Lady Streetfighter don't have that annoying hiss in the background, so weirdly, it's more watchable than the Lady Streetfighter disc for the clips of Lady Streetfighter. Bizarre. But as I say, it's not the best, but it's fine for what it is. And on the disc, we get the 2 films. We get commentary on Jungle Trap, and we also get a 10-minute Jungle Trap making of documentary, as well as like a selection of outtakes, which are just deleted scenes. I always think outtakes are going to be bloopers. Maybe I'm the one who's in the wrong there, but I always expect bloopers. But it's just some deleted scenes. Doesn't really add much, not really worth your time. And finally on the disc, we get a short, unreleased and unfinished horror film from James Bryan. Will this disc ever end?
It takes guts to go through with it. No one wants to change.
Horrorcon is an unfinished American slasher film directed by James Bryan in 1989 and stitched together in 2021 for the Blu-ray release. Running at about half an hour long, it's nothing more than a collage of shots, no sound, of a convention hall. There's a band playing, there's a panel, there's people in costume, you know, that sort of stuff. Looks to me sort of like a proof of concept, I guess. What it could have been actually sounds pretty interesting, to be honest. Pretty standard, basic plot, a slasher film set at a convention, but it sounds like a decent idea, really. I don't think I've actually seen that done. That could have worked quite well. Honestly, the stuff that we get here, it's cleaned up really nicely, it's remastered really good, it looks great. It might actually be the most competent looking thing I've seen James Bryan do, but that might be because no one's actually talking. Now, for the casual viewer, there's not really much here. It is just more of a curiosity piece, I guess, but it's nice that it was included. Okay, case time. And this is the last of the two annoying ones that don't have a slipcover, so we can shut up about that now, which is nice. The case itself, though, is pretty decent. The blurbs for the film really sell them, way better sounding than they actually are. The reversible sleeve isn't that much different from the first one, maybe it's just the colour scheme, I don't know, but it's alright. Yeah, way nicer packaging than these films deserve once again. Overall then, this was a long one to get through. Jungle Trap might actually be my favourite of the Harmon Bryan collabs, but I still didn't really care much for it. There's moments here and there, you know, funny acting, cheap ridiculousness, but for the most part it's just a slow, boring vanity project that I just really didn't get much out of. It might be fun to watch with friends and alcohol, I don't know. Run Coyote Run is definitely not worth your time. It is once again Lady Street Fighter repackaged with terrible stuff added around it. It just, if you like Lady Street Fighter, you might get something from it, but to me it does just feel like two people beating a dead horse once again, and the horse wasn't even alive to begin with. I could not recommend either of these films, but if for some reason you are looking to watch them, this release is the way forward. It's decent and there's plenty on the disc to keep you occupied. But don't go looking for these. They're not worth your time. So, not great this episode, not great at all, but I am looking forward to next episodes. Bit of a unique one, made for a very specific and very interesting purpose. We're going to be looking at the Zodiac Killer. Hey up, time for Spine number 5, and this is a film that I've been interested in since the very beginning of this collection. The Zodiac Killer. Not to be confused with 2007's David Fincher film Zodiac, instead this is a 1971 American slasher film, directed by a guy called Tom Hansen, who is the owner of Pizza Man Pizzeria, and outside of that hasn't really done much by way of film. He did do a drug-related thing called All the Grass Goes to Pot, or A Ton of Grass Goes to Pot I think it's called, which just sounds really trashy. So this was filmed guerrilla style and was made in an attempt to catch the actual Zodiac Killer. We'll touch more on this later, but that whole setup alone makes this a pretty unique film. Let's see if it's any good, shall we?
You walk around like everything is all right. Don't you know people like me exist?
Hey, listen, tramp. You tried that already.
I'll do it again. How you ever got this job, I'll never know.
Oh, shut up! Quit picking on me.
Don't you?
So the film is a loose adaptation of the actual Zodiac Killer murders, with the murders being shown in the film being close-ish to the real-life counterparts, and the rest of it just sort of being speculation. The film starts, the first half is following a red herring by the guise of a guy called McDury, who is basically this pissed-off, womanising divorcee. But he meets his fate and the murders are still happening, so we then start following the actual film's Zodiac killer. The police are on his tail, but they're not doing a very good job at catching him, and he's just sort of reveling in his murders and killing. There is a motive, and then it sort of gets loose, and I'm not sure. The main motive is that the people he kills, he believes, will turn into slaves in the afterlife for him when he dies. And this is paralleled by a cipher left by the real Zodiac killer. The film is slow, it plods along, but it's not the worst. It's just sort of inoffensive and bland. I guess the main problem that this film might have is that it's very forgettable.
What do you want, bum?
Right? What do you say to the nice man? Say thank you. I don't like him. Bobby!
The acting's fine, really. It isn't great, but it's far from ridiculous. Although the guy playing Zodiac in this is pretty theatrical and campy, which is quite fun. The gore is fine. It's not over the top, but we do get some fun kills, like the old woman getting killed with the car bonnet. That made me chuckle. Fun little bits like that. The rest of the film is just sort of serviceable, I guess. Not great, not awful. That is except for the music. The free jazzy soundtrack is really good in part. So, going into this film, I read that it's obviously meaning to draw out Zodiac, which I took to mean that they were going to try and annoy him, paint his character as sort of like a fool, I guess, something to really rile him up in his cinema seat and make him stand up and be like, no, I'm not like that, something like that. And to do that, I thought they'd use some dirty tactics, and it's the 70s, so sensibilities are a bit different, but I were expecting him to have some sort of like big disability maybe, or be like a real sexual deviant, stuff that would really rile a guy up in the 70s. But weirdly, it didn't really do any of that. And towards the end, this is the strangest part, towards the end, I don't know if this is what they were going for, but it felt like they were trying to make him a bit more sympathetic. It's really odd, like, they really didn't paint him as this weirdo, I guess, like I expected him to. If anything, he comes across more like a Ted Bundy, where he's sort of charismatic and friendly. Really strange, don't know.
But I can't promise anything.
So this film has a hell of a lot going on in the background, and it is way more interesting than the actual film itself. So as I've already said, this was meant to lure the Zodiac killer to a cinema to watch a film about himself, really digging in on the ego, and then make him so annoyed that he'd give himself away in the theatre and people could arrest him straight away. There was even police hiding out in the screens, serving ice cream and stuff, keeping an eye out. And then there was a ballot that went around. You'd get given a slip of paper, and at the end of the film you had to write down who you thought the Zodiac killer was. Not only that though, then in the ballot box was a person cross-referencing the handwriting from what they've got from the Zodiac, from his ciphers that he'd sent in, with the handwriting by the person who'd guessed who the killer was. Obviously this didn't work, although Hansen does claim that a guy that he harassed at one of the events was the real deal. But who knows, it's all up in the air, isn't it? The event was also sponsored by, who was it now? Kawasaki, the motorbike company. There was a chance to win a motorbike, apparently in a raffle, but then it came out a few years later that it was all a scam and nobody won a bike at any point. So then the Zodiac killer case was closed in 2003, but then was reopened in 2007. Now, I need to check the name on this. An FBI whistleblower in 2023 claimed that it was identified as an Air Force vet called Gary Francis Post, I'm not sure how you say that last name, But whether or not this is true, who knows. Sorry, I just need to check on that guy's name because I keep forgetting it. Anyway, that's all the background that I've got on this film. Let's move on to film number 2.
In another...
You know, it sure is creepy that madman isn't caught yet. Those cops should have had him after the cab driver got it.
Proceeded to urinate in customers' drinks, yelling, "The fountain of youth lives?"
Another Son of Sam is a 1977 crime thriller directed by Dave Adams, who looks like he mainly did stunt work, and he hasn't really done any other films in his career, by the looks of it. This film was originally shot under the title Hostage in 1975, but the name was changed to later cash in on the capture of the Son of Sam killer, which means that this film has nothing to do with Son of Sam at all. Which is really disappointing because it means there's no talking dog, it means there's no weird cult stuff, nothing. Massive shame. What we do get instead is a psychotic killer escapes from an asylum, and then the rest of the film is just cops slowly trying to get him in a college campus. This film is incredibly boring.
What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm going swimming. You better hurry up.
For just a few minutes. I'm leaving now to go look in on a patient, but that shouldn't take long.
The acting's fine, not great, not awful, just sort of there, really. Same for the gore, there's a few gunshots and a bit of blood here and there, but it's nothing really to talk about. A lot of the film can really be described that way. Maybe except for the editing, that did stand out to me. It really loves to do this thing where at the end of a scene, it'll freeze frame with the audio still playing, and it just comes across as either amateurish or unfinished to me. Not great at all. While Zodiac was dull but manageable, you know, inoffensive and easy-ish to watch, this was boring to a painful extent. It was one of those films where when it's finished, I suddenly panicked because I thought, oh god, I haven't retained anything that I've just seen. But really there was nothing to retain because nothing really happens in this. It was an excruciating 72 minutes.
Leave us alone! You filthy!
Oh, what is he, a rookie? Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at these prints then. They're fine for the most part, but you can tell they probably weren't stored in the best conditions in the 70s. Zodiac's in a 4:3 aspect ratio and is very grainy, but the picture quality is pretty sharp and the audio is decent. Son of Sam is a little worse for wear, a little worse than Zodiac, definitely. It flickers, it's got colour flicker all the way throughout. It's a little grainier, but again the picture's sharp and the audio is decent, if not slightly more muffled than Zodiac. But as I say, these aren't too bad at all, they're very watchable. And on the disc we get the two features. We get an audio commentary for Zodiac. We also get an interview with Zodiac's director and the producer, who's called Manny Nedwick, I believe. And finally we get the AGFA trailer reel stuff, which I think it's always tailored to the types of films that are on the disc. Not too bad, not too bad. I'd say it's standard, really, for these sorts of discs, which, you know, it's better than something like Vipco or something like that, but it's pretty standard.
A running silhouette, Ken? That's damn good shooting. What time's the lineup?
Okay, time for the case. We get a slipcover with decent artwork on it. All the information's correct, delving a little into Zodiac's history, which is a good selling point for the film, to be honest. Runtime seems right, and it all reads very well. Not massive on this full stop followed by an and, though, you know I'm a bit of a stickler for that. We also get a reversible cover with the film's original poster on it, which is a nice little touch, and we get another booklet featuring an interview with Tom Hansen and some behind the scenes stills. Once again, some pretty decent packaging. Overall then, the Zodiac Killer is pretty heavily on the dull side. There's the odd point of interest here and there, but most of it is just an inoffensively bland slog, really. It's not the worst, we've seen a lot worse on this channel, but there's not much to it, and I'd say probably these days it's more of a curiosity piece. Meanwhile, Another Son of Sam was a cheap and painful cash grab that did absolutely nothing for me. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend either of these films, but if you are planning on watching one, make it Zodiac Killer. And also this release isn't too bad, to be honest. You could do a lot worse, and it's pretty good. So yeah, bit of a mixed bag this episode, and next time on the 101 and AGFA series is one that I've been dreading rewatching. I have seen this film before and I dreaded the day when I would have to rewatch it for these reviews, but here we go. We're going to be checking out Shefreak. Hey up, time for spine number 6, and we're checking out Shefreak. This is a 1967 American exploitation film, directed by Byron Mabe. I keep saying Brian, but it's Byron Mabe. I've never heard of the guy. But it's written and produced by David F. Friedman, whose name is a little more familiar. He's sort of a regular in the exploitation subgenre. Notably, he's worked with Herschel Gordon Lewis producing some of his films, but he also did some very notorious exploitation films like Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. So this is heavily inspired by the freak shows of the 1800s and is self-admitted a complete rip-off of Todd Browning's Freaks, which is a film that I really like. So let's check this one out, shall we? See if it's any good.
Gee, Gracie. That sounds groovy.
How's it special today?
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to behold a sight so strange, so horrifying, so utterly monstrous, that I urge those of you who are easily frightened or upset.
The plot follows Jade, a fed-up waitress who jumps at the chance for something different when a travelling carnival owner stops by for lunch. She works her way up through the ranks at the carnival, but the higher she gets, the more her bitter and nasty side shows through, until eventually she ends up joining the ones she was prejudiced to, becoming the titular Shefreak. No word of a lie, this might be one of the most boring things I've ever sat and watched. This bare bones plot is just dragged, it is stretched through these B-roll montages of carnivals being set up and dull, lifeless conversations. This is one of the worst films I've ever seen, and when people ask the question, what's some of the best things, what's some of the worst things, this is high up on the list of some of the one of the worst things I've ever watched. Might make a little video on some of the worst. Maybe. If you like that idea, let me know. This is also one that I bought first. I got this with the McPherson tape. I bought them both as a double bill for a movie night with friends. Shefreak was second, and let's just say it didn't go down very well.
Look shook. I just saw him. Who, the crowd? The freaks? So? They're so horrible.
The acting is bland, serviceable, inoffensive, nothing really worth mentioning, and the characters are all just pretty unlikable and horrible. No one's nice in this really, especially Jade. She's pretty irredeemable. We do get a little bit of violence in this, but it's minor and not really worth mentioning. It's a bit lazy and cheap, you know, bright red blood, lazy effects. The same can be said for the Shefreak makeup, which we only see in the very last minute of the film, no joke, you wait 82 minutes to see the Shefreak, and it doesn't even look that good. It just looks cheap again. And funnily enough, the Shefreak on the cover looks way better than it actually does in the film. And when you've seen this, you've seen it, so who cares really? Funnily enough, found out that the effects for the Shefreak were done by the guy who did the effects for Plan 9 from Outer Space. So that kind of says it all, really, doesn't it? The majority of this film, though, as I briefly said earlier, is B-roll montage footage of a carnival being built, taken down, and rebuilt. Outside of that, it's just B-roll footage of Jade working at the carnival and schmoozing with the higher-ups. That's pretty much all you get from this. It is insufferably boring. Insufferably boring. And I did make a little note. Every time these little montages started, I made a little note, just when it started and when it ended. And it adds up to about 25, just shy of 25 minutes of this whole film, of this 83-minute long film. Really, really not good. I do want to take this little opportunity, though, to say that Todd Browning's Freaks is a really good film. It's got interesting characters, a good plot, it's got a swift pace, it's got very iconic moments in it, and it's only an hour long. It all just works as a package. This is 83 minutes of a carnival being built and taken apart and somebody schmoozing at it, and then a minute at the end of a freak that doesn't even look that good, to be honest. It's just wearing the skin of a better film, I guess. The print on this is weirdly excellent. It's clear, crisp, it's a 4K remaster, sounds good, maybe a little quiet, and the picture is very clear, the colours really pop. It doesn't need this sort of love and attention, but it got it, I guess, so that's good. I can't fault it on the print. On the disc, we get the film, obviously. We get a commentary track with David Friedman and the founder of Something Weird. We get stills gallery, which, fair enough. We get 8 minutes of footage that was added to this film when it toured under a different name. Apparently some guy just grabbed it and stuck some extra footage on it, and it was called Asylum of the Insane. And it's like 3D footage, you know, not modern 3D, obviously, like the blue and red 3D of people like throwing a ball towards the camera. And people like playing one of those ping, like bat and ball sort of thing. And then the woman dances, but she's not in 3D. And then a guy comes who is in 3D with a knife and stabs her, and he keeps cutting back and forth, and it's 3D and not 3D. And it doesn't add anything, honestly. It's 8 minutes of a waste of time, really. We also get, now this is just excessive, an hour and 40, nearly, of David F. Friedman film trailers. I guess this is what it's passing off as a extra feature. These usually have 2 features on, so maybe it's, ooh, look, here's a feature's worth of trailers. I'm not watching it because it is just trailers. Just ridiculously excessive, really excessive. And finally, we get another 8-minute short thing, but this time of vintage footage of carnivals. There's stuff like fat ladies, a sword swallower, there's a pinhead, there's conjoined twins, that sort of thing, you know. And to be honest, this is the best thing on this whole disc. This was the most interesting. It was fascinating looking at footage from this sort of thing that obviously we don't see nowadays, and it was kind of the most redeemable part of this whole disc, to be honest. I'm really glad though that there isn't another feature on this.
Yeah, bad one, weren't it, really?
It's not good. It's just not good. It was shot all right, and that's probably about as nice as I can be, to be honest with you.
Yeah, seems nice weather. Yeah,
someone's having a good time in that fairground life. It weren't us though.
I always wondered how a waltzer and a sort of big wheel is put together and taken down and moved on to the next town, and you do find that out if you watch this film.
Yeah, Helter Skelter, we see that a few times, I think, don't we?
Yeah.
That's entertaining. I liked Helter Skelter when I was a kid. They were fun.
Terrible fight scene. It's just not good.
Yeah.
Main character's very boring. You can't really get behind her. Yeah.
I would go as far as saying this, after what I've watched some bad films in my life, but this kind of promised to be great. And I actually seen like a couple of reviews elsewhere leading up to sort of, and after watching this, and various stars given and things like that. And honestly, I can't see how anyone thinks this is even a 1-star film. Even anything higher than half for me. It's possibly the worst thing I've ever sat through from beginning to end.
If you like films with nice weather, watch this.
Thank you, guys. I think that's perfect. Okay, time for the case. The description reads correct, and the runtime's right. Pretty good write-up, really, although I do think this is the first typo in the whole collection we've seen yet. Written is spelt wrong, and it's not only on the slipcover, but on the 2 alternate covers as well. Not great. The artwork's really good, though. It shows you the Shefreak, which, you know, the film spends 82 minutes building up, so it kind of ruins it a little bit, to be honest, but oh well, it's nice artwork, and I do like the alternate cover as well. It has that sort of carnival poster aesthetic, which is nice. Lastly, we get a little booklet, which has a written piece about the making of, as well as photographs from behind the scenes and stuff like that. Once again, with these AGFA films, this is a much nicer thing than this film deserves. Quick aside as well, very nearly forgot to mention, this disc is rated 12 by the BBFC. A commenter pointed this out to me on my last AGFA episode. The trailer reel for David Freeman is absolutely full of nudity. Like, way more than a 12 would get. So, as the commenter said, somebody at the BBFC must have been falling asleep on this one, or just couldn't be arsed to watch an hour and 40 of trailers like I was. But yeah, this being rated a 12 is absolutely insane. Overall then, this is a cheap and boring waste of your time. I couldn't recommend this film less if I tried. Not only is it one of the worst films I think I've ever seen, but it is definitely the worst of the collection so far, and I know what you're thinking. But didn't you watch Lady Street Fighter like 3 times, basically? Yeah, I did, but at least they had more of a story than this, and at least there were funny moments here and there. This is just, it's a void of a film. It's an anti-film. It's that bad. You know what? Forget this film, watch Todd Browning's Freaks. I saw that Criterion recently put out like a triple bill Blu-ray of Todd Browning films, with Freaks being one of them. Freaks. That's the 3, I don't know why I said Freaks. But yeah, go check that out instead. Go watch that, it looks like a nice little set of things, and Freaks is a really good film. If for some weird reason you've watched this review and you've gone, that's the film for me, that's what I need to watch, then this is the way forward. I mean, it's a nice thing, it's packaged well, there's special features, it's a 4K restoration, which it doesn't need to be, but I couldn't recommend it at all. Avoid this one. So, one of the worst things I think I've ever covered on the channel this episode, and next time I don't know if things are going to get better or not. I've been warned of this film, and I don't know whether it's a positive or a negative warning. I don't know whether I'm going to have fun or hate it. Either way, next time on the AGFA and 101 series, we're going to be checking out God Monster of Indian Flats. Hey up. It's been a little while since I covered one of the AGFA and 101 Blu-rays. Been too busy being caught up in the terrors that are the Hard Gore series. But the timing felt right. So, why not? Let's have a look at God Monster of Indian Flats. This is a 1973 Western horror film from America, directed by Frederick Hobbs, who hasn't done too much of anything, outside of an experimental film called Troika, which looks pretty interesting. Considered a bit of a cult classic and a so bad it's good movie, having been discussed by comedy panels, podcasts, other reviewers, and college students alike. Honestly, I just can't wait to see what this monster looks like. So let's crack on, shall we? So this film has two plots to it. The A plot, I guess you can call it, the namesake of the film anyway, follows two scientists and a farmer who find a deformed sheep fetus and try and keep it alive in a lab. Meanwhile, the B plot follows a black businessman who's trying to buy stocks, so he turns up into the town, but the town's full of racists and they try and drive him out. Somehow these two things combine, and the sheep attacks the town, and it just ends in complete madness. The pacing to this is all over the place. For the first hour, it is this sort of serious drama about racism, and this sort of sheep is hinted at very, very lightly throughout. Then you get about 20 minutes of the sheep doing its thing, and then the last 10 minutes is summing up and complete chaos. I didn't love this film, but I didn't hate it either.
Boy's dead. What the hell have you done, Clemens?
Track that damn
What kind of beast was that?
Easy, take it easy. That's my hybrid out there, Silverdale. You can't kill it.
I can't accept this concept of intelligence. I say it's a damaged, mongoloid beast. Stay in your discipline. Good hunting, men!
Cheers.
The main reason to watch this film is for the monster, and it looks just as ridiculous as I wanted it to. Clearly a dude in a deformed sheep suit just bombing about doing his thing, and it is the best part of the film. There's no real gore or sleaziness to this. For the most part, it is just this sort of serious, melodrama-y thing about big business and racism. Really, really strange. The acting is just below mediocre. It's not laughably bad, it's not good, it's definitely not good. And all the characters are sort of one note and two-dimensional. As is the filmmaking, really. It doesn't really do anything too creative, but it's not completely incompetent. A few little bits of trivia before we move on for this film. It was apparently, the inspiration for the New Zealand killer sheep comedy horror from 2006, Black Sheep, to a point where IMDb still lists it as a remake of God Monster. Also, weirdly, the soundtrack to this film was used in a PC game that I'm going to have to check the name of because I keep forgetting it. Noir, a shadowy thriller. What an odd thing. But that's it for God Monster, really. But that's not it for the video, because there is a second bonus feature on this disc. Let's see what that's all about then. So next up, we are looking at The Legend of Bigfoot, a 1975 or 76, depending on where you look, pseudo-documentary from America, directed by a guy called Harry Winner, who hasn't really done much of anything yet again, apart from one film that seems to be relatively popular, 1986's Space Camp. I don't know, never heard of it. The real star of the show, though, is a fella called Ivan Marks, who shot the film, stars in it, and narrates it. He also did this film's two sequels, whose name I'm going to have to double check. It is Shadow of Bigfoot and Bigfoot Alive and Well in '82. So there's sequels to this. Now, I'm a big fan of Bigfoot, to a point where I've had Bigfoot-themed movie nights in the past. So this one's never really come under my radar before. I wasn't aware of it. Any chance to see a new bit of ridiculous Bigfootness, and I'm definitely there. This might be the first time I'm actually looking forward to the second feature on one of these discs. Let's see if I should be looking forward to it.
My efforts had paid off, and this time I was ready for him. I wasn't ready to find out it was just a bear. Only way Bigfoot could show up here was wearing swimming trunks. My head was reeling with Bigfoot.
The plot follows Ivan Marks, a tracker and ranch owner who one day finds Bigfoot footprints. So he decides to hunt down Bigfoot, and it becomes a bit of an obsession for him. Unfortunately, this was very, very boring. Most of this film is just nature shots. It's basically a nature documentary with little bits of Bigfoot here and there. Some of the nature shots are nice, sure, but the main issue is the narration, which plays throughout the entire hour and 15 minutes, and it's just Ivan Marks rambling on and on and on. Towards the end of this film, I was basically screaming at the screen for him to just shut up. Bigfoot. We get some Bigfoot in this though, and it's nothing you've not seen before. It's the same sorts of shots that you usually see in these sorts of things, and it's clearly just somebody in a Bigfoot costume. It's not too convincing. There is a weird bit though where Bigfoot sort of peeks over the brow of a hill and he's talking about the glowing eyes, and like the eyes are glowing to such a ridiculous degree. It's clearly somebody just with two torches. You know, that's probably the only bit that stands out to me. The rest of it is clearly just his wife in a Bigfoot suit. Now, Ivan Marks is a bit of a Bigfoot head. He was apparently the person who originally found the first Bigfoot handprints, and he's got his followers. People really dig this guy's stuff, to a point where as well, people have used clips from this as apparent proof of Bigfoot existing. One last little tidbit before we move on. This film was originally released in a double pack on DVD with none other than Snow Beast that we covered in the Vipco series. Found that a little bit interesting. So you may think that we're done now, but we're not, because there's more on this disc that's worth talking about.
There he was, Bigfoot, standing no more than 100 yards from my blind.
We also get on the disc an hour and 10 minutes of short films, called Berserker Short Films from the Something Weird Archives. I don't know what that means, and I don't know what we're in for, but let's get started with the first short film, which is a 25-minute long training video called Just In Case, Suppression of School Bus Fires. Why this is on the disc, I have no idea, but here it is, and it does exactly what you'd expect it to do. Covers different types of school bus fires and how to deal with them. You know what? This was pretty entertaining. You get plenty of bad acting, you get some weirdly delivered jokes, some overly dramatic scenes, and plenty of fires. I quite liked the era it was set in as well. It's got quite a nice feel to it. And just how weirdly specific this is. School bus fires. I feel like I'm on Red Letter Media covering this. So, yeah, not a bad start. Don't know why it's on the disc, but let's carry on.
Aim at the base of the fire. Move from right to left until fire is extinguished. Stand back. Try not to use too much force. In numbers, there's less chance of a nut attacking one of them, or one of them getting lost.
Come on.
No, I don't want to go out.
Why not?
Because I just don't want to.
Next up, we have the 36-minute long Strange Sightings from 1964, and starring Dr. Frankie Strangers, who is a real-life UFOologist. The film starts with Dr. Strangers chatting about why he believes in UFOs, and then the film cuts to random talking heads of like-minded weirdos saying why they believe in UFOs. This film is super dull and super dry. It's just awkwardly framed talking heads rambling on about why they think UFOs exist. At 36 minutes, it's far too long, and I couldn't wait for it to end. Nothing more to say on this one.
We have over 150 different books on this subject, and we handle most of them here at AGFA headquarters.
This is called giant rock. Unidentified flying objects have been sighted and recorded for literally thousands of years. Over 4,000 BC UFOs.
Lastly, we get the 9-minute long White Gorilla. Now, I don't know if this has anything to do with The White Gorilla from 1945, which apparently just reuses footage from a 20s film with a little bit of new stuff in there. If it is, then it'll be just the new stuff, I guess, cobbled together. But when I did a bit of cross-referencing, the names of the characters are slightly different, so I have no idea. Either way, it's a very brief and brisk film where some explorers in a jungle come across a white gorilla. Something about gold, I think they tie him up, I don't know, I have no idea. Because you get to see two dudes in gorilla costumes fighting each other, and that automatically makes this the best thing on the disc. So, there you go. Those are the short films included. I get the link with White Gorilla and the UFO thing, but why the hell is bus fires on this? Okay, time for the print. This is a 4K remaster of God Monster, and it's pretty good, you know. It's pretty clear visually and audio. Now, there are scratches here and there. There's like green scratches, and there's a few audio pops, but I'm guessing that these are issues with the original film stock and not with the restoration. The same can kind of be said for Bigfoot as well, although the print does look like it's in slightly worse condition. A few more flickers, a few more audio issues, and it even skipped at one point. And on the disc, we get the two features, the short films, and we also get AGFA-themed, monster-themed trailers, which, yeah, pretty good inclusion really. It's a pretty packed disc, this, to be honest. Okay, time for the case, and we get the slipcover again, and the reversible sleeve. I find the artwork to be a little dumb. I don't know, the faces are weird, but so is the film, I guess, so it's probably quite fitting. The description reads fine, and all the information seems to be correct. We even get a little quote from Frank Henenlotter. Overall then, God Monster isn't a great film, but it is weird enough for it to be a bit of an interesting curiosity piece. The pacing's all over the shop, there's long scenes of boredom, but the monster is ridiculous, and the fact that half of this film, over half of this film, is a completely different film is just bizarre. I'd probably recommend it to people who are curious. It might work well as a drunken movie night movie, maybe. Maybe a little too boring. I don't know, you might all laugh at the last bit when you've gotten properly drunk. And The Legend of Bigfoot is not really worth your time, unfortunately. It's a little too much of nothing, and the Bigfoot stuff's nothing you've never seen before. It's fine as like a bonus film, but I wouldn't go out of your way to watch it. If you are in the market, to be honest, with the two films, the short films, and the nice restoration, this is a pretty decent package, really. You get a lot with this. Now, that might just be because I've been looking at a lot of the hardcore stuff recently, and you get nothing in those. But for what you get, it's not too bad. There's some bits worth seeing in this, I'd say. So, not the best, but far from the worst, this episode. And next episode is one that I've been looking forward to. It's one of the first AGFA things that I bought before I decided to make this review series. And I think it's going to be quite entertaining, fingers crossed anyway. So next time on AGFA and 101 Reviews, we're going to be looking at drug stories. Hey up. So we're back again after a bit of a break with the AGFA and 101 films. And it's going to be a little different this episode because we're not looking at a feature or a couple of features. We're actually looking at a bunch of short films. We're taking a look at the Scare Film Archives Volume 1, Drug Stories. Now this is a collection of anti-drug PSA films shown primarily to kids in the US around the 50s to the 70s. I'm not fully sure, I think there's 11 short films on this disc, but it is a little vague, not fully sure. But judging by the runtime, there's a lot to get through on this one. So I figured the best sort of plan of action with this is each section is just going to be talking about the next short film. And I don't know how long these reviews are going to be. There might be a little bit of repetition, but I'll try my best not to repeat myself. So the reviews might actually get a little shorter as they go along. I'm not fully sure. Each one might be a masterpiece in its own right, or each one might just feel like exactly the same as the last one that I just watched. Who knows? All I do know is there's a hell of a lot to get through on here, so let's just get started with the first one.
Hey kiddies, gather round, the man with the goodies is here. Here's a little beauty for me to Udy. Just inhale and sniff, it is aeroplane glue.
Okay, film number 1 is Beyond LSD from 1967, directed by Paul Burnford. This being his last film, apparently. And the film stars a guy called Phil Harvey, who has a few credits here and there. He was in A Touch of Evil, which sort of stood out to me. Weirdly progressive start to these films, if I'm completely honest. Instead of just being like bizarre, in your face, and just trying to scare you by any means possible, it takes a bit more of a nuanced approach in being... It's more targeted towards the parents, I guess, than the kids, and the idea basically is talk to your kids and demystify drugs, and that will prevent them from doing it, as opposed to don't do drugs, kids, they're very scary, here's a lot of misinformation to scare you. Wasn't expecting it, especially from something from the 60s as well. The sort of structure for this is that we see a bunch of like clips of things like parties, car crashes, accidents happening, and it turns out these are all being shown to a group of adults. They are then asked how many of these bad things were caused by LSD, and they all freak out. All of them were. It's not the case, apparently only one of them was, and it's just sort of trying to prove that, you know, people get carried away and caught up in the rhetoric about these big scary things that are happening. We then cut to a guy, a doctor, Dr. Wright I believe he's called, and he then just sort of shows us some more clips of teens and stuff. It gets a little dry towards this point, just sort of talking about teens and what they're going through and how you can help by not treating them like idiots. So yeah, wasn't expecting it to be quite as progressive, you know. There's some funny acting in here as well, you know. It's a nice little time capsule of the 60s. You got the LSD scare, you got the fashion of the time, the styles, the music. It all feels very 60s and it's kind of fun. 23 minutes, it's not overstaying, it's welcoming anyway. Yeah, it's inoffensive. It's not going to blow anyone's mind. It's not doing anything that's like hilarious and you need to watch it because it's so stupid. But it's also not doing anything that's like groundbreaking and amazing or anything. It's just a sort of standard scare film, weirdly aimed at adults. It's watchable. It's watchable. The print is a little rough. It's definitely seen better days, but I think we're going to find this with a lot of these, that they weren't necessarily treated well. I'm guessing they've been shipped around schools and like town halls to be shown to parents and stuff. so they're probably not in the best nick. The beginning and end are very, very scratchy and dirty. But yeah, didn't have a horrible time with this one. Interesting way to crack things off, I think. So I said I'm ranking these. Obviously this is the first one. Nothing to compare it to, so it's just going to sit right there in the middle of the list. I'll put a little thing here. It's just going to be right there in the middle.
The boy in the ambulance? Yes. This one
A
is...
young lady does not go out in public without her shoes.
Nancy was testing.
Danger to him of long hair, even though we may not like long hair, because we can't tell the boys from the girls. And when we read in the paper about a sensational story that this or that drug is either instant happiness or instant death, let's keep our cool, as the kids say.
Right, film 2, The Bottle and the Throttle. This is a 1968 anti-drink driving film directed by, well, produced by Sid Davies Productions. Couldn't find an actual director, maybe it was Sid Davies himself. Who knows? This is the 1968 colour version. Apparently there's a 1961 black and white version as well, which is just a bit shorter, I think. It's done by the same production company though, so it might just be exactly the same thing. Basically, he really wanted to hit this message home with people, so he did it twice. Fair enough. This is more in line with what you would think of as a scare film. It's not really trying to do anything funny or silly, and it's not really got anything stupid in it. Instead, it's just a little more in your face, I guess. A narrator is berating a guy for drink driving. This guy then hits a mother and daughter. We then see some cool infographics, probably my favourite part of the thing, some 60s infographics on what alcohol does to the body and how it impairs you when you're driving. And then we find out that the dude has killed the little girl and disabled the mother for life. Whew, very grim, hard-hitting stuff. And this is it, really. It does what it does, and it does it well, you know. It comes in, it's only 10 minutes long, comes in, slaps you in the face, and leaves. And that's all this really needs to do to be effective. Saying that, I didn't enjoy my time with it as much as the last one, Beyond LSD. I am going to rank it just below Beyond LSD. And I've realised that the whole ranking thing is probably a little vague, a little weird. And I probably need some more criteria as to how I'm ranking these things. So I'm ranking these on the basis of me being a consumer who went into HMV and bought this Blu-ray for entertainment purposes. So the way that I'm ranking these short films aren't on their effectiveness as scare films, they're more on the entertainment factor as something worth owning and watching, laughing at with friends, or watching for educational purposes, or just for curiosity's sake. It's more of an entertainment thing than is this still effective nowadays? Has this scared me efficiently, you know? So because of that, yeah, it does rank below, lower, because it's less entertaining because it's just pretty grim, to be honest. So that's all I've pretty much got to say on that one. Let's move on to the third film, shall we?
Liquor enters the circulatory system through the stomach. It's oxidized by the liver and turned into heat energy in the form of calories.
So the next one is Curious Alice from 1971, directed by Dave Dixon, coming in at about 12 minutes. And I watched it with some friends, so what did you guys reckon to Curious Alice?
Well, having never done any drugs.
Of course.
In my entire life, or drunk anything or anything like that.
Of course.
Done any kind
We're
of...
good boys.
We're all good boys here, really are. I now want to do all the drugs.
It's very alluring, isn't it?
Very
So it's basically following the Alice in Wonderland story, but what is usually subtext is just, oh no, they're all on drugs, and it's like, well, yeah, sure. It's the equivalent to those YouTube videos that were like, what if the mushrooms in Mario were actually a drug?
Yes.
It's just that from the 70s, really, isn't it?
100%. Yeah.
But it's animated.
Which is interesting.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
It's the first one in this that's actually had pretty much entirely animation.
Yeah.
And it's that old sort of 70s cutout. Looks very like Eastern European animation.
Yeah, tracing paper design, sort of like weird Like they even chuck some
like
colour burst effect type
Yeah.
things in it.
Photography
it's
as
very
well.
tricky at
Using
some
cut
points,
out
yeah.
photos. So what did you reckon then, Carl?
I liked it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it don't shy away from anything, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, it's very colourful, very trippy.
Would you say it's effective for getting kids off of drugs?
If I was at a young age seeing that, definitely.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a little
Yeah.
too nonsense for me. I'd have been like, I don't really know what the fuck's going on.
Well, that's
colours and shapes. Ooh.
Yeah, ooh. Like,
Yeah.
it's almost like a kaleidoscope. Watching a kaleidoscope just
Does
sort
make
of
you
go
feel a
around.
bit tripped out
Yeah.
though while you watch
Like,
it.
I generally
definitely.
felt like I'd had
Weird
something.
movements and such, isn't there?
Weird sort of, because the animation is very, there's the stills of the girl that ends up being kind of animated, but they use her photography, like actually photograph her face for the bits where she's, pulling faces, and it's all very, that's all, a little bit surreal. It's got
odd,
a weird,
yeah.
it's got a weird mix, and it's because I weren't expecting anything animated or whatever that kind of vibe of animation is. I was expecting like a black and white sort of just don't do this, drugs are bad. Whereas that just had a complete. It was almost like they literally did just tell the story of Alice in Wonderland in 12 minutes and interject the Mad Hat's Tea Party is everyone's just downing pills and doing different types of LSD and it was kind of like, hey, what if at Alice in Wonderland at that tea party they just did loads of drugs? It wasn't like there was no.
Because this is the thing, it's not subversive in the case that Alice is disliking Wonderland because they're on drugs, because she doesn't like Wonderland in the book. She's like, this is horrible, I want to leave. So it's not like it's doing anything different, it is literally just telling the story of Alice in Wonderland apart from the caterpillars smoking a joint.
Which was actually one of the highlights. And
it was good,
the
music was fun.
And for me, the music was, it had that library sounds. They'd just gone in and got a load of sounds, messed about with it a lot, and that was actually the best stuff, because that was actually quite psychedelic, quite trippy stuff, and it did that for me. Had made it more interesting, whereas everything else was just like, what you're trying to sort of convey here, I guess, is the.
So entertaining, definitely.
12
does
minutes.
its job.
Yeah.
It definitely takes you on a journey.
Well,
I feel.
this is the thing that I'm mentioning in some of these as well, that obviously I'm not watching these as a child at school who's trying to stray away from drugs. I'm looking at these as an adult who's looking for some entertainment.
Yeah.
And I think that it hits the entertainment factor while maybe lessening on the effectiveness.
It's definitely got entertainment value.
It does.
So like top, like as far as like putting out a release from AGFA, I think like 10 on 10 for like just putting out something that's actually like
It's
quite
interesting.
interesting. Yeah, it's a curiosity piece, isn't it? It's definitely got that vibe to it. So
I'm going to wrap this up by saying this is the best one so far, so top of the list, and we're just going to do a bunch of drugs now.
Oh, wow. Mommy or the doctor wouldn't have anything to do with this. Oh, hi, I'm Alice. Hello?
6 o'clock, tea time. Time to take a pill.
Next up, we have The Distant Drummer. Now, this is actually a small part of a 4-part documentary series. And the section we have here is called The Distant Drummer, a movable scene. And it's not credited as such on the disc. I'm not really sure why. If you're watching it and you want to log it on Letterboxd, that's the name of it. It was made in 1970, directed by William Templeton and narrated by Robert Mitchum. It comes in at 21 minutes, and yeah, you feel it. It's the driest one yet. Easily the most boring one yet so far. It takes a look at different drugs and why kids do them. All with a few interviews and stuff, and then just this narration that's a very sort of passive-aggressive, telling off, judgy sort of tone. Yeah, I don't know. It looked at kids flocking to Istanbul for enlightenment, and that's probably the most interesting part about this, I think. But yeah, it's just super dull. Really dry. Now, this was mentioned in one of the other ones. I don't think I mentioned it, but there's a clip in one of the other shorts that we've watched where the adults hate the hippies because of the long hair, and it means they can't differentiate between whether they're girls or boys. And this is again brought up in this review. Was this such an issue? Was this such a scary thing at the time, not knowing if someone was a boy or a girl? Probably in the 60s and 70s they were scared of that. I don't know. Seems really silly by today's standards, to be honest. But yeah, they seem to keep bringing that up, and what's long hair got to do with drugs, really, as well? I don't know why that's the case. It's so stupid. I want to mention as well, the narrator, after doing this film, was caught smoking weed at a party and was arrested, despite his very judgmental tone throughout this whole thing. So that's kind of funny. And I lastly want to mention the knockoff Doors soundtrack in this, which I really enjoyed. Very of its time. It fit. It was nice. I liked it. The print on this is very rough shape. Lots of popping and dirt. Mostly as well, this film, unfortunately, is just pretty forgettable. Right at the bottom of the list. And we'll just move on from there, I think.
Is shared to such an extent that roach pipes are always in demand. A roach is a marijuana butt, and it requires some form of holder for those last few drags. The new generation, if their aimless searching is a thinly guised excuse to evade responsibility, then in effect they have not escaped at all. For even at the threshold of Shangri-La, they become the focal point of world concern.
It's in every living entity. It's that energy that we can't know about before we're born, and the energy that's going to happen to us when we die.
Next up, we have Drugs, Drinking and Driving from 1971. This was produced by Charles Cahill. I have to keep looking at my phone because I keep forgetting the guy's name. And the runtime is 18 minutes. This one does what it says on the tin. It is an anti-drinking and anti-drug driving film. It shows what drinking and what drugs do to your body and how they can impair driving. I'm mixed on this one, really. It has some nice 70s graphics and some fun reenactments. There's also an experiment in this one, which is a first. It feels like a little more effort was put into this one. But it's a little long and a little dry for its own good, and the Mission Impossible theme plays far too often in this, and it wears thin super quick. Yeah, it's... I've not got a whole lot to say on this one, to be completely honest. It's not hilarious, it's not entertaining really, but it's not terribly boring. It's a nice little time capsule of the era, and I'm straight down the middle. It goes straight in the middle, and that's about all I can really say about this one. Next one sounds interesting though.
A few years ago, I was a police reporter. I was troubled with hay fever and asthma.
Used up his reserve energy at a faster than normal rate. He collapsed and slept for 18 hours.
Across the street. Apparently, she never knew what happened.
LSD, Insight or Insanity. Great title. This is more what I'm after with these sorts of films. So this is from 1967 and it is directed by Max Miller with narration by Sal Mineo, coming in at 18 minutes long. This is it. This is what I want from these sorts of scare films. A film that is not afraid to get a little weird. Obviously its focus is on LSD. It looks at why teenagers take it, the effects that it can have on the body, obviously leaning more toward the negative effects. And it ends by comparing taking acid to Russian roulette, which is quite the statement. All this is accompanied by some trippy visuals and some free jazz, which is my kind of thing. Yeah, it's fun. You know, there's some interesting facts about acid in here, but then it's not afraid to get trippy and weird and shove some visuals in your face to try and scare you. Whether it effectively scared anybody or not is another question, though, because I don't know about you, but the sort of trippy visuals side to these sorts of things never really scare me. They just seem more enticing. I'd say especially if you're like a teenager and you're watching this and you're looking for a bit of a thrill. Like, the trippy visuals are going to make you want to try it even more, aren't they? Surely. Outside of that, though, it's a fun little time capsule of the era. That was Beck, by the way, if you heard that noise. She's jumping and missing the windowsill. Where was I? Yeah, it's a fun little time capsule, you know, the clothes and the music of the era. The interviews were fun with the kids as well, quite stilted and awkward, but fun. And yeah, the print's a little choppy. But to be honest, it's just a miracle that any of these have survived, really. It does that again. I mentioned it earlier, and it was in another one as well, where it's this big issue that the adults hate the long-haired kids because they don't know whether they're boys or girls. It's super petty. Why was that an issue? Why was that an issue? It's so petty. But yeah, that came up again. Must have been a real hot topic at the time. So yeah, I really liked this one. This is fun. This is going just behind Curious Alice. More of these sorts of things, please. I'm hoping for more of these from this disc. Let's see if we can keep the good things coming, shall we?
But how much shorter can a skirt get? Very, very cool. Very, very groovy.
Another good one, lucky us. We're looking at LSD 25 next. Now this is directed by David Parker. Sorry, again I have to keep checking. There's a lot of names in this video. David Parker from 1967, and it comes in at 25 minutes. As you can probably guess, once again, this is another acid scare film. But this one takes a very different approach, with acid itself narrating this one. And it's weird because as a scare film, I don't actually know how effective this is actually gonna be. It spends the first chunk of this film saying how good acid is, just sort of enticing you. Makes it sound fun and interesting and something cool to try. Then it sort of leans more into the bad side, the negative impacts, and it ends on a bit of a foreboding atmosphere. I quite like it. I think it works well as an entertainment piece. Yeah, there's some fun costumes, some 60s hippies, you know, costumes of the era and stuff. There's even a bit in a record shop, which I always like it when things go into a record shop, especially from, like, in the past you get to look at what old records are knocking about and stuff. It's fun. The music's good as well. It's the music that is used on the Blu-ray menu, so I've heard it a lot. But yeah, it fits with this. It's pretty good. I don't really know how effective as a scare film this is, because as I said, it leans more into that idea of it's kind of fun, it's not addictive, you can't OD on it. They just said really it's a bit of a gamble, really. You might get a bad dose of acid, but I mean, seafood can be a bit of a gamble, and people do that all the time, don't they? So it's not really that off-putting. Yeah, it's sort of, it's honest, I guess, about it, which is interesting. It leans more as well into that idea of it's dangerous because you're getting it from dodgy places, and like the backstreet chemists might accidentally mix a dangerous compound, which again leans more into the idea of maybe if it was legalised and regulated more, then it might be a fine thing to do along with drinking and smoking cigarettes. I say fine, obviously they're bad in their own way, but they're legal, you know? So it's weird that it has that sort of angle. Yeah, I wasn't scared while watching it. But yeah, it just made it seem interesting. But it was fun. I liked the gimmick, I liked the style. It didn't feel overly long. The print wasn't awful, it was fine. For these anyway, it was okay. Yeah, I think in fact I even preferred it to the last one, although the last one had more trippy visuals, and it was lacking a little bit in this one. I don't know, it flowed pretty well and it was an interesting take on it. This one goes to second place now, just behind Curious Alice. Let's move on to the next one.
They're damaged for life, their brains are wrecked, they go into institutions, they're through for the rest of their life.
You just have to trust your source.
Well, when you take it, you find out.
Next up, we have Narcotics, The Decision, Goofballs and Tea from 1958. This is directed by Robert W. Larson. Again, I have to keep checking. Robert W. Larson, and directed by Art Gilmore. Coming in at 26 minutes. This is a shorter version of a longer film that comes in at 75 minutes that's just called The Narcotics Story. Honestly, I prefer the AGFA naming on this one. Goofballs and tea. Love it. This follows a girl's life from smoking a joint casually with friends to getting hooked on heroin. And it's quite matter-of-fact and very dry. It does exactly what you'd imagine it to do, really. There's no trippy freak-out sections. There's no interviews with people. It's just, here's a girl, she's living a happy life. Oh no, she smoked a joint, now she's going to be hooked on heroin for the rest of her life. The rest of her short life. It's not the most entertaining thing. It's pretty dry, but it's not the worst. There's things like 50s slang terms, you know, diners, costumes. It's all amazing to watch. It kind of reminded me of like a very dry and boring Twin Peaks with all the diners and jazz and 50s girls doing drugs. Didn't hate it, it had a vibe, but I didn't really get any laughs from me outside of the idea that you smoke a joint once and then you're going to become a heroin addict. Pretty ridiculous, really. Apparently this was meant to be a police training video, the longer version, and then I think it got snipped and released to the public as a way to sort of a way to scare adults away from being too distant with their kids. It's like, be close to your kids, talk to them, otherwise they're going to run away and become heroin addicts. So yeah, I didn't hate this one, it had a vibe, but it's definitely one of the lesser entertaining ones. This one goes into the 5th position. I'd say, yeah, just above sort of drugs, drinking and driving, but below Beyond LSD. See what we've got next, shall we?
Often the introduction comes in the form of a goofball. This is the root of the addict's compulsion. A compulsion to lie, cheat, steal, even. He suggests that they blast a stick or two.
None for the Road is next, and this is either from 57 or 61 depending on where you look. Directed by J.P. Carson and is a 10-minute long drink driving scare film. The film follows through with narration and some melodramatic acting about a family man who has one too many drinks at a party and knocks a little girl over on the drive home. He then gets sentenced to a year in prison and loses his job as penance. Yeah, it's pretty standard, really, pretty bland, forgettable, pretty dull, really, yeah. There's some nice motion graphics that look a bit like Pink Panther. That's about as far as I can go, really. I do find it weird, though. It's meant to be a scare film, but the dude only gets a year in prison for like killing a child. Like, you'd think they'd ham it up a little bit, really, wouldn't you? Like, oh, you're going to spend your life in prison if you drink, drive and kill a girl. No, you're going to get a year, probably be out in 8 months on good behaviour. Like, at least do a little bit more. Dude gets off light, really. I don't know, it just seemed really weird. Yeah, short, forgettable, bottom of the list. Right at the bottom, I reckon. Let's see what we've got next.
The amount of alcohol in your blood can be measured through tests.
I always thought a bad shock would completely sober a drinker. It doesn't.
Next up we have The Trip Back with Florrie Fisher, which is from 1970 and is directed by Ralph Weisinger. I nearly said Walf, keep saying that. And it comes in at 27 minutes long, being the longest one yet. The film stars Florrie Fisher, who'd have guessed, who she toured around doing motivational talks. She's an ex-drug addict, and she just sort of goes around telling kids, like scaring kids off of doing drugs, telling her stories and things like that, bringing awareness to drugs. And yeah, the film is just one of her talks. It's just shot at a high school in New York, I believe, and it's standard in how it's made, you know, it's just shots of her talking. Some of the angles do cut the top of her head off and that, but it's just sort of dull in how it's made. Luckily though, Florrie Fisher really does bring this thing to life. She is a character. Very hyperbolic, just sort of stream of consciousness shouting at these kids about all these crazy drug stories. Some of them I'm not really sure if I believe. She claims She claims she's only known 6 people who started on weed and didn't move to heroin, and they only didn't move to heroin because they all murdered people while stoned and got the electric chair. Now, I don't know about you, but from my experience, when people are stoned, they just sit and stare at the TV eating crisps all night. I don't really think that they have the capacity to go out and murder. But I don't know what they were smoking back in the 50s, 60s, to be completely honest. The slang terms, the vigour, the way she talks, it's kind of endearing and fun to watch. But it does wear a little thin. It's long. It's a long sit. After about 15 minutes, you start getting a little fed up of it. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't mind it. It's gonna go in the middle on the list for sure. I think she influenced something. Let me just double check, because she influenced a character on a TV show, but I've never seen the show before. It's called Strangers with Candy. I don't know, but there's a main character on that show based on her, so she's left a mark in culture and history. Definitely. I can see why. She's a fun character. Yeah, this is going at number 5 at the moment, just behind Beyond LSD. Because, yeah, it does wear a little thin. There's only so much of this woman just shouting at you that I can take before I get a little like, alright, come on, let's do something different now. Next up, the last one. Last short, anyway, I believe. Let's see what it is.
And she will always be stiff, but it doesn't make any difference because she is a raving maniac and her prognosis is nil. Now, I mean, you say some of them smoke and don't need psychiatric help. Well, I have 6 people that I counted friends who use marijuana, and they never did graduate to heroin. You know why? Because on marijuana, they committed crimes of passion and were electrocuted before they got a chance to get hooked on horse.
Lastly, we have Users and Losers from 1971, directed by Sid Davis, and coming in at 17 minutes. This one's a little more narrative based. We get a kid who is trying to get money together to buy drugs off for another kid at school. Along the way, he finds the corpse of a girl who's OD'd, and the kid who's dealing at school gets arrested. And then our lead character sort of gets a talking to by an older kid about the dangers of drugs and how bad it can be for you. It has a fun start, definitely has a fun start. The narrator says some ridiculous stuff and it has a real nice energy to it. But when you get to the bit with the older kid over-explaining everything, saying how if you smoke weed, you're gonna do heroin, you know the fallacy, it's been mentioned a lot in this. It gets pretty old and pretty dry, to be honest. The kid also says that weed has no medicinal benefits whatsoever, which obviously has been disproven in later years, you know, things like CBD oil, pain relief, cancer relief and things like that. Obviously, they didn't know that back then, it's just kind of funny to see it now. And at the end, after this big long lecture from this kid, our lead finds his brother huffing glue for some reason, and we get some crazy editing, and it ends there. It's a mixed bag, this one, you know. The bit with the kid talking just goes on and on and on and on, but the beginning and end are quite entertaining, to be honest. The music's really good as well, some nice heavy guitar stuff into that. As a scare film though, I don't know, it seems pretty tame. I guess the most shocking thing about it is how young all the kids look in it. They're easily like 13 and younger. So I'm guessing that's sort of the shocking part of it, that kids that age would want to buy drugs and such. Yeah, it's middle of the road, this one. I'm going to put it below Laurie Fisher, I think, which I think is where it belongs, really. Yeah, it's okay, not the worst. So, that's all 11 short films that are on this disc. So, let's move on to see if there's anything else on the disc that's worth discussing.
Mitch is all business. The free ride is over. If David wants more reds, it'll cost him.
Some scientists who have studied the effects of pot smoking say it's very bad for you. Others say it's not. But one thing they do agree on, it isn't good for you. We'll have to... If you blow pot, you take a chance of blowing your whole future.
So there we have it then. All 11 films in this collection taken a look at. Honestly, none of them were absolutely awful. I didn't hate any of them. Some of them are better than others, don't get me wrong. Curious Alice being my favourite of the bunch. Because, well, it's animated for one, and I've got a real soft spot for animation, but it really leans into the trippy. Also, I watched it with friends, so maybe that helped a little bit as well. I watched all the other ones on my own, and yeah, maybe they weren't quite as entertaining as they could have been in a solo setting. The worst one was definitely None for the Road. I can't even remember what happened in that one right now. It's not horrible from what I recall, it's just bland, and didn't really entertain, I guess. Didn't really entertain me. It probably works fine as a PSA, I don't know, but it didn't entertain me. The running theme for these films seemed to be, if you smoke weed once, you'll do heroin. Kids only do drugs because the parents don't talk to them enough, and peer pressure. And also, if you do acid, it probably will send you insane. Of course, all normal things to think after watching drug PSAs. There's some fun era-specific stuff in this, you know, the sets, music, costumes, some of the visual effects and things like that. It's all fun and very charming to see, I'd say. The prints vary from absolutely battered to stable at best, I'd say. But it's amazing that a lot of these films have survived over the years, to be honest, because these films won't have been made with longevity in mind. They'll have just been made to get out there, to scare the kids, and forget about them. So it's nice that they exist still. And while we're here, there is one more thing on this disc. Now I'm going to have to double check what it's called, because I keep forgetting. It's called Drug Stories, Narcotics, Nightmares, and Hallucinogenic Hell Rides. And what this is a mixtape of scare films from AGFA. And I was hoping it was new stuff, but unfortunately it's stuff that we've already seen in this collection. It does start with something new, where a drug dealer tries to sell like drugs to 5-year-olds, which is quite funny. But then after that, it kicks off with stuff that we've already seen. I'm going to list them now. I'm going to have to read these because I keep forgetting which ones are in it. Users and Losers, we start with, then it's LSD 25, The Bottle and the Throttle, then it's LSD, Insight or Insanity, and we end on The Trip Back with Florrie Fisher in its entirety. So yeah, it's an 80-minute compilation, really. It chooses some of the better ones, it chooses some of the ones I rated relatively highly. No Curious Alice, which is a bit of a shame. And what else is a bit of a shame is that it's not new stuff, because I did hope that it was just a bunch of stuff that they just crammed together, offcuts and bits from this and that. But no, it is just what we've seen. To be honest though, it's probably a good way of watching a collection of these in one go, maybe with friends or something like that. Not an awful inclusion, just wish it was something new that we'd not seen before. Okay, let's check out the packaging on this one then. It's nice, honestly. I like the slipcover. The face on the front is striking, and this was one of the first 101 AGFA collection films that I remember seeing and wanting to get. I had it up on Amazon a few times, umming and ahhing about it. The back reads pretty well, sells the shorts, even if it does make them out to be a little more extreme than they actually are. But yeah, not bad. Does a good job on selling this package, I'd say. Overall then, yeah, this was pretty long one, this one, wasn't it? No, I enjoyed myself with these, I really did enjoy myself. The worst offence on this is some of them are just a little dull, or a little too long, I'd say. But really, there's something in all of them that either interested me or entertained me. And plus, I'm a sucker for short films, and especially for PSAs and things like that as well. They just interest me, you know? What I'll do now then is I'm going to do my ranking of all the videos, so I'm just going to read out my worst to best on these. So starting with None for the Road, then it is The Distant Drummer, The Bottle and the Throttle, Drugs, Drinking and Driving, then it's Narcotics, The Decision, Users are Losers, The Trip Back, Beyond LSD, LSD Insight or Insanity, LSD 25, and the number one was, of course, Curious Alice. Of course it was. I definitely preferred the LSD ones, just because they will lend themselves more to trippy visuals and things like that. And also, it even admits that LSD isn't that dangerous, so it's quite funny seeing them try and push it as dangerous. Things like the drink driving ones and the heroin ones, they're a bit more of a serious topic than the acid ones, I'd say, so they come across as a little more serious, a little more dry. I'd recommend this set. I think that it's well worth people's time. Put it on at parties, I reckon. You probably get some good reactions from people on some of these. Not all of them are hits. Maybe do a little bit of vetting beforehand and pick the best few and show your mates. But yeah, it's a nice little package, presented well. Not all of them look amazing, but you know, old prints and such. No, yeah, I'd say there's definitely something here. I mean, all of them I think are just available on YouTube for free, so you could just watch them that way. But if you see this cheap, it's nice having things physically, isn't it? So it's probably worth grabbing if you see it. They often do half price deals on these days, so it's probably worth grabbing in that little offer. So yeah, pretty good one. Enjoyed myself this time. Next time we're moving away from the short films and back to the feature films, for better or worse. Who knows? Who knows? Especially with this next one. Next episode on the AGFA and 101 reviews, we are going to be checking out Treasure of the Ninja. So I'll see you then. Hey up. So we're moving away from the short films of last episode and we're back to features. This episode, we're taking a look at Treasure of the Ninjas. Now, this is a 1987 zero-budget martial arts film directed by, written by, produced by, and starring William Lee. This is technically his second feature film, and it's his most famous one. And it looks like he had a pretty decent career after this, up until recently as well. It looks like he's still making stuff currently. People who star in this are generally people who only star in this, or maybe one or two other William Lee films. This doesn't have any big names or any names you'd really recognise outside of Lee himself, probably. So I've seen this referred to as a so bad it's good, zero-budget martial arts epic. Which sounds up my street, I'm not gonna lie. Sounds like something I'd very much be into. I know absolutely nothing about this. So let's have a look, shall we? See if it's any good.
The treasure, the government wants full credit for supporting us. If we don't...
They keep it quiet so no one knows that we were involved at all.
Now, you got the picture.
Tough little bitch, ain't she? Cool it, Cozzy. That woman is a class up. She just got her priorities in the wrong place. Well, what?
What do you want me to do, Mr. Chase?
Keep an eye on them. If they go into the jungle before I get there, make sure nobody follows them.
Don't worry. My men are waiting for me back in the jungle.
You and your killing team have never failed. Don't fail this time. I'll be on the next flight out.
The plot follows FaZe, who is a martial arts skilled secret agent played by William Lee. Now he's tasked by the government to help a professor find some treasure on an island. But they're not the only ones looking for this treasure. You've also got the island's owner, along with his ninjas and henchmen, and then you have the treasure's protector, Ikar the Invincible, also trying to stop people from moving the treasure at all. It's an all-out battle for the treasure to end up in the correct hands. This is a complete love letter to martial arts films of the 80s, 70s, and also a big love letter to Bruce Lee. It's a masterpiece in incompetence, and honestly, I loved every minute of it. It's an hour and 45, which is long for this sort of thing, but for me, it just flew by, and honestly, I haven't laughed this much at a film in quite a long time.
Drop your guns or you're both dead.
Well, howdy, Doctor.
Well, who are you? Where's my wife?
I'm a friend of Stephen Chase.
Right, where do we start with this one then? The acting. Let's start with that. It is absolutely terrible. No line of dialogue properly syncs up with the characters, no delivery sounds right, most of it's dubbed over, you've got all sorts of crazy accents going on, and it's just, it all comes together in this beautiful mess of hilarity, and you can't help but laugh along with it all, and there's a charm to it as well. I feel like at points as well, because there's a lot of accents in this, I think most of them are done by Lee himself as well, there's a lot of accents, and I feel like it's almost an homage to bad dubbing of martial arts films from like that were becoming popular in America in like the 70s and 80s. They'd come over and they'd just be rush job dubbing, get them on VHS and sell them in shops. And it's almost like he's trying to emulate that, which is bad already, and it's charming. And then on top of this as well, you've got like, the lighting's always behind the characters, so you can't really see the faces very well. They're not lit properly. And half the time this film, well, most of the time this film is shot just a little too far away. You add in the quality of the print of it all, and you can barely tell who's saying what at what given moment. But it's just a mess that just happens to be hilarious while it's being a mess, I'd say. Outside of this, though, you have the martial arts themselves. Now, these are actually quite impressive. William Lee is a talented choreographer and martial artist, and you can tell that this is the real reason why this film exists. He clearly loved watching Bruce Lee films, went in to do martial arts, we'll talk more on that in a bit. And you can just see that he's passionate and he's trained in it and he wants to do it and he wants to showcase his skill. This is also done through the plot as well, where the plot is kind of nonsensical a lot of the time. It rushes through a lot of it with just exposition dumps, just so we can get to these fight scenes, which you can tell he's so proud of. If only they were shot a little better, I think that's the only thing. But this is the thing with low budget filmmaking. It's hard to make a film. I've made short films and it's a difficult task to make a film to get everybody together. And this film's got a lot of characters in, and somehow they're all memorable. It's the weirdness of them all. They're just absurd enough to stick in your mind. But you get all these actors together, you get all these cameras that you're not fully sure how you use, because I think this was all shot on Super 8 and then edited on VHS, so that's something else entirely. That's crazy. And you get all these things together, you've got to get people right, weather's got to be right, timing, you've got to make sure you don't get interrupted, you've got to get permits maybe, or you don't, and then the police come and shoo you away. So many different things that can go wrong, yet somehow it exists and it is here, and that's just impressive in and of itself. That he just managed to get this thing made and completed, and there it is, it exists. And I'm glad he did, because it's a charming watch and a love letter to all things martial arts, and it just worked for me. It worked for me. And I think that is why I would call this film So Bad It's Good. Now, a lot of films get that title these days. It gets thrown around a lot. Now, what I'm looking for in a So Bad It's Good is not something that's self-aware. Something that, I don't want something that knows that it's being bad and it's sort of nudging and winking and like, look at us, look what we're doing, look what we're doing. I'm not counting that. That isn't a So Bad It's Good film for me. Films like Troll 2 and The Room, where there's a sincerity, where they are actually trying to get something across, they're trying to make something that they think is a masterpiece, and it comes out wonky and weird and not quite right. They are So Bad It's Good, because you need the sincerity behind it to empathise, I guess. You need that empathy, then adds like an extra layer. You're not just laughing at, you're laughing at how bad it is, but you're laughing at how bad it is within the idea in mind of, it's easy to fall into these trappings when you're making something, and it's easy to get a little big-headed maybe, or it's easy to just not quite have the right vision or not quite know the tech well enough or something like that. And I would honestly say that this falls into So Bad It's Good, and it's a complete joy to watch, and I will definitely be watching this film again in the future. This is 100% going to be a part of my bad movie night rotations. People I know need to see this. It's excellent. But we're not quite done with this disc yet, because there is another feature on it. William Lee's first feature, to be precise. So let's move on and see what that one's all about, shall we?
Well, Doctor, it's time. Where's the fun? What is this? What are you...
Dragon vs. Ninja is again directed by, written by, produced by and starring William Lee, and is from 1984, making it his first feature film. The plot follows William Lee, played by William Lee, who is fighting an opposing dojo because he's trying to avenge his master's death and also find some treasure. Dude loves his treasure. It has a lot of similarities to Treasure of the Ninja. It's got the funny dialogue, the over-the-top campiness to it all, the really cool and good fight sequences, some decent choreography in there, but it is a worse experience overall. It only comes in at 65 minutes, but for me it felt longer than Treasure of the Ninja did, and that is mostly just down to how it's made. It's much rougher, the print is much worse, the sound is inaudible quite a few times. It's not great, and there's a few major issues, but one that really stood out to me was that most of the cuts between shots, when the camera comes back in, the lighting will dip and come back up, and the sound will cut briefly. And when you've got a lot of rapid shots cut together, that can be quite difficult to sit through, honestly. It's not ideal. So it's not a perfect thing. It is definitely entertaining, but not a perfect thing. This definitely feels like a prototype for what would become Treasure of the Ninja. This is definitely some form of prototype. It's like they're trying to figure out how the camera works and how can we shoot fight scenes. It just makes a lot more mistakes than Treasure does. It's definitely an interesting watch for fans. I'd recommend it for fans, but I don't think it's a starting point with his work. I'd say start with Treasure the Ninja. If you want a little more, maybe check out Dragon vs. Ninja. But once again, this isn't all we have on this disc, because we do have a few early short films. So let's move on to take a look at those, shall we?
I don't think you got the message.
What took you so long, son?
Next time I'm gonna get somebody that can knock some sense into you, old man.
To the police now.
Me? No way. I'm glad he's dead.
What?
So, short films. We get a few of them on here, really, and I think I'm going to split them into two categories. I think that that's the best way of talking about these. So firstly, we have the New Chinese Connection from 1980. And if Dragon vs. Ninja was a prototype for Treasure of the Ninja, then this is 100% a prototype for Dragon vs. Ninja. It's the same sort of fare. It's William Lee fighting his mates in the park, badly edited together, bad audio, and yeah, it's only 22 minutes and it feels like a test for what would then become Dragon vs. Ninja, which feels like a test for what then would become Treasure of the Ninja. You could definitely see the progression with these. It's not the most entertaining, but it's not completely void of entertainment. If you want to see more of William Lee fighting, then it's probably worth checking out, because you do get a bunch more of that. And then we have the other section. I'm going to have to double check the names on these because there's a few of them. So what we've basically got here is 4 very short and very early short films, being the Willie Jack series of films. So these are called Willie Jack, being the first one. Then Return of Willie Jack, Revenge of Willie Jack, and Willie Jack in the Jungle. They're very short, ranging from 2.5 minutes to 3.5 minutes. and this is Lee as a teenager, basically just fighting kids in various dark rooms or in the park. There's not much variation on these. The sound is absolutely inaudible, pretty much completely inaudible. Don't know if you heard that, that was Beck. I think it's feeding time. What are you doing? So yeah, they're basically inaudible, but you know what, there's a charm. You get that real charm feeling of like kids dicking about with a video camera for the first time. And yeah, it looks like it's sort of his little like karate or kung fu or whatever he was training in group of kids, just sort of getting together, fighting each other. There's some endearing effects in here, but they're not essential. They're not going to blow you away or anything like that. It's nice that they're included on the disc, absolutely, these sorts of things, because it's nice seeing basically how we ended up with Treasure of the Ninja. You can really see the progression. It's been interesting because I've basically watched these in reverse order, watching the end product and then worked backwards to the early shorts when he was a teenager. And if you really like his film, Treasure of the Ninja, you're probably going to get a kick out of watching this progression. Outside of that, though, you're not going to get much else, I'm afraid. But yeah, decent inclusion. Let's do a bit of wrapping up, shall we?
Get out of here, Willie Jack. Next time you'll fight the mean karate expert.
So I've pretty much discussed everything we get on the disc, but we do also get some audio commentary for Treasure of the Ninja with William Lee. Not listened to that, but I can imagine that's quite an interesting listen, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, it's a great little package, to be honest. It's pretty much everything early William Lee, and it's great. It's nice that it's all been preserved. I like it when stuff like this is preserved because it feels like it needs to be. It's just really good, really nice little package. The print is a little tricky to talk about, really, just because of how these films were made, I guess. So a lot of these were shot on 8mm or Super 8mm and then ran through VHS to edit. And yeah, you can tell the prints are pretty abysmal. Even though they have been enhanced somewhat, they're still not very good at all. The visuals are blurry and mucky and grainy, and they jump about all over the place, and the lighting's all bad on it. The audio is nearly inaudible for most of it. I mean, I've been showing clips throughout this review. It's just that, basically, for the whole thing. And the earlier you get with his films, the worse the print gets, which is understandable, honestly, it's understandable. There's nothing you can really do about it, and they are upfront about it. On the back of the case, it does say, note that Treasure of the Ninja was shot on Super 8 and edited on tape. Please approach the technical quality of the transfer with empathy. Which is nice, at least they're being upfront about it. You know what you're getting if you read that disclaimer on the back. And yeah, there's not much more you can really do about it, unfortunately. So it's not a case of laziness in this instance. It's not a hard gore where, oh, they just slapped whatever print they had on a disc. This is just how it's going to be, unfortunately. But saying all this, it kind of adds to the charm of it all. I think if this looked beautiful in 4K, it wouldn't be quite as charming as it is with the dodgy print. Okay then, time for the case, and honestly, it's pretty nice. I do really like the slip cover with Lee front and centre mid-smack. It's an honest case as well. The image isn't the best quality. It kind of lets you know that it's going to be not the best print and very low budget without it being completely off-putting. We also get a reversible sleeve too, and I really like the handmade poster artwork. It fits the movie perfectly. All the information seems correct on the back, the run times are right, and the write-up is nice. You can tell AGFA and Bleeding Skull were fans of this. Yeah, really nice little package, good presentation. Overall then, yeah, this is fantastic. This is exactly what I look for in a low-budget film. and I would definitely say that so far this is the best in the AGFA 101 collection. If you are a filmmaker who's had experience to making low-budget films, or if you're just a fan of low-budget DIY films, or if you just like seeing silly, campy kung fu movies with charm to them, then I would definitely say that this is well worth a watch. There's a lot to love about this film. It doesn't feel like it's been slapped together haphazardly. It feels like a labour of love that just happened to be a little wonky at times. The packaging is nice, the presentation's nice, the extras, seeing his earlier films and such, is a great little addition. This is definitely a film I will be watching again in the future. This is going to become a staple, a rotation for drunken movie nights with friends. My friends need to see this. I can't sit alone having seen this. I need to show people it, and I will be showing people it. So, excellent. One of the best so far. It's nice to see something that really made me laugh as much as this as well. Don't know if that's going to be the case next episode. I don't know. Next episode looks like an interesting one. I definitely like the title. The title seems ridiculous. As for the film though, who knows? Next episode, we are going to be looking at The Curious Dr. Hump. Hey up. Bit of a weird one, I think, this episode, and probably a bit of a horny one, judging by the title alone. We're checking out The Curious Dr. Hump. This is a 1969 Argentinian sexploitation horror film directed by Emilio Vera. Might have butchered that name, not fully sure. It doesn't look like he's done anything that I recognise, really. It looks like he's mainly stuck within the exploitation bracket, focusing on horror and westerns as well. But yeah, nothing that really stood out to me as something that I'd either heard of or seen before. Same with the people who star in this. Nobody really stood out as doing anything that I've ever seen or heard of. A bunch of people who've only done this as well. So, as you'd expect with this sort of thing, to be honest. No idea what to expect from this one. I know nothing about this one completely. Hopefully it can live up to the ridiculousness of the face on the front cover. But who knows? Let's take a look, shall we?
And let the lesbians share one room. I want to observe them. This one will need more stimulation. Have they reached climax yet?
Twice, Doctor.
Can they stand another extraction?
The girl can. She's still strong enough. That poor man's got nothing left now.
The plot follows Dr. Hump, a mad scientist with an army of brain-dead slaves who kidnap couples or groups of people by the looks of it and perform experiments on them by making them really horny and getting them all to bang. Then Dr. Hump extracts the juices from this and puts it in a serum so that he can live longer, basically. So it's up to a reporter and a policeman to try and put a stop to him before he enslaves the entire world. It sounds bigger than it actually is, I guess. It's pretty boring for the most part. It starts off at a crawl and it never picks up for the entire hour and 27 minutes. It just doesn't have much going on or much to say. It's got the pacing of a B movie from the 50s. Yeah, and obviously it's a 60s film, but it definitely feels like something from maybe a little earlier where things were just a little slower, but there's nothing really much to show outside of a bit of flesh, unfortunately.
It's here, somewhere in here, that I'll find the nerves that control the libido. And now, I I dominate sex.
Okay, let's start with the dubbing for this then. So, yeah, the main version on this disc is a English dub of this film, and it's not a great dub, if I'm completely honest. It's very flat, kind of boring. It's like, yeah, it's not bad enough to be hilarious, it's just kind of crap. And the characters aren't very fleshed out or developed, which is a bit of a shame. And then on top of that, you've got these like motives and characters changing sides, and it all seems quite like jarring because they keep switching about, and plot events happen, but it doesn't feel natural in how they're doing it. There's just not much really to latch onto in this thing, I guess. Obviously, there's a ton of softcore porn in this as well. You don't see much, and the main issue with it is that there's probably just a little too much of it, I guess. I get that that's the whole point of this exploitation film, and I understand completely that it is within the plot of this film, that like it isn't nonsense that they're having sex. It's just, it is important to the story. It's just that maybe there's a little too much of it, and it does kind of kill the pacing sometimes, especially when it just goes off on one. And yeah, maybe more time spent figuring these characters out, figuring the story out a little bit, would have been a better use of the time with the film, really. But I don't know, I guess I'm not watching this as porn, I'm watching this as entertainment. And I mean, nowadays I don't know why you would watch this as porn, but yeah, as far as entertainment goes, it's a little boring, unfortunately. In that regard. I do like the masks, however. They're trying to play them off as sort of realistic, but they aren't in the slightest. They're very campy and stupid looking, and I like how they look. And then you get things like a brain in a jar that talks. Could have done with a bit more of that, I think. More of the weird masks, the silly faces, and the brain in the jar that talks, because, yeah, they were the best parts of this film, for sure. It's not a badly put together thing. The black and white's quite nice. The camera usage is pretty good. Decent angles. The editing's fine. There's the odd little bit here and there that just doesn't quite work. But it's not the majority of this film, luckily. The music isn't amazing. It can be a little jarring. More so because it's repetitive and sometimes it just doesn't really fit within the scene. So you're like, oh, why the fuck is this music playing for this chase scene? It doesn't fit right. But it's not the worst thing you're ever going to hear in the world. I think the main issue with this film, the main takeaway is that I just have a feeling it's going to be super forgettable. I reckon in about a month, I'm going to have pretty much completely forgot what happens in this film.
She's ready. You're making her become excited.
I'm doing it to her. I can't stop screwing her.
Now permit your look.
Dr. Hump is on the verge of a great breakthrough. In his hands, sex will dominate the world. Try to stop him and you will die.
So I mentioned that I watched the dub version of this film. So what this is it's actually a US re-edit of this film. It comes in at 1 hour and 27, and basically what it's done is it's added in the dub, which isn't great, the music, which I wasn't a fan of, and then a lot more of the sex scenes. There's like group sex scenes, like the lesbians and just a group of kids. And I noticed it pretty early on, actually, because the quality of the camera is very different with these added scenes. It's basically the stuff that slows the whole film down and feels like padding that's being added. I'm guessing the Americans watched it and thought, you know what, there's not enough, like, what's this film trying to do? It's trying to be a sexploitation. There's not enough sex, let's cram some more in and dub it for the Americans and re-score it and all that sort of stuff. And honestly, I don't know, I think a lot of my issues with this film come from this re-edited version. Fortunately, on this disc we do have the other version, which is called La Venganza del Sexo, which means Revenge of Sex, and it's in the original Spanish, and there's a few differences actually. Yeah, the music is less in your face and it allows a little more time for silence and quiet moments, which I always feel that builds tension maybe a little bit more and adds more of an atmosphere sometimes than just blasting some orchestral music at you. The Spanish seems to fit a little better. I'm guessing the line deliveries will be more natural. If you're not a fan of subtitles, then that might be a reason for you to not watch it, but I love subtitled films, so it doesn't bother me. But you also get things like the opening credits sequence. Instead of just being like shots of things, it's like these like illustrated things. It's quite stylized looking, and I don't know, I think it suits the film pretty well. If I'd have started this film with those credits, I think I'd have been like, oh yeah, this actually looks pretty interesting. Now don't get me wrong, I think all these changes aren't going to save the film. I think the main thing though that might is the fact that it's shorter as well. It's an hour and 22, the original cut, so 5 minutes shorter. But I think outside of it just being a slightly tighter experience, I still don't think it's going to be an amazing film. It's still a stupid story that's just trying to show you various sex scenes and then silly little monster men. Now that might sound fun and entertaining, but 5 minutes difference to me doesn't scream a whole lot different, really. I don't know. But it's there anyway, and it's on the disc, and it's probably the better way to watch it if you are going to watch it, the original cut. But that's not all that's on this disc, as we have a little featurette of short films apparently, so let's check that out. So this bonus featurette is titled Brain Damaged Shorts from Dr. Hump's Laboratory, and it is 22 minutes long and it comprises of 5 trailers and 1 short film. So let's start with the trailers, because I don't really have much to say on them really. They're all for similar types of films from a similar type of era really. You get like sex cult films or sex killer films, and then there's a trailer for this in there as well, so you're only getting 4 unique trailers really. The only one that really stood out to me was The Deadly Organ. Looks a bit like a Phantom of the Opera knockoff with a crazy mask. Outside of that, yeah, I don't know, I'm not like gonna rush out and find any of these, to be completely honest. So then we have 1 short film, and it is called To Whom It May Concern, and it's directed by, let me double check this, W. Merle Connell from 1950, and it's a sort of what you'd expect from a 1950s comedy short really. We get the tall smart guy and the short dumb guy, and these two are in a museum. The short dumb guy splashes some water on the mummies, and they do a bit of a sexy dance, and it's meant to be a bit wacky and a bit silly. I don't know. I like all the comedy. Big fan of like the Marx Brothers, Three Stooges, stuff like that. These two reminded me of Abbott and Costello, and I've never really watched much of Abbott and Costello, and what I have watched I'm not a massive fan of, and I know that might be controversial because I know that they are quite beloved. They just never really did much for me personally. And yeah, these feel like just a rip-off of that. I got one laugh when the dude was crying over his banana, and then the rest of it was just pretty weak, and then it ends with a pretty dated joke at the end. The weirdest thing is the fact that this is on this disc, honestly. I don't really know why they included just 1 short film and it was this one. Seems like a bit of an afterthought. Oh well. The featurette overall, it's more of a trailer reel than anything, more like the hardcore trailer reels or the Vipco trailer reels or something. I don't know, it's not worth buying the disc for exclusively or anything like that.
And they're hooked by the fiend behind the mask.
Chew your food.
Now what's the matter? I told you to slow down.
Somebody eat my banana!
Okay, time for the print then, and honestly, it's not too bad at all. It's probably one of the cleanest ones we've seen in this AGFA 101 collection, to be honest. It's stable, there's not too much filth or grain or dirt on the screen. Yeah, the black and white looks nice, the contrast works. Pretty clean and nice print, to be completely honest, for one of these films, really. And on the disc, we get pretty much what I've mentioned already, really. We get the US cut, we get the original cut of the film, we get the featurette with the trailers and the short, and then we get a audio commentary with Frank Henenlotter, the guy who did Basket Case. And I swear he's popped up on one of these before, honestly. Maybe he's got something to do with AGFA or something weird or something like that. Or maybe he's just a big fan of these films and wants to talk about them. But yeah, bit of audio commentary as well, never hurts. Right then, case time. And yeah, it's fine really. The cover's striking, and to me anyway, it sells the film. You kind of need to use this weird goblin man's face, don't you, in order to sell this. Yeah, I don't mind it. There's a reversible sleeve again, and the alternate cover is a little dull, really. Yeah, not massive on it. The runtime is off on this one. The films are either 87 minutes or 82 minutes, but it says the main feature is 77 minutes, meaning that probably it's 10 minutes off, which, yeah, that's not great really, is it? The extras runtime is correct though, with the original cut of the film and the featurette combined. Yeah, turns out alright. Outside of this, the information seems to be all correct though. Although, calling this film a rite of passage might be a little hyperbolic. Overall then, yeah, it's not great. It's just a little too boring for its own good, doesn't really build up any characters or a decent plot, and just spends most of its runtime going, hey, look at these tits. There is another cut on this, the original cut, which does look like it might be slightly better, but I still don't think it's gonna save this film. I still think that this film is gonna be just a little crap, a little boring. I wouldn't recommend this film. If for some reason you are in the market for it, which fair enough, this version is pretty nice though, the alternate cut, and you do get a few special features, although that featurette isn't much. It's nicely presented though, this film on this disc. The restoration's nice, it's clean. It's a decent way to own this film if you do enjoy it or you do want to see it. But yeah, it doesn't get a recommendation from me. So, bit of a disappointing one, this episode for me. Next episode though, I believe we are sticking with the wacky silliness. Hopefully this one is a little more, has a little more going for it than the last one. Judging by the cover, it looks pretty out there. This is one of the ones that I remember spotting in HMV before I decided to buy the collection to do the reviews. The cover grabbed me and the stupid title grabbed me. So, let's see if it's any good. Next episode of AGFA 101, we will be checking out Sometimes Aunt Martha Does Dreadful Things. Hey up. Time again for some AGFA weirdness, and a film that I'm hoping is even half as entertaining as it's advertising itself to be. We're taking a look at Sometimes Aunt Martha Does Dreadful Things. This is a 1971 crime horror comedy directed by Thomas Casey, and it's the only directorial effort that he's done. Looks like he did work with Herschel Gordon Lewis though as the editor of Monster A Go-Go. Pretty interesting. The film stars Abe Zwick, who hasn't really done anything else, and Wayne Crawford, who's done a bunch of stuff, nothing that really stood out to me, but he's done quite a few things, quite a few credits, up until his death in 2016. So this to me looks like it's going to be some very over-the-top campy fun, and I'm really hoping it is. I know nothing about this outside of what is on the case here. So let's check it out, let's see what it's all about, shall we?
In our house, it's always the wrong number.
We'll talk again sometime.
Oh, as I was saying...
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Delicious.
Stanley, I want you to go and clean up in the kitchen. Right now.
Cool it, will you? That hurts. Do you know what you need? You need a broomstick up your ass. What makes you so bitchy this morning?
Do you think...
The plot follows Paul and Stanley, who are both on the run from the cops and are bunkered down in a house in the suburbs where Paul has donned the disguise of Aunt Martha. They're trying to keep a low profile, but Stanley's attraction to the ladies, the constant bickering, the weirdo nosy neighbours, and Paul's addiction to putting knives in people might just be their downfall. This is a lot of fun. It's super campy, it's super over the top, and very silly and entertaining. It's kind of like if John Waters and Herschel Gordon-Lewis directed a mashup of La Cage aux Folles and Psycho. Yeah, it's got a lot going for it. It's got a 70s pace, so it's not the quickest thing, but it does maintain a level of engagement throughout, just through the silly nature of it, the great characters, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Let's ball, Aunt Martha. Come on, Aunt Martha, let's ball. Okay, don't sweat it. You know, everything I do is wrong. I have told you before not to drink out of that faucet. Crabby.
The acting, it's not too bad. It's definitely low budget. It's definitely got that low budget acting feel to it, but it's not terrible or in your face. If you like John Waters films and the acting in those, you're probably going to get on with the acting here as well. Especially Zwick playing Paul. It might be some of the finest gay neurotic lover who's jealous acting I've seen in a very long time. It's campy and it's fun, and it fits the mood of the film as well. The film sort of leans into it quite nicely with sort of odd couple dynamic. It works, yeah. It's not a gore fest by any means. There's a little bit here and there, and there's quite a dark scene towards the end involving a pregnant woman that I'm not going to spoil here. But I wasn't expecting it to go where it did, to be honest. I didn't know how extreme we were going to get. And yeah, it's not afraid to push it a little bit towards the end. It's nothing that's going to like blow your mind or anything, but it's just dark enough that it took me off guard a little bit. And of course, this wouldn't be a 70s film without topless ladies dancing on drugs. So we do get a little bit of sleaze here, but it's not, again, it's nothing mind-blowing. It's just a little bit very of the era, I guess. I think the main thing to probably talk about is the relationship between Paul and Stanley. Now, these are described as being two friends on the run, but I don't know. A cross between the drag, the bickering, the jealousy, just the closeness, the fact that Stanley freaks out every time he's about to get laid. I don't think I'm overthinking things when they seem like a couple to me. And I'm not the only one, because this has become, in like more recent times, a bit of a queer cult classic. And I can 100% see why. These two definitely, the drag as well, you know, it definitely feels like jealous lovers for a lot of it, and it adds to the comedy, it adds to the fun of it all. It's not too badly made, it's fine, looks alright, the shots are quite nice. I really like the sets. very like Americana with the suburban houses and the diners and stuff. It's got that sort of kitsch Americana that John Waters loves so much, and yeah, it's always good to see. Yeah, it all just sort of works as like a fun, complete piece, really. There's nothing that really stood out as being like out of place or annoying, to be honest. So yeah, pretty good. That's not all we have on the disc though, as there is a bonus feature. So let's check that out, shall we?
What the hell have you done? Holy Christ! I want a little privacy. You psychopath! Clear this crap out of here!
No, I think he hangs around with a bunch of hippies in the park.
Doesn't he have a girlfriend?
Nothing serious. I've been cooped up in that damn house too long. I'm getting mean as a snake.
The Drag Queen's Ball is a recording of a drag show from 1970 shot in a Holiday Inn in Memphis. It's a nice little piece of preservation, don't get me wrong, coming in at 47 minutes. Yeah, it preserves it alright, but it's not shot on the best cameras, unfortunately, and a lot of the time it's hard to make out what's going on. Now, I think the point of these, the Drag Queen's Ball, is to show off these big costumes and these big set pieces and for it to be a big show. And unfortunately you can't really see a lot of what's going on due to the lo-fi nature. It's an interesting piece of preservation, don't get me wrong, and it sounds like everybody's having fun, and some of the costumes look like they could be quite impressive, but it is very hard to make out what's happening all the time just due to the fact that it was probably just shot on whatever cheap cameras they could have at the time. Sorry, that sun has really come in there, hasn't it? So it's not a perfect thing. It's probably nice for preservation reasons, but it's not something you're going to really sit and watch for entertainment. It's more something you might just pop on in the background out of curiosity, or if you need to reference that sort of thing for something bigger, then it's a nice little thing to have available. But yeah, I don't know. You feel the 47 minutes if you just sat watching it like I did. But yeah, nice that it exists, and we're not quite done there either. We have 2 short films on this disc as well.
We also want you to remember that while a thing of beauty is a
I'm just going to have to put up with this sun, I think. So, we have 2 shorts included on the disc. The first one we get is Gay in 3. Now, this is footage from a gay festival in LA in 1972. And, yeah, we get to see people dancing to some music, and we get some interviews. It's all very tongue-in-cheek. The interviewer's definitely having fun with this, and it all ends in a big gag that I wasn't quite expecting. It's only 10 minutes long, and it's a fun little time capsule, and it's pretty entertaining. Yeah, not bad. Nice little short on this. Next up, we have Caught in the Can. I have to keep checking the information on this one, because it's only a 7-minute section of a longer 65-minute film. From 1970, directed by Joseph F. Robertson. I keep forgetting his name. Now, this is a softcore comedy porn, and yeah, we only get a small section of it. The plot seems to be that 2 guys decide to dress up as women so they can seduce sailors, but they end up getting arrested. But we only really see the dressing up side of it. We just see them trying on outfits, and it looks like they're having fun doing it, sure. The quality's not great, it's very choppy, and it's clearly the only surviving bit, maybe, of this much bigger thing. Preservation, again, fair enough, but it's very hard to comment with such a small section. So really, I'm just going to mention it and leave it there, I think. So, yeah, let's wrap this up, shall we?
What do you think about fucking and sucking and carrying on? And
Well, it's all right with a girl, not with a guy.
I see. How many girls have you had?
Oh, I get thousands of girls.
Like, when they see me, everything's all right. But then when they see her, they want to get nasty about it, you know. And...
I hope these are my size, man.
Okay then, time for the print, and it's not the worst thing we've seen in these AGFA films, but it's not the best either. It's stable, I'd say, it's quite watchable, but there are a few issues such as colours bleeding. We get like a blurry sort of colour bleed on one side for quite a chunk of it, and there's some like green scratchy lines as well. The sound's not too bad though, it's fine, but it does have its issues. I think the bonus movies sort of suffered more than the main feature. The Drag Queen's Ball is barely watchable, but I think that was just shot on a terrible camera, so there's not really much you can do with that. And Caught in the Can didn't look great either. Yeah, it's not the best, it's not the worst. And on the disc, we get the movie, we get a commentary from a queer movie historian called Elizabeth Purchell, I believe. Then we get the bonus movie, we get the 2 shorts, and we get a little trailer reel as well. So, yeah, not too bad really. The bonus movie was a bit of a letdown compared to some of the others, but yeah, not too bad. Not too bad overall. And time for the case then. The colorization of the colour image is strange, but it's stylised and it stands out. Yeah, I think it works. It's just a little odd when you really start looking at it, especially the arm. It looks really strange. I think it gets across the campy nature of the film pretty well, though. Yeah, I mean, it caught my attention when I saw it in HMV. Something really weird that I don't think I've ever seen before is the use of a letterboxed review on a Blu-ray case. Like, who is this guy, and why does his letterboxed review get used? Will one of my letterboxed reviews get used at some point in the future? Really weird, really strange. The slipcover's nice again, and we once again get a reversible sleeve, which I also quite like. Yeah, minimal and effective. The write-up's good on the back, and all the information seems correct. Yeah, pretty good stuff here, to be honest. Overall then, I really enjoyed this one. It's campy, it's silly, it's engaging, really like the characters, and it's not afraid to get a little dark towards the end as well. There's a lot going for this, and I can see why it's become a bit of a cult film, to be honest. If you're a fan of John Waters' films, sure, this doesn't get as filthy as his, but I think there's some crossover, there's some parallels. I think you might get on with this one if you're a fan of, yeah, like Female Trouble or Polyester or Pink Flamingos or something like that. You're probably going to get a kick out of this one. Yeah, I'd recommend this. I'd say if there's anything you've seen in this review that looks interesting to you, that you want to see for yourself, then you're probably the right audience for this. I'd definitely recommend it. The preservation's nice as well, a few special features, and it's usually... These AGFA 101 films have been on sale a lot recently, so if you can pick it up for cheap as well, it's definitely worth taking a look at. Yeah, nice to see another good one in this series. Next episode. Next episode. Now, I have a feeling that this is going to be a so bad it's good film. This is a bit of a notorious one. This has quite the cult following. I've heard about this one, but I've never actually watched it. This was the first of the AGFA 101 films that I picked up, and kind of the reason that I'm doing this review series at all, because when I heard about this, I really wanted to talk about it on the channel in some way. So I decided to do all the AGFA 101 films. So blame this film. As I said though, I haven't seen it, so I don't actually know what it's like, but I'm excited. I've seen the previous work of this. I think the director of this wrote Things. So, and I'm quite the fan of Things. So, next episode we are checking out Wicked World. This is one that I have been waiting for since the beginning of this review series. In fact, this is the one that started this review series because I knew I wanted to talk about this film on this channel. We're looking at Wicked World. This is a 1991 Canadian horror film directed by, written by, edited by, and starring Barry J. Gillis. Now, if this is a guy that you have never heard of before, he's worth looking into. I've seen his film Things, and if you haven't seen that, check it out. You're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. Maybe this is the same. Who knows? I haven't seen this one yet. Outside of the film starring Gillis, we also get Eddie Platt, who plays the lead, and then everybody else in this is only in this. Once you're in this film, that's pretty much it for your career, I believe. So as I said, I haven't seen this before, but I've heard quite a lot about it throughout the years, hearing that it's baffling and terrible, strange, so bad it's good, I've heard. All things that intrigue me, and if Things is anything to go by, then it might be my sort of film. But I don't know, I haven't seen it, so let's crack on and check it out, shall we?
Forgive me for what I have done and for what I am about to do. God bless the dead. I pray to the Lord.
So Brad, are you fucking my sister or what?
What's it to you, a mental case?
All you guys have called me a mental case once too often. Say your prayers.
No, he's okay. Yeah, you look good. You lose weight? Yeah.
This film is the ravings of an insane person. I'm going to try my best to talk about the plot, but I might get some things wrong, so do bear with me. So we start out at a party where teenagers are hanging out and banging each other. One of these teenagers isn't a fan of this and tries to kill everybody. Meanwhile, there's a guy with a gas mask outside who comes in and then does kill everybody and finishes the job. We then find out that this dude in the gas mask is actually a character invented by a man who's had a lobotomy and is in a wheelchair. He's sort of angstily telling us these made-up stories of a killer while a nurse pushes him around a park that he hates. His stories involve this masked killer whose 3 daughters killed themselves, I think that's right, and then he loses it and kills his wife. Meanwhile, there are 2 cops, but we really focus on one cop, and this cop's wife died, or was killed, and he's haunted by this and he's trying to get revenge. The cop is played by Barry Gillis, by the way. The other cop, I don't really know, I can't remember what his deal is. They're also corrupt in some way because they're like framing people and they're on video doing so. And it all sort of comes to a head. It turns out though that these stories aren't actually made up by this guy, they're just stories from this guy's past, and he's telling it like it's made up. And then it all culminates, and the moral is that nobody survives in this wicked world. As I say, I might be wrong about some of this. It's hard to fully comprehend what's happening, partly as well because I was laughing so much and confused for a big chunk of it. This film is genuinely one of the funniest, most incompetent things I have ever sat and watched, and I couldn't look away. Loved it, absolutely, really enjoyed this. It's a little overly long for what it is, 1 hour and 40. We'll talk more about that runtime later though, as it's 1 hour 40, but is it 1 hour 40? But we'll get into that later. But what I will say is, it needs to be seen to be believed, this film. It's unique, strange, weird, terrible, but brilliant at the same time, and I really liked it.
Ready, 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 ready,
justice in the white world. There's no justice. You're breaking my ribs. Oh, my back. Oh, my ribs. You're breaking my ribs.
Okay, Celia. Give me the gun. I will go first, and you too will go next.
The acting and dubbing in this, as you can probably imagine, is awful. Atrocious, in fact. Maybe some of the worst we've ever seen. No one can emote properly, lines come out strange, garbled, and it's all very funny to watch. The dubbing as well, I think a lot of it is just done by Gillis himself, and a lot of it has that sort of whisper shouting that you used to hear a lot on like early YouTube and stuff. It's like he's recording it at home and he doesn't want to disturb his mum. Again, there's a charm to it, but it's a feature film it should not be in, I guess. There's far too many characters in this to keep fully track of. Our lead, though, his main sort of shtick is that he is super angsty. We're going to be talking a little more about him later as well. The violence and the gore, well, yeah, it's definitely something. We do get some practical effects, and they're what you'd expect, sort of low budget 90s stuff. It's not the worst, it's definitely not the best, it's sort of fine. Then we get some digital effects, and when you remember that this is from 91 and is very low budget, oh dear. We get overlays and sort of just splats and things, and none of it fits, but at the same time it's not really something that I've seen done in this way before, so it kind of has a unique quality to it. The flying limbs in particular really made me laugh. This film's also super sleazy. It's not afraid to show you some tits, basically. There's a lot of that in it. It's all awkward, it's all uncomfortable to watch. There's a lot of like long sex scenes where the dude is fully clothed and the girl's just like in her underwear straddling him for a bit. It's all a bit clumsy and awkward, and of course it is. It's super low budget stuff that we've seen before many times. Yeah, doesn't really do much for the plot, but it's there, I guess. The editing is something that I really want to talk about as well. It's pretty frantic and all over the place. It'll go a long time without really doing anything, and then it'll throw a lot at you all at once. And I spent a lot of time, as someone who's done a lot of editing in the past, I spent a lot of time shouting why at the screen and just being baffled by it. Because it's not that it's incompetent, because a lot of the effects that he's getting from this would require a lot of work in order to get this. This was shot on film but edited on tape as well, so a lot of these effects wouldn't necessarily have been easy. A lot of these choices wouldn't have been easy. They must have been very deliberate, I guess. And that just, again, makes it very baffling. It's trying to have this sort of style to it. It's trying to have this unique quality to it, and it does, but I don't think it quite works. But in a way, it's so entertaining to look at that it does work, I guess. It's shot in sort of standard fare, you know, cameras a bit lazily placed on a tripod, as you can imagine, handheld stuff, and it's not the nicest thing to look at or anything like that. The music is a bit of an eclectic mix of like power ballads, heavy metal, and Irish folk music, which again, all very entertaining, all very strange, all adding to this really weird, off vibe that it has. Yeah, just a unique and strange thing.
Stop. 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 I hate slides.
must say,
Well, we'll see you on Saturday then.
you make quite the hot dog, sweetheart.
So let's talk more about this runtime then, shall we? So I said that this film comes in at 1 hour and 40 minutes, just over in fact. And it does, but weirdly, the credits start rolling at 1 hour and 29 minutes. And well, I was like, what the hell are we going to have for the next 10 minutes then? Is there like an after credits scene or something like that? Not really. What happens, I'm going to try and run through exactly what happens in this, like exactly. So I'm going to be checking this because I have a list of exactly what comes up here. So the credits play out, and throughout the credits we get random scenery shots interspliced between. Then the credits sort of come to an end and we get a bunch of quotes from different people. Then we get more special thanks, and then we get shots of a goose with quotes edited over the images, and I think the image is like really posterized. It looks really weird. Then we get the title again, which I think we might have already had by this point, but the title comes up again, and then the title keeps moving around. So the title will come up in the middle, and then it'll come up like down here and sort of slide up slowly, and then we get the beginning quote, the quote from the beginning of the film, and then we get the title again, and then the film ends. And after 10 minutes of fucking about, I couldn't believe what I was watching, and I don't think I've laughed at editing in a film quite this much. It's absolutely bizarre. There's no need for it to keep going the way that it does, and it's one of those where it's the same sort of thing as a joke where it goes beyond funny and then comes back around to being funny because it just keeps going and going, like a Stuart Lee joke or something like that. And yeah, I thought it was absolutely hilarious. And I've seen other people talk about this and they don't mention the ending stuff. I'm guessing the credits rolled and they just turned it off straight away. If you do watch this film, keep watching the credits because it's something else. I mentioned quotes as well. Now, one of these quotes is by somebody called Nick Palumbo. Now, that name might sound familiar to people who've followed this channel for a little while. Nick Palumbo is the director of Nutbag, which we covered in the Hardcore review series. And this is interesting because these two guys, I believe, are friends. Now, Nick Palumbo, we discussed his film, and it is very much millennial trash, which is something that I coined in the Hardcore review series, which is sort of a term given to the shot-on-video, low-budget horror films of the noughties, where there's a running theme of like angst throughout them, I guess. And funnily enough, Wicked World kind of falls into a lot of the things that we have associated with millennial trash. It's shot on film, but it's edited on video, so it has that video quality to it. It's got a main guy who's a killer, who's super angsty, and he's monologuing to himself about how he hates everyone and why he wants to kill people. And it just has this sort of like violence and sleaze and angst, and weirdly, kind of ahead of its time in a way. This film would sort of become sort of the norm for low-budget horror films in the noughties, I'd say. Really, really strange. I also want to mention Things as well. That's something that's been brought up at the beginning of the video. So Barry Gillis wrote and starred in the film Things, and I recommend it. I've said it already that I recommend it. But if you want a little taste of Things, there's a chunk of it in Wicked World. There's a scene where, and directors do this sometimes, I think Carpenter's done it before and stuff like that, where a character's watching another film by the director on the telly. It's usually just a little reference though, but I can't really say that this is a reference. It's more of like a feature, because they just hang around on Things for ages. There's like a decent chunk of Things in this it is on a TV, you're not just seeing the film, it is like on a TV in someone's living room, but still, if you want a little taste of what Things is, then it's within Wicked World, so perfect. Lastly, before we move on, I want to discuss the idea of this being so bad it's good. I've said it before, it's not something that I just like to chuck about to all sorts of things, because some things are just bad, and they don't have a charm to them. And I called Treasure of the Ninja so bad it's good, and I stand by that despite what William Lee wants to say to me. It's charming, and I think that a lot of what Treasure of the Ninja had is also relevant to Wicked World. I think it also crosses over. There's a genuineness, there's a singular vision, there's a lot of hard work put into it. It has unique elements that I've never seen before, and there's something very endearing about it. But at the same time, it has a lot of silly incompetence, can't speak. A lot of silliness, a lot of incompetence, a lot of first-time filmmaking, pitfalls and stuff like that. But it's done with sincerity, and that's what makes a so bad it's good film, where you can empathise, where you can project yourself onto it in a way. And yes, 100% this falls into that category. I really liked it, and it will definitely become a staple for movie nights. I need to show people this, basically. My friends need to see this film, because it's great. So, before we move on fully, there's more on this disc, as there usually is. There is a documentary that I've been looking forward to watching. So let's check that out, shall we?
Harold, how does it feel to be a vegetable? What stories are you making up today?
Can you listen to me? I want those cops fired. Your ass is on the line.
Reality behind the scenes of Wicked World is an hour-long behind-the-scenes featurette / documentary directed by Eddie Platt, who is the guy that played the killer in Wicked World. It's alright. This is the first time it's ever been released, this AGFA Blu-ray, and it's fine. It's standard, I guess. It's a little overly long, an hour. This would have been a nice 20-minute thing. But, you know, it shows some of the workings, I guess, and things like that. I got a little fed up hearing Barry Gillis rambling on and commanding people to do stuff. I will say, though, that I've read a few things where people think that Barry Gillis comes off as a little bit of a tyrant, maybe, a little bit of a hard-arse in this. Honestly, I don't think he does. I think he comes across completely fine. He's laughing and joking. He gets serious, sure, but he's making a film and it's a stressful thing to do. And I think it just seems like he knows what he wants and he's trying to get the best out of people. Sure, yeah, he's young as well in it as well. So yeah, you get a little bit of snapping at people and that, but there's so many characters and set pieces and things happening in this film that I'm not surprised he got a little snippy here and there. Overall, though, it did look like they were having fun with the film. What else is nice about this is, so this wasn't released until, as I said, until this AGFA Blu-ray. It was edited together by Barry Gillis in 2019, and Eddie Platt passed away in 2016, so this sort of serves as a little tribute to him. And I think that's sweet, because you can tell that Eddie Platt was really passionate about this film. Obviously, he's in the lead role, and he's also doing the behind the scenes, and it just seems like he's having a complete blast making this film, and it's a nice little thing for him, I guess. Yeah. As a general watcher, though, I think that it overstayed its welcome a little bit, and it's a little dry. It's not shot particularly well. It's shot on video. The sound's a little muffled. There's definitely not like an extra mic or anything like that. It's just the onboard mic on the camera. Yeah, it's not gonna blow you away, but if you do like the film, there's a few interesting bits here and there. And we're not done just yet, because, as usual, there are a few short films on this disc as well, so let's check those out, shall we?
We're getting out of your life.
Stay there, Eddie. Stay there, Eddie.
The killer who brutally murdered your ex-girlfriend got out today.
Cut. He's getting out today.
Please tell me about the movie you're currently making, Wicked World.
Well, the movie is called Wicked World, like you just said, and there's a lot of people getting murdered in it and stuff like that.
I referred to these as short films, but that's loose. That's very loose. I'm going to have to keep checking as well, because we've got 3 things to talk about here. First one is a tribute to Eddie Platt, which is just coming in at just over 2 minutes. And this, again, is a sweet little video in honour of Eddie Platt. It's his son talking to camera. He's been green screened, and there's footage of Platt in Wicked World. And yeah, he's just talking about memories of his dad enjoying the shoe and things like that. It's a nice little thing, honestly. I can't really complain about it. It's sweet. Next up, we have Tomorrow's Dream. This is sort of the bigger one of the lot. 23 minutes long, and this is Gillis chatting to camera about the remaster and about the other films that he's made, all the way up to his most recent project, Tales from the Dead Zone. He talks about AGFA and plugs them a little bit, ends on an awkward joke, and that's about it, really, you know. He seems pretty genuine. You know, there's not much pretension behind his voice or anything like that. He seems just happy that people want to buy his film and want to watch his film, and that's a nice thing, you know. He seems very excited about what he's got in the works, and the clips from his other films, honestly, are a nice thing, because a lot of these aren't readily available, especially in the UK. So it's nice to see little bits, and it's got me intrigued. Things and Wicked World so far have worked for me, so maybe I'm a fan. Maybe I should check out his other stuff. I don't know. I think, though, that Gillis has edited this himself, as he's plugging AGFA, and I think I know which bit he's wanting to show. It's the bit where they're just talking about the restoration process and stuff. But he leaves in this bit where they're just plugging a Bruce Lee film, and it feels out of place, and yeah, I think he accidentally just left a little too much of it in. Yeah, for 23 minutes it's fine, it's not too bad. I think you're only going to really get something from it though if you are interested in the mind behind Wicked World, really. It's interesting seeing him chat about stuff, I'd say. Lastly, we get a music video for the band Martial Law, directed by Gillis. Now, Martial Law did some of the music for Wicked World, and this was sort of a tie-in, like a favour, like you be in my film, I'll do you a music video. And it's standard. It's what you'd expect. It consists of live footage of the band playing, interspliced with some scenes from Wicked World. You'll have seen this sort of music video hundreds of times, especially if you were watching things like MTV, Kerrang, VH1 and all that sort of stuff growing up. They used to do it all the time. Guy singing, interspliced with the movie that the song is tied with. And the song's fine. Yeah, I don't know. It's inoffensive. I guess it's a nice little inclusion for those who are interested. So that's the stuff we have on the disc. Let's start wrapping this video up, shall we?
Hey, how y'all doing out there in Wicked World Land? I'm just going to give you an update on what I'm up to now these days. I hope you're enjoying the movie. I enjoyed making it. It was a lot of struggle. I shot it like mostly over a year period on weekends.
Bruce Lee passed away in 1973, but for some movie producers, just because he had passed away didn't mean that Bruce Lee movies could stop being made.
Okay, time for the print then. For Wicked World, it's stable, but the fact that it was edited on VHS is a shame, really, because it was shot on 16mm, and I bet that print looks way better than this edited version from the tapes. But it was shot on tape. It was edited on tape, sorry. So it's a little blurry, a little fuzzy. The lo-fi nature does add a little bit of a charm to it. I'm not going to lie, but it's just a shame we can't see it as fully crisp as it was intended to be. And the same can be said for the documentary, which again was clearly shot on tape. Yeah, it's about the same as the film, honestly. It's a little fuzzy, a little blurry. The sound's not as good in the documentary either, which again is a shame. The sound's not good in the film, to be honest. It's all over the place, quiet, loud, up, down. Yeah, it's a mess, but I think that they've done the best that they can with the restoration. And then all the other stuff on the disc really is like more recent stuff, like, so it looks clear and it sounds fine. Yeah, not too bad, honestly. On the disc itself then, we get the film with a commentary track as well from Barry Gillis, which I'm guessing is quite interesting to listen to. Might have to give that one a go. Then we get the documentary and the featurettes that I mentioned. And we also get another cut of the film, a director's cut, which you can see Gillis editing in the Tomorrow's Dream featurette. It only adds an extra minute to the film, and I haven't seen it because I just wanted to watch the original version, the version that everybody else will have seen, like the main one. But maybe I'll have to give the new one a go, maybe on my next watch or something like that, because there will be more than one watch of this film, I'm sure. And yeah, maybe the director's cut is the way to go next time. Okay then, time for the case, and I'd say that this cover art sums up the film really well. It's awkward and strange, and it just gets weirder and weirder the longer you stare at it. It's kind of nice seeing just a crisp image from the film as well, to be honest. We also get a reversible cover, and the artwork is pretty good again. Yeah, it's decent. And this one as well, this artwork, has a quote from Nick Palumbo. Sounds like he dug it. All the information seems correct on the back, the runtime seems pretty close, and again, there's a notice on the back excusing the quality, which is, it's always nice seeing them be transparent about this sort of thing. Yeah, nice packaging. Overall then, this is the sort of film that is right up my street. It's super weird, super bizarre, awful, brilliant, unique, something that you'll have never seen before. It's not going to be for everyone, I can 100% promise you that. A lot of you will hate this film, but a lot of you will love it as well, because it just, the minute you think you're getting fed up with it, it'll chuck 4 or 5 things right at you in rapid succession and just snap you back in and be like, what the fuck am I actually watching here actually? What is going on? I haven't laughed this much at a film since Treasure of the Ninja, and I think I laughed at this one more than Treasure of the Ninja. It's just so out there and bizarre. I am going to recommend this film, but there is a caveat, obviously. You might hate it, and also, it's not solo watching. So if you're thinking about picking this up and popping it on when you've got a quiet night in to yourself, you're not going to get anything from it apart from frustration. This is a movie to show friends. Get this on with your mates, your family, get a bit drunk, and just have a laugh at it, because you're kind of going to need people there just to back up the fact that what you saw was real, that you did actually see it. I think it's that out there and that strange. Yeah, I really liked it. It's good. It's really good. And the print is what it is, and it's a nice packaging, and you get special features in that. One of the best of the collection so far, definitely. A new classic for me. This is definitely going to be played on my movie nights. We'll be annoying my friends with this for years to come, I think. Yeah, really good. Really good. Next episode on the AGFA and 101 reviews. I don't know about this next one. It's not one that I'm particularly looking forward to, and it has some big boots to fill, because some of these films have been kind of good recently. This one, I don't know. But who knows, it might blow me away. I can't go in too negative. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Smut Without Smut Volume 1. Hey up. Here we are then, back with the AGFA 101 reviews this episode, and this disc has a little bit of a gimmick to it. We're taking a look at Smut Without Smut Volume 1. Now this is a collection of 2 adult films with the adult bits removed. So we really are watching for the story this episode. We're going to be looking mostly at the without smut versions, as that is the main point of this disc, although it does have both versions on it. So we'll be looking at both, but I'll be focusing more on the without smut versions. So let's get started with the first film that we have, Things to Come. This is a adult sci-fi film from 1976 directed by Derek Todd, and is his only directorial effort. Looks like a lot of the cast were only in this as well. Not many names not many other films in the cast list. So yeah, sci-fi adult film from the 70s. Interesting. Really don't know what to expect from any of these, to be completely honest with you. But let's crack on with this first one, shall we?
Sam, I want a divorce.
Really? Why's that?
Why? Because I just don't
Hold
feel
it just a second. This is good.
Hiya, chick. Top spot. Hop in.
The plot follows Julie in a dystopian future where people either go to work or come home and watch TV. Sounds alright. And she's getting fed up with the sedentary lifestyle that everyone's leading and decides to take a stand. So she divorces her husband and wins tickets to a pleasure dome. Now, there is an ulterior motive here as well, because Julie's part of a women's front, women who are fed up with the current state of the world and are trying to do something about it. So she's tasked with exploding a computer that's in this pleasure dome that runs all the androids. So can she complete her mission, or will it all end horribly? You know what? This had way more going for it than I expected it to be honest. Like, way more plot, way more characters. It just packs a hell of a lot in, and in the without smut version that I watched, it's only 70 minutes long, and it really does a lot with its runtime, even managing to cram in a few elements of tension and plot twists. Colour me impressed. I was not expecting this to be as competent as it actually is. This is still an adult film though, so the acting can sometimes dip into being a little cheap, although it is nowhere near as bad as I was expecting for something like this. And the characters aren't too bad either, to be honest. Our lead Julie, she's easy to root for. Everything sort of made way more sense than I was expecting it to. I was expecting the plot to be sort of the afterthought. They're just getting in as many sex scenes as they can. But that doesn't seem like the case with this film, honestly. It seems like they had a really like coherent, tight story, and then just thought, well, let's just sex it up to sell it to people. Even though I did watch the smutless version, there are still a few scenes here and there. There's not loads, but there's a little bit of nudity, a little bit of implied stuff. The starts of sex scenes are still in this, and then it sort of cuts away. But yeah, it's pretty tame, all things considered. There's violence in this as well, which I was not expecting at all. Always a nice little thing to see. Gunshots, people being all like torn up and bloodied and stuff. More than I was expecting from this sort of thing, but yeah, pretty cool. Get some violence, not bad at all. The sets are probably the main thing that's worth talking about in this. They are pretty impressive. You know, it's not like 2001: A Space Odyssey or anything like that, but it's not bad, honestly. It looks the part, it looks futuristic pretty much at all times. And it's got a 70s charm to it, which I do like that sort of thing. Like, it's not going to blow you away by any means, but what we get feels like a competent B movie, I guess. And way more effort is put into this than I expected for an adult film. Even the music's pretty decent as well. You get the synthy stuff and all those, like, what you'd expect with the bleeps and bloops of computers and things like that. Yeah, very impressed with it, to be honest. Really good. So the uncut version is about 97 minutes long, and I flicked through it, I had a look at what had been removed and stuff, and it ties into the plot, but it is separate. All the sex scenes are quite separate from the main story. So I said that the people, they go to work and then they come and watch TV. So what's happened in this future is that they've sort of boiled TV down to show sex and violence. So you get it all out your system, you go home and you watch all this sex and violence, it's cathartic and it ticks that box in your brain of doing things, and then you go back to work the next day. That's sort of what it's implying. So all the sex is within these TV shows, and in the cut version we see the starts of it and we see where it's going, and then it cuts away. And it doesn't feel too heavily cut down, honestly. In the smutless version it flows. So in the full version, you just get extra long, like, instead of it being like 30 seconds and then we cut away back to the plot, you'll get like 5 minutes of a sex scene. It's kind of what you'd expect, honestly. And really, I think that the cut down version at 70 minutes flows quite nicely. I imagine adding another half an hour onto that would have made it drag quite a lot. So I'm kind of glad that I watched the smutless version, to be completely honest, just for the pacing and stuff. Because, yeah, it is weirdly impressive. I think that's pretty much everything I have to say on this film. Let's move on to the next one, shall we?
Where's that?
Not in the back seat, but in the trunk.
You flipped your wig, chick? In the trunk? Now that's impossible.
Next up, we have The Dirty Dolls from 1973, and directed by somebody who is a little infamous on this channel, a guy called Stu Segal, going under his porn name Godfrey Daniels in this film. He directed Drive-In Massacre, which I covered in the Vipco Screamtime collection, and I hated this film. It was my least favourite of all the films in the Screamtime collection. I couldn't stand it. So that's not a good start, is it? Let's see what happens with this one then. The film stars John Alderman, who's been in The Last Movie and New Year's Evil, and it also stars Colleen Brennan, who was in Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS and Shampoo. And just like Drive-In Massacre, we get a cameo appearance from George Buck Flower, who has been in a ton of films. You'll have seen his face, loads of Carpenter films, Back to the Future. He usually plays a homeless man. I quite like him, and he pops up in this as well, only briefly though. The plot follows Johnny and his group of criminal women. After a diamond heist gone bad, they end up with 2 extra hostages, and it slowly starts to unravel their entire crime cult. This all being led by the sister of Johnny. This film wasn't great. It was a little repetitive, a little too slow for its own good, and quite one note. The heists were fun, but as soon as it gets back to the cult lair and they're all arguing and stuff, it's just too repetitive, too much shouting at each other, and it gets old pretty fast. It's not the worst film I've ever seen, it's not terrible, and the without smut version that I watched was only 50 minutes long, but it's nothing special, really.
You're a testy little bitch, aren't you? If I weren't so happy, I'd shove my gun up your ass. Get off.
No way! I'm not gonna go out and hustle some yo-yo while she stands around and picks her nose.
The acting varies from cheesy to terrible, but this is a low-budget adult film, so you get what you get with this, really. And the characters are all pretty two-dimensional as well. You're not really on anyone's side throughout this. Things are just sort of happening. There was a moment that I did like, though, that made me chuckle, where one of the girls is, during a heist, dressed up as an old woman in some of the worst old person makeup I think I have ever seen. And yeah, that got a little bit of a laugh out of me. That part was endearing. That's about it with that sort of side, I guess. Outside of that, it's just kind of flat. We get a little bit of gore, not a ton, but again, more than I was expecting from this. Gunshots, a bit of blood, things like that. Always nice to see, because it does just sort of add a little bit of flair to what otherwise very boring moments. And this has got a little bit more sex and nudity in it, in the without smut version, than the previous one that we looked at. But that's more because it is really tied in with the characters and the story in this one. So it's a little more obvious as well when that cut happens. And it kind of needs a little bit more to tell its story. Again, it's not like the dirtiest thing you're ever going to watch in the cut version. It's pretty tame, but there's plenty more in this one than we had in the first one. Outside of that, it's okay, you know. I guess the sets are kind of dull. There's only like 2 or 3 environments and they get a little repetitive, but they serve the purpose, you know. They do the job. You know, the camera's in focus. It doesn't really move around all too much though. It's quite static. The music's fine. I can't remember it really, but it didn't stand out as jarring or anything. It's okay. It's fine. It's better than Drive-In Massacre. I'll give it that one, absolutely. It's just a little dull. I think it's heavily inspired by like the Manson family and all that sort of stuff. 73, it's just after, so it's definitely got that sort of sex cult, crime family angle to it. And yeah, it's fine for what it is, I guess. The uncut version is 70 minutes, so you get an extra 20 minutes. And yeah, again, I had a quick look, and it's what you'd expect. As I said, the sex is more tied in with the story in this film than the previous one, so it is more obvious when we get those cuts. But so maybe it doesn't work quite as well in the without smut version, but then you have to watch an extra 20 minutes of it, and it is just sort of what you'd expect. It's shot exactly how you've got it in your head, and yeah, when you've seen it, you've seen it all, you know, it's that sort of thing. It's not going to blow your mind or anything like that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Not the best, really. Yeah, let's move on.
Gently, Miss Staples. Oh, young man, must you smoke that infernal-smelling thing in these confined quarters?
Okay, let's have a look at the prints then, shall we? So for things to come, it's definitely scratchy and poppy and dirty, but it's not too bad, you know. The cuts are fine, it's not too jumpy, it's quite stable, sounds good, and the colours maybe a little washed out, but it's clear. It's quite a clear looking film. It's definitely rough around the edges though, but it is watchable. And the Dirty Dolls is a little worse than that. There's a lot of green lines throughout pretty much the whole film. It's clearly a beat up print. Jumpy quite a bit, but again, it sounds okay, and it is clear for the most part. You can see what's happening throughout, despite all the dirt and debris and scratches and stuff. The watchable, you've got to take these sorts of prints with a pinch of salt, really. It feels like the cleanup process put a lot of care and attention into them. They've just been stored in weird places throughout the years, and it's always nice to see this sort of thing getting a second chance, these rare and obscure films that have just been neglected throughout the years. It's nice seeing them getting that second chance and being put on Blu-ray and stuff. And yeah, it works. It works. They're very watchable. And on the disc, we get the 2 without smut versions of the film. of the films, sorry, and then we get the 2 uncut versions of the films, and then we get a commentary on things to come. That's a lot. We don't get a lot on this disc, but I guess we do get 4, technically, feature films. So, yeah. We don't get a lot, though. Probably the least we've seen on any of these. Okay, let's take a look at the case then. It's not terrible, really. The slipcover's nice, showcasing the 2 films in quite a decent way. Yeah, I like the artwork on this. I think it sells the films in quite a nice way. The cover's identical from the slip to the sleeve, so nothing really to say there. All the information seems correct on the back as well. Yeah, runtimes are right, everything seems good. Yeah, not bad at all, really. Nice little package. Overall then, honestly this wasn't as bad as I was expecting. I didn't have high hopes for this one. I thought we were just going to be watching some very, very bad porn films without the porn. And I thought, oh god, that's not going to be great. But honestly, I was impressed, especially with Things to Come. That had a lot going for it. It's a fun little story. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's got a 70s charm to it. And yeah, really good. Dirty Dolls, not so good, unfortunately. It's not the worst film I've ever seen, but it's just a little boring, repetitive, and yeah, it's only 50 minutes though. In my eyes, it's better than Drive-In Massacre, but it's still not redeemed Stu Seagal as someone worth looking at, to be honest. That sounds harsh, but I've seen 2 of his films now and I didn't like either of them. So yeah, the packaging for this is nice. It's a nice little release, clear prints, and yeah, it's a nice way of watching these. I'm not going to outright recommend these, honestly. I think that they're for... I don't think there's a wide audience for these, but I think that if you've seen something in this review that's perked your interest, you'll probably get something from these. Outside of that, I'm not going to heavily recommend it. So yeah, not too bad this episode, really. Not too bad. Not the best, not the worst. Next episode though, we are looking at the first AGFA film that I bought and watched. I saw this cover in HMV and I was like, I need to see what that's about. That looks very interesting. I think it was this and Drug Stories that piqued my interest. So I have seen it, but I can't remember a thing about it. Next episode, we are checking out Scary Tales. So this episode, we're taking a look at the first AGFA 101 Blu-ray I ever bought, and the film that made me think this might be worth doing as a series. We're checking out Scary Tales. This is a 1993 horror anthology film directed by Doug Ulrich, who hasn't really done much. He did a few more sort of straight-to-video horror films and shorts, and then it looks like he became a born-again Christian and did some sort of weird Wizard of Oz religious film. And that's the last thing he did in 2013, as far as I can see anyway. The film stars a bunch of unknowns, friends of the director, all working for free on weekends. You know, gather your mates, let's make some films, that sort of vibe. I don't remember anything about this. As I said, this is the first one that I bought. I bought this and Drug Stories, I think, in like a 2 for £15 at HMV. The cover for this one really struck me, and I was like, I've got to see what that one's all about. I have seen it. I don't remember what happens in it. I do remember though that it is a horror anthology and it's shot on VHS, which is a pretty good combo in my opinion. So let's see if it's any good, shall we?
The story is about a man who finds a necklace.
What the fuck? Going somewhere, Dad? Chuck?
So this film comprises of 3 shorts and a sort of bookend wraparound. The wraparound basically just consists of this cloaked demonic figure reading these stories to a group of kids. Nothing really happens with this, unfortunately, it just pops up in between each short. The first short that we get is Satan's Necklace, and this is about a guy who's a metal detectorist, and he finds a necklace. Upon wearing it, he gets possessed by a demon and kills his girlfriend, until he gets stopped by his mate, who was also a cop. The second short is called Sliced in Cold Blood, and it's about a guy who kills his cheating girlfriend and her lover, and then just goes around killing a bunch of people. Pretty basic, really. And then the third short is called Level 21, and this is about a guy who can't get to level 21 in a video game that he's playing. One late night, he eventually does it, and the game sucks him inside, and level 21 turns out to be you have to kill the last boss in real life, basically. Yeah, I like these. They're very charm. They've got a lot of charm to them. They're very low quality, but you can tell it's a group of friends getting together and just making something. And yeah, it keeps the pace. It's only 70 minutes long, so it doesn't overstay its welcome. It manages to cram 3 films and a bookend all into 70 minutes, which is quite nice. The first short is probably the best. It's got the better lines and it's got a better pace to it. The second short is a little too basic for its own good, and it sort of slows down a little bit with that one. And then the third short, it picks back up again with that one. I just wish the bookend had a little more to do. The character's quite interesting, this sort of cloaked demonic figure. The voice is a little weird. It's charming, I just wish there was a little more to it.
I don't believe this. Here I am, busting my ass, working 12 hours a day, and all you can think about is getting fucked.
Shut up, bitch.
Hey, Bernice!
The acting, as you can probably imagine, is appalling in this, but it's appalling in that amateur, charming sort of way. Charming is going to be the word of the day with this review, really. Yeah, the line reads are all funny. There's some very strange dialogue in there. And every time this guy called Brad Stork is on screen, I'm having a good time because he doesn't hold back. He usually plays quite over-the-top characters, and he really goes for it with every character that he plays. It's great. The gore. There is some gore in this, mostly in the second short actually, even though I said that the pacing dips a lot with that one. Towards the back end of it, that has the most gore in it. Heads getting ripped open, eyes popping out, and it's pretty good, you know. It's low budget for sure, but some effort and work went into it. Same with some of the effects as well. In the first short, it has things like nails and horns growing out of the guy's head and stuff, and it's not going to blow you away by any means, but for something that's so low budget like this, it's definitely like got its impressive factor to it, and as I say, charming. We're going to be saying that a lot for this one. So yeah, this was mainly shot over weekends with a group of friends in the director's home, so you're not going to get too much by way of like interesting sets or anything. It's basically shot in his basement, in his house, or in the local woods. And it's fine. It fits with what the stories are. It doesn't try and do something too big, I guess. Maybe level 21 gets a little silly when it is just playing around in the woods, pretending to be like a video game, but it works. For low budget, it works. It was shot in the 90s, but it feels very 80s. It might just be the insane amount of wood panelling that Doug Ulrich has in his house, but I like the vibe to this one. It's VHS, so it's got that softness, there's a coziness to it, everything's wood panelling. It just, yeah, it feels quite comfortable and cozy. It's not perfect by any means, the editing can be a little wonky sometimes, the music a little annoying, but for the editing especially, it was VHS, so they probably edited it on VHS as well, which is no easy feat. Yeah, overall, I really liked this one. It's got a lot going for it. It's not perfect, but it definitely entertained me for 70 minutes. That's not all that's on this disc, so let's see what else we've got.
What the hell is it?
Next up, we have Scary Tales, this time from 1987. This is a 22-minute demo proof of concept short film, also by Doug Ulrich. And yeah, it's just sort of getting the vibe, figuring out the shorts that he wants. It's the same 3 stories and a similar bookend. I prefer the bookend in this one though, because you actually get to see the monster. It's not just like shroud in darkness, and it's like some old lady skeleton. And yeah, I viewers of this channel will know that I've got a bit of a soft spot for a skeleton. So yeah, I wish he'd stuck with that in the main feature, but oh well, you get what you get, don't you? Everything I said about Scary Tales, the feature, you can kind of just say about this one, honestly, apart from everything's just a little bit worse. The shorts are shorter, so they're a bit more abrupt. The camera's a little worse. The effects are a little worse, you know. The acting's not as great. The cast is ever so slightly different. Doug Ulrich is actually in this one as well. But it's only just a little bit worse in every regard, really, I guess. The major difference is the second short, which instead of it being a guy killing his cheating wife and then everybody else in the neighbourhood, it's a couple killing a brother-in-law over some sort of money dispute. And again, that one's clearly the shortest one that they put the least amount of energy into. Level 21 is probably the most that they did for one of these. It's very slow this time around though, but it does take up like almost half the short film. Yeah, I think the major issue with this one is whatever they were doing with the camera. I don't know if this was a choice afterwards, or if the tape was just a bit weird that they had, or if it's done this over time. But it's like toxic green for most of this film, which, yeah, isn't pleasant on the eyes at all. It's an interesting little proof of concept, as that is all it is. It's nothing more than that. If it's worth watching or not, probably not. But it's cool that it's included on here. So let's move on and see what else we've got on this disc.
You crazy? Who has time for dishes when this is found the find of the century?
For dinner?
Huh?
Our first story is about a necklace. Sick necklace.
So we get a second feature on this disc, this one being called Darkest Soul, and this is Doug Ulrich's second feature film from 1994, coming in at about an hour long. So this one follows 2 slacker arseholes. They drink, they do drugs, they have sex with women, and they steal jewellery from corpses, because they work as grave diggers. This all goes alright for a while, until eventually the partying catches up with them. This has definitely got more of a laid-back atmosphere to it. It takes its time. It's not a horror, it's more of a drama. There's a few horror elements maybe towards the end, but it's not much. It's definitely more of a drama, and I think because of that, it's not lacking a few like punchier moments maybe. A lot of the issues I have with it are the same as what I have with Scary Tales, to be honest. You know, the acting's not great, the pacing's a little all over the place. It's got a very similar vibe, apart from maybe a little more laid back. I did like the dynamic of the 2 guys though. You get the sort of archetype of the shorter, more intelligent, thinks he knows everything, angry one, and then the big, dumb, sort of lackey guy, I guess. And, you know, it's archetypal, but it works. That's the thing though with this film. It's not really going to do anything that you're not expecting. It sort of hits a lot of tropes. It is very sleazy though. There's a lot of sex scenes in this one compared to Scary Tales. And I think it's just because it's shot on VHS, but it feels like it's really upped the sleaze quite a lot. There's something about a VHS sex scene that just makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, really. Yeah, it's not awful. I enjoyed it for what it is, this film, but it's not as good as Scary Tales. It doesn't have as many standout moments, but it's not the worst. Okay, so let's move on to the last thing on this disc, shall we?
No. You are.
It'll feel right when I shove my foot up your ass. Now start digging.
Lastly, we get 6 early short films from Doug Ulrich, all these being shot on Super 8 film instead of VHS. And you get a little variety of things, I guess. You get a couple of like murderer-based films. You get like a home movie of like a Halloween haunted thing. There's another prototype for Satan's necklace in here. There's like kids recreating a scene from The Exorcist. And there's like a 23-minute long werewolf film. All these shorts combined come in at about 45 minutes. They all suffer from the same issue, in that being that the quality is just appalling. You can barely see what's happening, you can definitely barely hear what's happening. The audio is absolutely terrible. And yeah, it's just sort of a muddy mess where you just can't see what's happening to pay attention to it. The Exorcist one is charming, sure, but the worst one is the werewolf one coming in at 23 minutes. Like, that was a slog to sit through because you just don't know what's happening. These aren't really worth your time, honestly. It's nice for Doug that he gets his short films like immortalised on Blu-ray. That's nice, but really, to sit and watch these, you're not really going to get much from it outside of a mild headache. Okay, let's take a look at these prints then. I mean, I think you know what I'm going to say for this, really. They aren't great, but these films were shot on VHS, so you get what you get. Scary Tales and Darkest Soul, they're alright, you know, they're watchable. Scary Tales is the cleanest of the prints. It flickers every now and then, but it's fine. Darkest Soul, again, yeah, it's not too bad. A little beat up here and there, but they're very watchable. Then you've got like the Scary Tales demo and the short films, and yeah, they kind of look haunted. They're that degraded in some instances. The demo is just like the worst quality VHS you've ever seen. It is just flickery and a funny colour, and it's horrible to watch. And then the Super 8 films look like they've been sat, and they probably have, in either a damp garage or like a red hot loft for the past 35-45 years. And yeah, but you've got to look at these with the idea that they were shot on video, they've not really been stored very well, and they have been preserved, and the preservation is quite nice on it. It feels like they've tried the best to make these look as good as they can. And honestly, especially with the VHS films, the softness, the VHS quality, the like aesthetic that has adds to it in a way. I think it makes them a little more interesting than just a HD 4K looks clean. You know, it adds a little something to it. It adds an organicness almost to it. So yeah, they're all right for what they are. And on the disc, well, we get the film, and there's a commentary with Doug Ulrich for Scary Tales. Then we get the bonus film, we get the demo, we get the shorts. We get 1 minute of outtakes, which is pretty short really for outtakes. And then we get a little TV promo for Scary Tales, which, yeah, it's kind of charming. Honestly, there's a ton of stuff on this disc. It's pretty good.
What was your part?
I was slam dancing with Kathleen Turner at Hammerjacks.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
And about...
Okay then, let's have a look at this case. The image on the slipcover is very striking. I mean, it got my attention. I love the monster that's on it. Really, it's really cool looking. Unfortunately though, it's not in the film, as far as I spotted anyway. So, bit of false advertising, unfortunately. I was looking forward to it popping up as well. I kept waiting for it to appear, but no, it doesn't. But I'm guessing that this is what the cloaked figure looks like. but we just can't see his face in the actual film, which is a shame. I'm guessing this is an original poster image for the film, and it's also used again on the reversible sleeve. Not had a reversible sleeve in a while, have we? It's just the same though, unfortunately, except it's a little further away and with a blue background. You know, you get what you get, I guess. The write-up seems pretty good, sells the film well, and I didn't spot any massive issues or anything. Yeah, once again, pretty good packaging. Overall then, I really liked this one. It's a lovely little nostalgic trip back to the 90s where everything had a soft VHS fuzz. It's not perfect by any means, it does suffer with its pacing every now and then, and I don't think I can put it as highly as I did with things like Wicked World or Treasure of the Ninja, but it definitely has its charms. And then you've got the second feature on this as well, which isn't too bad either. Again, it has its charms, it feels very of its time. Like, honestly, I'd probably say this is worth a look. I'd give this a recommendation. Yeah, I'd say if you've seen something in this review that sort of piqued your interest and made you go, ooh, that is the sort of thing I'd like, then I reckon you'd get something from this. It'd make a really good drunken movie night film with friends. I can imagine you getting a lot of laughs from people. And yeah, the packaging's nice, plenty of special features, it's well preserved. Yeah, pretty good. Once again, another good one from AGFA and 101. I'm surprised. Like, this back half of the collection seems to have actually been pretty successful so far. Let's see if that continues next episode. We're carrying on with the scary theme. And I'm hoping that it brings the charm, like this episode's one did. Next episode, we're checking out Scary Movie. Hey up. Keeping up with the scary motif from last episode and moving from scary tales into Scary Movie. Not to be confused with the popular franchise of the same name, this instead is a 1991 horror film directed by Daniel Erickson, and it looks like it's pretty much his only film. He did this in 91, then he didn't do anything until 2010 when he did a film called Eve's Necklace, which I was surprised by the score. It looks like it's got decent ratings on Letterboxd and IMDb, but then I also noticed that no one else has really seen it, so who knows what it's like. The film stars John Hawkes, who's had some bit parts in Rush Hour and From Dusk Till Dawn. We also get Robert Jacks, who you may recognise as being Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4, which is the one with Matthew McConaughey and Renee Zellweger. I like that one. I think it's a fun one, that. And then we also get a bit appearance from Jep Hill, who went on to do visual effects. He did stuff for like Matrix Reloaded and Armageddon, and a bunch of Wes Anderson films, of all things. Weird. So we get an interesting group of people involved in this in some way. I have no idea what to expect from this. I'm hoping it's just a charming, low-budget horror film. But I don't know. Let's see what we've got, shall we?
Cross my heart and hope to die.
You make me want to crap green onions.
The plot follows Warren, a nervous, geeky fella who gets invited by a friend to a haunted house. Warren learns, though, that a psychotic killer has broken free and is now on the loose in the local area. So Warren, of course, believes that he is now stalking the haunted house that they're at. It's a pretty simple story, which I appreciate. It's not trying to do too much, but it's not perfect. I fluctuated with this one from being entertained to being very bored. I think it just needs a little bit more tightening up. It's only 82 minutes long as well, so it doesn't really overstay its welcome at any point. And the thing that really kept drawing me back in was the Halloween vibe that it's got. It really does get that down, and I always appreciate a good Halloween-y sort of theme to a film. It works. And there's a little twist at the end as well. It may seem a little obvious while you're watching it, but you know what? I think it gets points for trying with it at the very least.
Good luck.
The acting, as you can probably imagine in this, isn't the best. Most of the characters are just sort of arseholes, like one-dimensional arseholes who just maniacally laugh most of the time. It's kind of maddening how much laughter we get in this. And then our main character, Warren, just sort of wanders around looking like a wide-eyed Ian Curtis for most of this. There's an ounce, and it mentions it on the case as well, there's an ounce of Crispin Glover in his performance. But he doesn't quite have the charm that you usually get from a Crispin Glover character, and I'm a big Crispin Glover fan, so that was a big selling point for me. And I can see why there's a comparison there, because he's a nerdy, awkward guy, fair enough, but I don't know. I didn't really get it too much from him. He's probably the best part of the film, luckily, to say he's the lead as well, though, Warren. He's got the most going for him, I guess, even though he can be a little grating sometimes in just how committed to being wide-eyed and nervous he is. It's all very caricature, I guess. The gore is very, very minimal. We get some, it's a lot of after-the-fact stuff, though. What we do get's fine, it's fitting with what's going on. But yeah, it's not as much as I was hoping for, I guess. It's pretty tame, all things considered. It's fine in how it's put together, honestly. It's shot well. The colours are nice, there's a lot of colours. There's a lot of like Halloween sets and costumes. And I said there's a nice Halloween vibe. And yeah, it's cosy. There's a nice cosy feel to a lot of it. Low budget Halloween sets and that. Yeah, I don't know. I like that sort of stuff. The main costume for like the skeleton guy is pretty good. It's like cartoony and a little exaggerated, but it's unique. It's not something I've really seen in one of these before. And it stood out. Yeah, I liked it. I wish we'd have seen a little more of it, to be honest. There's reasons for why with the story and such, but I just wish we'd had a few more scenes with it in, to be honest, because it's good. It's good. There's quite a few skeletons in this, actually, and long-time viewers of the channel will have picked up that I'm a big fan of a skeleton. I do like a skeleton in a film, and yeah, this doesn't disappoint at all. The music is fine, I guess. I don't really remember it, which I think is better than remembering it for being really annoying. It didn't really stand out, so I guess it just sort of fits. There's a Butthole Surfers song in here, though, which I wasn't expecting, so that was interesting. But yeah, it's just sort of okay, I guess, really. It's like a decently put together, low-budget horror film that clearly had some thought and some, some money and some, not necessarily money, but, some passion put behind it, sorry, It definitely had somebody behind the camera who knew what they wanted from this. I think it needs a little tightening. Like, it's not perfect. Maybe a few more plot things could be fleshed out. A few of the characters could be a little more fleshed out. But yeah, it's fine for what it is. I was looking up the trivia for this, and there's nothing really on it online. There's not much information. But what did stand out, that's probably worth mentioning, is so at the beginning with the title sequence, we get the title for the film and then a barcode underneath. And I know they used to have serial numbers and things like that, because that's how Night of the Living Dead got screwed over by not having like production number and stuff. This has a full-on barcode, and apparently as of the 2010s, this barcode is now associated with some sort of craft rice, which is quite entertaining. But yeah, that's about as much as I could find on it online, honestly, and really, I don't have much more to say about it. You kind of get what you get with this one. And it's not the worst, but it's definitely not the best either. So let's move on and let's see what else this disc has to offer. So for once with these, we don't get a second feature film on the disc, which is strange. Instead, we get 2 short films. So the first one we've got is called Little Hero, and it's from 1985, comes in at 7 minutes long. So this is set in 1933, and it's about a kid who sneaks into a cinema, gets caught, gets chased. The end, really. He gets away with it. There's not much to say on this one, really. It's silent with a jazz soundtrack, but the mixing wasn't great, so it kind of annoyed me more than anything. I think the soundtrack had just been compressed to such a degree that the jazz was very tinny and annoying. It's dark, you can't really see what the hell's happening a lot of the time, but it seems to me more like it's a guy trying to figure out how to use a camera and things like that, which, that's fine, we've all done little tests like that, and yeah, it's not worth watching though. I didn't really rate it as far as a film goes. And then after that we get Mr. Pumpkin, our second short film, and this is from 1986 and comes in at 11 minutes. So this one follows, it's Halloween Night, and we follow an arsehole kid who won't shut the hell up. So his dad puts him to bed and he's like, if you don't stop fucking about, Mr. Pumpkin is going to come and get you, and he lives inside jack-o'-lanterns and he grows out of them and he'll get you. Obviously this doesn't work on the kid, and he still gets up in the middle of the night anyway for a chocolate bar, and of course he gets got by Mr. Pumpkin. I liked this one. There's a bit of a twist at the end as well with this one. I liked this one. It's got some good effects going for it. There's a bit where like the jack-o'-lantern's face is like projected against the wall and it's animated ever so slightly, and I really liked that, yeah. There's some fun bits. The kid getting his comeuppance at the end was always good. There's a bit though where a dude drops a pie on a cat. They make out this pie is really hot and then he just drops it, and looks like they actually just drop a pie on a cat, and I audibly gasped. And I think that's what being a cat owner has done to me. I've softened as I've gotten older, clearly. Plus it looked a bit like one of my cats. But yeah, I had fun with this one. I thought it was a fun little short. It's definitely getting the Halloween-y vibes down and things like that. And yeah, as a little tester, it was decent. It was definitely the one that's worth watching out of the 2 shorts on this disc. But yeah, that's pretty much it for those shorts, I'd say, as well. So let's move on. Okay, let's take a look at this print then. Honestly, it's probably one of the best ones we've seen in the AGFA collection in quite a while, really. It's not got many flickers or many like big glitches or issues or anything like that. It's pretty clean. There's a nice warm grain to it. Colours all pop, it's very clear. The audio is a little muffled every now and then, but honestly, yeah, no, it's pretty good. The shorts didn't fare as well, they're a little rough around the edges and such, but they are early short films from someone, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, pretty impressed with that. And on the disc, we get the feature and the 2 shorts that we've already talked about. We get audio commentary for Scary Movie, we get a trailer, and we get behind the scenes image gallery. And that's your lot. It's probably the least we've had on one of these discs yet. Pretty slim, but you get what you get, I guess. Okay, let's take a look at the case then. The slipcover is pretty nice. Yeah, the colouring works well. It's nice that they've got the big skeleton dude front and centre, that works. This dude's face, though, looks a little weird. Like, after having watched the film, I don't really know who he's meant to be. If he's meant to be the lead character, they have done him dirty on this one. It's this cover as well on the sleeve, and we also get a reversible cover again, which I'm guessing is the original poster. It's not terrible though, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. The write-up on the back really sells the film, especially comparing our lead character to Buster Keaton and Crispin Glover, two of my favourite film people, so of course I was sold on that, but it is a little bit of a stretch. But yeah, info seems correct. Once again, we've got some nice packaging here. Overall then, this one was alright. It was flawed, but it has its charms. You know, it's got a nice Halloween vibe to it, it's got some entertaining moments, and it's clearly trying for something that's low budget. But the pacing's just a little all over the place. It just needs a bit of tightening up, I'd say. It's not perfect. I wouldn't outwardly recommend this, but I'd say that if you've seen anything in this review that has perked your interest, it's probably worth looking at. Especially if you can find it cheap. What it feels like, I think a good way of describing this is it feels almost like a sort of like a mid-tier Vipco Screamtime release. You know, it's not one of the classics, it's not one of the bottom of the barrel like shitty ones. It's just one of the ones in the middle that you kind of forget exists after a while. But it was fun. I enjoyed my time with it. So, yeah. Not too bad this episode. Next episode though, I am very fascinated by this one. So this was very popular to review back in the 2010s. I've never seen it and I've been wanting to watch it since I watched a bunch of reviews on it back then. Be interesting to see how it holds up in the 2020s as well. We're going all the way to Uganda for this next episode, because we're going to be checking out Wakaliwood Super Action Volume 1, Who Killed Captain Alex? Hey up. So we're heading into the world of action films today, with a little collection that is referred to here as Wakaliwood Super Action Volume 1. Wakaliwood, for those who aren't aware, is a small independent film production company mainly doing zero-budget films based in Uganda. The first film we're going to be looking at today is Who Killed Captain Alex? A notorious film from the 2010s, made in 2010, directed by a guy called Nabwana IGG. Sorry if I've mispronounced that. Nabwana is a guy who's made a bunch of films. This is his fourth film, and he's still making cult films to this day. So in the 2010s, this film got picked up in the West as sort of this, like, crazy, endearing, interesting little low-budget action film, and a bunch of YouTube reviewers sort of jumped on it and brought it into the spotlight, which is where I first heard of it as well. So obviously this isn't starring Hollywood elite or anything like that, but there is a guy that is worth mentioning with this, and he is called VJ Eme. Now, he is what is referred to as a video joker, which is what the VJ stands for. And what that basically is, apparently it's a thing in Uganda that they do, but it's a guy commentating over the film. Sort of like a riff track, or like a hype man, or something like that. I'm fascinated by that, honestly. I have no idea whether that's going to add to the film or detract from the film. I really don't know, but I'm looking forward to seeing what it's like. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to watching these films just in general. As I said, they've been on my radar since 2010, or somewhere in the 2010s, and they look very endearing and very fun, and I'm excited to finally get to watch them. I have a feeling that, if anything, they're going to be very charming. So let's take a look, shall we? Let's check out Who Killed Captain Alex.
Tukana maso. Nino, wait.
the fuck?
The plot revolves around an army headed by Uganda's best fighter, Captain Alex, and they're trying to take down the Tiger Mafia, headed by some guy called Richard. There's a big fight, and unfortunately Captain Alex gets killed. I mean, you could probably tell from the title that was going to happen, really. But yeah, he gets killed, so the army are now setting out on one final revenge mission to take out the Tiger Mafia once and for all. And they have a secret weapon, a Shaolin monk, who is also the brother of Captain Alex. This sometimes is overload, but it is a lot of fun, and throughout the entire thing, I couldn't stop smiling. It is super charming and super endearing. It's only 70 minutes long. Any longer might have been a bit overkill, but 70 minutes, and I think it hits that sweet spot, you know? You get plenty of action, you get some quieter drama moments, like most films, but this one, it's a little different to what we're used to watching over here, really, and the best way to sort of discuss it, I think, will be to split that into two parts. So we'll start with part one.
Commando! The Ugandan commando. Another commando on the move. Moving. La la la. La la. Wow, this music is good. Commando.
Okay, so let's start off by talking about the film itself. So, it's hard to gauge the acting in this, with it being in Ugandan, with subtitles, but everyone seems like they're doing alright. People look like they're having fun as well, and they put on a serious face when they need to. Yeah, everything sort of feels, there's nothing in there that made me go, what the fuck why is he acting like that, you know? For non-actors as well, these aren't like professionally trained actors or anything. It works completely fine, it's quite good. Obviously the impressive element of this whole film though is really the action sequences. They are very over the top, very fun. There's a lot of people involved, there's a lot of people getting involved in these fights and stuff, and they go all out wherever they can. You know, there's explosions, there's like weapons, there's special effects. It's some highlights would be like a chopper that's been sort of like pasted in the screen, in the shot, and then a guy's been copy and pasted inside that, and it's like, it's very DIY, put together, almost punk, with like in its attitude, like, we don't care, we're just doing what we want to do and we're going to push the boundaries as far as we can. And yeah, they really do, and it's great. And another highlight for me was like a gun that's clearly made out of two pipes and a frying pan glued together. But while you're watching it, you don't, unless you're like looking out for these little things, you don't really notice, because they just sort of play it as is. It's impressive. It feels like it pushes beyond its capabilities sometimes, which is always a good thing to be doing. Like, it feels like it's trying. It's not being held back by any limitations. It's like, well, we want to do this in this shot, so we're going to figure out a way to do it, and that's great. I've said before multiple times on this channel that making a film is no easy feat, and the fact that these guys have managed to get together and make this big, fun, charming thing is great. And it's got plenty of stuff in it, you know, action, it's got romance, it's got drama, and yeah, it's really fun. It's just a super fun time. So the apparently the original footage was lost. It was just recorded over for the next film. So the version we have here is a DVD rip. And you know, you can tell it looks like a DVD. They've sort of like judged it up a little bit for this Blu-ray, but it does look like a DVD. But I mean, that's the thing, they're not really thinking. Like, this wasn't meant to be something that was shown all over the world, I guess. It was just meant for Uganda, just to have a bit of fun in these slums that they shot it in. and with the people who were involved and stuff, like, oh yeah, it's a way to spend a weekend, and then we'll shoot another one for next weekend and stuff. But obviously it got picked up because of the YouTube, like the YouTube notoriety that it got and such. And yeah, it's just really fun, and apparently there's a sequel in the works as well, which I'm looking forward to. I'd really like to see the second one of these. Yeah, super charming, very fun. Couldn't stop smiling throughout the whole thing. Yeah, let's move on to the second way to look at this film.
Now a super kung fu masters here. Not him. Him. From Ugandan Shaolin Temple. Yeah. Hey. Zipu. Hello. Alaka.
So the other angle of this film is the VJ Emmy side to it, which I didn't mention in the last bit. So VJ Emmy actually becomes quite a big part of this film if you watch the version with him talking over it, which of course I did. Weirdly, when you press play on this disc, it plays it without subtitles and VJ Emmy talking over it. So for a while he was definitely carrying this film for me. But yeah, he talks all the way throughout the film, and even throughout like the intro cards and the credits and stuff. He's sort of doing three jobs here. So firstly, he's taking the piss and having a laugh. He's talking over the film, he's making little quips, he's having fun, sort of like a riff track, like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 sort of thing. Yeah, and through that you get a lot of his personality, you know, he'll tell you how he's feeling in any given scene. You can tell when he gets bored and he just starts rambling on or taking the piss out of characters. You can tell when he's having a great time because he's like laughing along with everything and getting really involved in it. And yeah, so that's like a major one that he does. Secondly, he's sort of telling us what's happening. Sometimes he sort of talks for people, he'll do voices for characters, he'll translate. You can watch this without the subtitles, and it does sort of make sense because you've got VJ Emmy sort of chatting over the top of it. I wouldn't recommend that. I'd say go in with the subtitles on as well, so you can really see what's going on. But he sort of plays a lot of the characters. He does voices. He gets really into some of the bits where he's like crying when someone's like in tears and stuff like that. And yeah, it's almost like he's like live translation for it in a weird sort of way. And lastly, he's like a hype man, and he's like selling the film and the company to people. He's like shouting about how good Ugandan movies are and how good the action sequences are. And you know what? It's super infectious when he's doing that, especially in the action bits. He gets well into it and he's like shouting, "Who killed Captain Alex? Ugandan action, best movie," and all this sort of stuff. And you're like, yeah, and you've got all this crazy editing and stuff going on and all these explosions and this guy just like telling you how good it is. It works. I would highly recommend, if you're going to watch this, watch it with VJ Emmy talking over it. It just adds to the experience tenfold. He's cheeky, he's charming, he's clearly having a blast watching it, and it's super infectious watching it with him alongside him. I can see why they do it. It's a lot of fun. It's really good. So yeah, those are sort of the two ways to watch this film. You have the film itself, and then you have VJ Emmy like screaming over the top of it, basically, and it's great. It's such a unique way to watch a film. That it's really good. I can see, and I know like riff tracks, Mystery Science Theater 3000, and all that sort of are quite popular, but I don't know. This guy just, I don't know. He's got such a charm to him. It's great. It's really good. Okay, so I think that's pretty much all I have to say about Who Killed Captain Alex. Great film. Let's move on, because there is another feature on this disc.
Master is here. The Fat Master. forgive me. I'll never watch Nollywood again, please. Oh, sorry. I hate it.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Bless the bomb over. Drop the bomb, man.
So for the second feature on this disc, we have Bad Black. This is from 2016, and again, it's a Ugandan action comedy directed by Nabwana IGG. The plot for this one follows a girl called Bad Black. She was abused when she was younger, and she sort of worked her way up in the ranks, killing people, and become the head of this group of girls in the Ugandan slums. She's trying to navigate her way around, trying to get enough money to survive, and she ends up stealing from this American doctor who's in Uganda helping people. Because she thinks he's a commando, you see, because he's got a little dog tag on, and she don't like commandos from a past trauma, so she targets him for that. Now this doctor ain't happy about this because she's stolen a lot from him, so a little kid trains him up to fight, and he goes out to seek his revenge and get his stuff back from Bad Black. Meanwhile, there's action scenes, romance, plot twists, you name it, everything's going off in this one. It's great. It's so much fun. This disc isn't a case of there's an A movie and a B movie. In my opinion, this disc has two A movies. Everything I said about Who Killed Captain Alex can kind of be put onto this. It's got everything that Who Killed Captain Alex has got, but you can tell 6 years have passed and they've gotten a little sharper with things. They're a little more pushing the boundaries a little more of what they can get away with. It's bigger action sequences, there's crazier effects and things like that, and it works. It is so fun. It is really fun. VJ Emmy's back again, and he's on top form here. He feels like he's a bit more comfortable with the role of sort of talking over it. I feel like he's done it for a lot more, because there's a bunch of films between Captain Alex and Bad Black. There's a bunch of them that they made, and I'm guessing VJ Emmy just sort of narrates over those just in general. So you can tell he's had a bit more practice in. He's a little quippier, he's a little sillier. He says some hilarious stuff. He even references Who Killed Captain Alex a couple of times when some of the actors reappear. It's really good. Now, this bit is a little shorter for Bad Black, but don't take that as me saying that it's not worth your time. If anything, I think I preferred Bad Black to Who Killed Captain Alex. Marginally. They're both great, but Bad Black just pushed it over because it made me laugh just that little bit more. Everything's still intact, it's still charming, it's still a lot of fun, it's still crazy and bombastic and in your face. It even gets to a point where VJ Emmy says how confused he is with the plot, because it's really just throwing everything it's got at you. If you're going to watch any of these, I'd say watch Bad Black. I think you'll have a lot more fun with it. But if you're going to watch any of these, watch both of them. Absolutely, they are both a lot of fun. Right, I think that's all I can really say about it. I don't want to spoil it either. I think you should go watch Bad Black, definitely. I don't want to spoil it. So I'm going to leave it there with those. Let's move on.
Hey! This is Captain Alex! He's alive! Captain Alex is alive! He's dead. It's you! That's my friend was Poo-Poo. For real. This is Uganda. Poo-Poo everywhere. Oh, in the Poo-Poo! No Poo-Poo! Ugandan Poo-Poo! I'm so confused. And I'm Ugandan.
Okay then, print-wise, these two aren't awful, really. They're not too bad at all, to be completely honest with you. Obviously, Who Killed Captain Alex is a DVD rip, so it could be a little sharper, a little cleaner, but it's fine. They're both very watchable. The audio can be a little up and down, the visual quality can dip sometimes, but these are being shot in the most DIY nature possible in the slums of Uganda, so you get what you get with it, and they work completely fine. They are very, very watchable. On the disc, right, I have a notepad here for how much is on this disc. So, let's start off with Who Killed Captain Alex, shall we? So we get Who Killed Captain Alex with or without VJ Emmy, we get it with commentary, and we get a ton of subtitle options, including Klingon for some reason. And I did try it, and it does come up in Klingon. I've researched it, and apparently it has been translated into Klingon, which is insane. Now, we get a bunch of special features here. We get a Kickstarter video, we get some promo films, we get a video of them at Fantasia Fest, it's called. We get 5 festival welcome videos, 18 fan films. Some of these are shit posts. We get like an edit with the Evangelion theme music. We get a Flash animation. We get a Cool Cat being edited into it. Just shitpost fan films from YouTube. We get 8 trailers, we get 8 around the world promos, and we get 2 Easter egg videos, and I checked those out. I've checked all these out, but the 2 Easter egg videos, one is a guy dancing to Michael Jackson for like a minute, and then another one is Lloyd Kaufman running towards Toxey at some sort of festival for like 50 seconds or something. It's very short. That's just on the Who Killed Captain Alex side. Then we have the Bad Black side. Now, you can only watch Bad Black with the VJ Emmy commentary, but I mean that's not a problem. He makes that film so much better. It's good already, but he makes it a lot better. We get commentary again for that one. Subtitles, we get a bunch of them, but no Klingon for this one, I'm afraid. We get a behind the scenes video, we get another Fantasia Fest video, we get 20 welcome festival videos, which I didn't really describe what they are. It's just sort of them being like, oh, we're in this festival today, hello, sort of thing. It's like Wakaliwood, welcome to the festival, sort of thing. We get 7 music videos, because Wakaliwood have been commissioned to do some music videos for some bands, and they've also just cobbled some together for fun. We get 9 trailers, and we get 11 Wakaliwood around the world videos, which is them travelling to these different festivals around the world. We get so much. Oh, that's his name on the back, so I can remember how to pronounce it. We get so much on this disc. When I came to get stuff off the disc for the video, there were 100 titles on this disc. Now, we've had plenty of special features on these AGFA things before, but this is sort of taking the piss with how much you get on it, to be honest. 100 titles. A lot of these are very short, less than a minute, a lot of them. But the sheer amount of stuff, 2 features, the amount of stuff that's crammed onto this disc is obscene. It's insane. So, yeah, plenty of stuff on this one. Okay, let's take a look at the case then. The slipcover, yeah, it's not too bad really. Nice little montage of chaos that sums up the film quite decently. It's the same image on the sleeve again, and we get another reversible cover. It's more of the same really though, just a re-edit of assets used on the main cover. The reverse cover does mention the Klingon subtitles though. I'm not sure what that's about, why they're pushing that so much. The write-up's good on the back, it sells the film pretty well, and I didn't notice any issues or anything. Yeah, really nice packaging on this one. Overall then, what more can I say really? These are both excellent films. I think that I preferred Bad Black by a hair, but that might be because Bad Black is better after watching Who Killed Captain Alex. Who knows? They're both A movies in my opinion. The DIY charm is through the roof. There's some impressive action and some impressive stunts, and VJ Emmy's commentary is just the cherry on top of the cake. Super charming. I couldn't stop smiling throughout both of these. They are 100% a recommendation from me. These will become movie night staples for me for years to come, and this might be one of, if not my favourite of the AGFA releases in this collection. I mean, it's presented well, the print's fine, You get that many special features that it's kinda obscene. Yeah, great. Really, really good. One of the best ones so far. Couldn't recommend it more, honestly. Really, really good. So, excellent collection this episode. Really, really chuffed with that one. Really fun. Nice to see something that good for once. Next episode, we're moving from Uganda all the way to Turkey. Next episode. For one that I don't know anything about, apart from a mate of mine has said that it's fun. It's got a lot to live up to with the Wakaliwood stuff. But, you know, always up for some fun Turkish film. Next episode, we are checking out The Sword and the Claw. Hey up. So we're heading over to the bootleg capital of the world this episode with a Turkish film. We're checking out The Sword and the Claw. This is a 1975 Turkish action-adventure film directed by Natuk Bayton. Might have butchered that name, I do apologise. Who has directed a bunch of films, loads of films of varying qualities from what I can tell. Nothing I've ever heard of though, but looks like he kept himself busy all the way up to the mid-80s where he passed away. So yeah, busy guy. Speaking of busy guys, this film stars a fella called Kunyet Arkin, again probably butchered that, and he is a massive name in Turkey. He's been in over 300 films and he's directed 40 of his own. We said busy guy for the director, my god, this guy's never stopped. So, I mean, it might be good because it's got a massive name in it, so we'll see. Now, I've seen Turkish Star Wars before. Of course I've seen Turkish Star Wars before. So I don't really know whether to expect that level of insanity, or if it's going to be a little more toned down, or maybe it's even crazier. I have no clue. Let's check it out, shall we?
My lady, I'm going to look for a doctor. Don't worry.
Take her to the dungeon. Lock her up until she dies.
Set in what I believe to be the distant past, we are with a king and queen. The queen's pregnant, and they get attacked and killed by this guy called Antoine, who's just taking over the kingdom, I guess. The baby survives, though, and is raised by lions in the wilderness. The local town throughout the years hear about this lion man and give him that name, Lion Man. A few years later, they decide to take this Antoine guy down because he's a bit of a dick. So a group of bandits, along with some of the old followers of the rightful king, the previous king, and of course Lion Man, set together and fight their way through the king's armies to take the throne back. This film does not stop. It is action-packed and over the top, super campy and super charming. A lot of fun. It's about 87 minutes long, which I worried when I saw that. I thought this could easily overstay its welcome. It doesn't though. It manages to keep its energy throughout the entire thing. It's constantly throwing different plot twists at you and different beats are happening. It never really settles on anything and it just keeps going and going with these big impressive fights up until the end. Yeah, enjoyed myself with this one.
What do you want, you lousy bitch?
Please, I'm so ashamed.
This film is dubbed badly, very badly. Nobody has any emotion behind the voice, so important lines will be delivered very flatly, just as much as like throwaway lines. and it's kind of ridiculous to watch. But then every now and then, rarely, but every now and then, they'll put all their emotion into one little outburst, and it'll just take you completely off guard. It's a laugh. It's very fun to watch, and it kind of reminded me of like those really bad martial arts dubbings from the like late 70s, early 80s, which I do have a soft spot for, don't get me wrong. The character of Lion Man is excellent. I really like him. He's got the strength of a lion, and he kind of has this sort of like Tarzan like sub-story, I guess, where he gets brought in by this gang who are wanting to use him to fight, and he sort of falls for the leading lady, learns English, and yeah, they use his animal strength and instincts to take down the bad guy. It's a lot of fun, and he does some crazy stuff. When he gets his claws at the end as well, it's really fun. It's really good. The action is, again, the highlight with this. There's a lot of really like impressive choreography, some really nice fight scenes. They go on for a very long time, but they're very fun. It sort of blurs this weird line between this sort of like cool swashbuckling side where they're swinging off ropes in billowy white shirts with intricate sword play, and it mixes that with like slapstick ridiculousness where people are just getting open palm thwacked most of the time, and it's great. And then Lion Man comes in jumping like a frog and then climbing up walls and stuff like that. It's yeah, there's a lot of highlights to this, and it is just over the top crazy fun. Really good. I like the setting. I like where it's been shot. Turkish castles, a lot of like more elaborate interiors than I expected, and it all fits with the time period. The music's decent as well. Uses a lot of classical pieces, stuff you'll have heard before. And I wasn't too sure what was going to happen with the music because, as I say, I've seen Turkish Star Wars. And let's just say some of these low-budget Turkish bootleg films have a tendency to not give a shit about copyright and just straight up steal music and even scenes from other more popular Hollywood films. That's not the case with this one, though. Not that I noticed, anyway. I might be wrong, but I didn't notice anything. All I noticed was classical pieces of music. But yeah, it's not too bad. Apparently this is based on some sort of true person. I'm pretty sure the story is bullshit, but this guy is apparently some real guy, this Lion Man fella. I don't really know much about history or anything like that, so be interested to know though, if you've got any history buffs watching this, let me know what this guy was all about and how off base this film really is. But yeah, a lot of fun with this one, really enjoyed it. But that's not all that's on this disc, so let's see what else we got, shall we? So for our second feature on this disc, we have Brawl Busters, also known as The Dragon from Shaolin. This is a, depending on where you look, either a 1981 or a 1978 South Korean / Chinese martial arts film, and is directed by a fella called Kim Yong-young, and this is an early film for him. The plot revolves around this old guy who's in charge. He's sort of taken over this town and nobody likes him. The guy's a dick. So this young guy who's been sent by his master and then this young woman who is avenging her father's death join forces to take this dickhead down, and there's fighting, and I don't know, I kind of struggled with the plot for this one, if I'm completely honest. I found it a little difficult to follow. I'm not fully sure why, but I struggled with this one. I'm mixed on it, if I'm honest. There was some stuff I really liked, mainly being the first half, and then there was some stuff I really didn't like, comprising most of the last half up until like the final fight scene. I feel like maybe it's just a little too samey, and then it throws a lot at you within these samey sorts of bits. And, well, we'll get into why it might be muddled later, but yeah, I think it's only 83 minutes, and honestly, it felt like about 2 hours long. It's a little repetitive, and if I'm honest, I was a little tired when I watched it, so maybe that has something to do with why I struggled with it. But yeah, mixed on this one.
I am sure you will die. When a woman kills one of our people, it looks very bad. We are the Tung Chang Party. You must find that damn woman and kill her, bitch!
Welcome, sirs.
We will be staying here for the night.
Yes, sir.
First, you can get us some food and drink.
Yes, sir. Follow me.
Now, I thought the dubbing was bad in The Sword and the Claw, and then I checked this one out, and oh man, this is atrocious dubbing. Like this is what you think of when you think of 80s bad martial arts dubbing. It is awful. Weird, inappropriate accents for characters. Lines stopping and starting so that they match mouth movements, but in the middle of a sentence. There's just no flow or rhythm to it, and a lot of the time I feel like they're not saying what they should be saying. I don't feel like it's translated properly. I feel like they're making a story up around it. Now, because of this awful dubbing, that might be why I struggled with the plot, because not only that, there's a lot of characters in this as well. There's quite a few characters, a lot of them just like old men, and there's a lot of confusing fighting where people are dying, but maybe they're not, and I don't know. But then you get this dubbing that's trying to explain what's happening, and I just cannot. I can't with it. It's nonsense most of the time. And I feel like it's missing important chunks, or they've just cut important bits out. But then also, because the dubbing's so bad, you can't root for anybody, you can't get behind any of the characters. So it feels boring because of that, because you're not really on anybody's side. And the characters all sound the same because of these stupid voices that they're putting on and things. It's not good. It's not good. It's funny for a bit, don't get me wrong. You'll have a good laugh at some of the bad lines, but it gets old pretty fast with this one. Because this is the thing, The Sword and the Claw has bad dubbing, but it doesn't impact the story in any way, whereas the bad dubbing in this does start to impact your enjoyment and your understanding of the plot and characters. And then that's when the film just sort of screeches to a halt for me. The fighting, though, is pretty impressive. It's pretty good. Again, we get some martial arts. I think it said it's some sort of Chinese martial arts group that's done the choreography for this. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You can see the Chinese influence as well, because every now and then they'll sort of fly. And it always looks awkward to me in Chinese martial arts films where they just start floating around and that, but it does have a charm, and I do like to see it. It is fun. There's something else that I noticed as well with the fights, and at first you don't really notice it, but as it goes on you start to notice it. There's a sound effect that plays every time. Say someone's double-handing a pole or a spear or something. Every time it moves, it plays this really annoying sound effect. And by the last few fights, that's all I could focus on, and I felt like I was going a bit insane watching it. Again, I was a little tired, so maybe a little grumpy, but it is such an annoying sound effect. Doesn't help that the audio is quite compressed, but yeah, the fights are good, maybe a little too overly long, and you get those sound effects in there, and it kind of ruins it a little bit for me. There's better martial arts films out there, I think, is the takeaway on this one, really. There are better martial arts films in existence. There are worse, there are definitely worse, but it's not a selling point, this film, and while it does have its merits, it's more bad than good, I'd say, unfortunately.
How's business been, my friend, eh? Bloody bitch. I never dreamed it would be so easy.
Okay, time for the print then, and with Sword in the Claw, yeah, it's not too bad really. It's a little washed out. It's soft with a bit of a crackliness to it every now and then, but it's very watchable. It has that sort of European bootleg vibe to it, which I quite like. But Brawl Busters didn't fare too well, unfortunately. It's very crackly. There's bits missing. There's all like dialogue just completely missing. There's pops. There's loads of scratches. It's a very dirty print. But, you know, these have been rescued from various archives throughout the years, so it's fine, and it's watchable. It's watchable. On the disc, we get the 2 films dubbed. We don't get subtitled versions or anything like that. We just get the 2 films dubbed. And then we get something called the face-smashing action trailers. Now, this is 5 trailers over 10 minutes. The first 2 trailers are sort of linked. We get Argo Man, the Fantastic Superman, and Super Argo and the Faceless Giants. Now, these 2 are like the most B-movie superhero things you've ever seen in your life. You think like 60s Batman TV serial, but even cheaper than that. Like, super campy looking. They look kind of fun, I'm not going to lie. Then we get one for like a Kung Fu film called The Supergirl of Kung Fu. And again, this looks pretty fun. Looks decent. There's some silly bits in it, but yeah, it looks fun. And then we end on 2 more that look related. There is the 3 Supermen, and then the 3 Supermen in the West. Now this looks more like a comedy action. A bit Three Stooges-y maybe, and a bit slapsticky and stuff. But yeah, they look pretty fun, to be completely honest. Looks like there were a few of them as well, with like a big sort of serial thing. I'm guessing these are Italian by the looks of it as well. I might be wrong on that. One of the title cards looks like it had Italian on it, so maybe these are, maybe they're not, I'm not sure. But yeah, those are the 5 trailers that we get, and yeah, it's a fun little trailer reel. But that's all we get on this disc, which is a surprise, especially from last episode where we had 100 video clips on the disc. 100 titles. On this one we don't get as much, I'm afraid.
The Fantastic Superman. Kill each other.
Right then, time for the case. It's pretty good as usual with these. The slipcover has a nice design. It's cartoony, which fits the sillier tone of the film and the campiness, honestly. We get a reversible sleeve again. There's one with the same artwork as the slipcover, and then another one with this sort of print art style, which, yeah, it's okay. Not a massive fan, I prefer the other one, but it's fine. The blurb on the back reads well, and all the information seems correct. They don't include the runtime of the trailers in the special features runtime though, which they usually do on these. They usually lump all the special features together. But yeah, in fact, they don't even mention the trailers at all on this one, which is kind of odd. Outside of that though, this one is once again a pretty good case. Overall then, I had a lot of fun with this, especially with Sword in the Claw. That was definitely the one that sort of stood out to me as being worth your time. It's a lot of fun, it's campy, it's charming, it's got some impressive action, it's got better production value than I was expecting. Like, having seen Turkish Star Wars, and even on the back here it compares it to Turkish Star Wars, I was expecting this to look like arse and just be super cheap and silly. But no, it's got a little more going for it than all that, and yeah, I definitely recommend The Sword and the Claw. Brawl Busters, I wouldn't recommend that one. It's definitely like a special feature film. It's never going to be the main event, that film. But as a special feature, it's decent. It's a nice inclusion. But I wouldn't go out of your way to watch it. It's just, yeah, it's a little too repetitive and a little too confusing, and the dubbing's just too bad, really, to really recommend it. But Sword and the Claw, definitely worth a look. There's not too many special features on this, but it is nicely presented, nicely packaged as usual. Yeah, I'd say that this might make a good movie night film or something like that. There's definitely fun to be had with the Sword and the Claw, especially if you can find it for cheap or something like that, or on offer. So yeah, not too bad. Bit of a mixed disc, but the main event was really worth watching, really fun. Next episode, we are on our last Blu-ray in this AGFA 101 collection. I can't believe we're finally here. Finally at the last one. And we're doing something very different. Very, very different for this one. The special features on this disc that we've just looked at might be setting me up for what we're in for with this next one. And if that's the case, colour me interested. I'd be curious to see this. Next episode, we're delving into the world of trailers with the AGFA Horror Trailer Show. Hey up. So here we are then, we are finally at our last AGFA 101 Blu-ray. And we're ending things on something a little different. We're taking a look today at the AGFA Horror Trailer Show. This was made in 2020 and is credited to somebody called Miss N Limbs, which is clearly not a real person. There's nothing else credited to them. I'm guessing it's just a pseudonym for the people who work at AGFA. I'm not fully sure what to expect from this. There's no other information on this online or anything like that. From what I gather, it is a collection of horror trailers, which maybe that'll wear thin pretty quick, or maybe it's entertaining. Obviously it's got a horror theme to it, so it'd be interesting to see the sort of scope that they can cover within the horror genre. Hopefully we get a nice wide range of films and it's not just sticking to a certain type of horror. I don't know, hopefully they do a little more than just a bunch of trailers stuck together for a feature length. Who knows? As I said, there's not much information and I don't really know what else to sort of preface this one with. So let's just get cracking straight away, shall we? And let's see what this is all about.
Nightmare Weekend, when computer technology goes mad.
Now you're gonna die! You die!
Cats become savage killers when they eat human flesh.
Due to the shocking conclusion of this scene, we must delete its horrifying ending at this time.
The film is presented as if you're at like an old drive-in theatre. We start off with a bunch of adverts and sort of like concessions plugs, go get your popcorn now, things like that. We get a little advert for a double feature that's coming up at the drive-in theatre or at the cinema. And then we crack straight on with the adverts and we get a bunch of trailers for B-movies, all different types of horrors. Then about halfway through we have an intermission where we get more ads and another double feature advert for a cinema. Then we're back in with all the trailers again, and then we cap off nicely with a little thanks for watching, don't forget to take your rubbish out, little cinema stings at the end. And honestly, I had a really good time watching this. I thought this was really fun. It could easily have been a lazy, slapped together reel of trailers that you'd find on like YouTube or something like that. But because it's got this sort of book ending, because it's got this like facade around it, I don't know, it worked for me. I quite enjoyed it. It mixed it up, you know, you get all your little ads at the beginning. It gets you in the mood because they're quite quick and snappy. Gets you in the mood for watching some B-movie trailers. And then like the little intermission came at the right time, and yeah, it just felt pretty fun and cool. The selection we get is pretty decent as well. It is obviously focusing more on like the B-movies and things like that, but I don't know, I feel like there was enough there to sort of keep it going. It's only 79 minutes as well, which I think any longer and it might have been pushing it a little bit, but I didn't really have a chance to get bored because it's just constantly changing it up with the different trailers and such. Yeah, for what it is, I've never seen something like this before. This is the first time I've sat and watched a feature-length amount of trailers, but in this little package, in this presentation, and the things that were included, it worked for me. I liked it.
Stop breathing all over me.
The Count turns into a monster and seeks his revenge. See that...
Poor John. It isn't surprising, though, after all. Murder, mutilation, death, blood-sucking vampires, dead things.
Sir, did you like the movie?
One of the big highlights throughout this was just the different types of narrators that they get for the trailers. Most of them have got some of the cheesiest voices you've heard. They're really trying to sound cool, and they're really trying to big the film up as well to make it seem like the craziest, goriest, scariest horror film ever. Running themes are like that it's going to drive you insane, and there's people coming out of the theatre and they're all like shaking and insane and stuff, which is ridiculous for most of these films. Most of them might drive you insane due to boredom, but that's about it. And also there's a lot of comparisons to more popular films like Hitchcock's Psycho and Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. These all get mentioned a couple times, and it's funny then when you realise you're watching a trailer for The Slayer and it's being like, oh, it's the best thing since Texas Chainsaw. It's like, it really isn't. It really isn't. Obviously the acting's all over the shop. It depends on the film, really, but it's that quickly edited and that quickly paced that you're basically getting all these little snippets of films out of context, which is sort of like what I do with these reviews, where I'll show you some of the highlight clips from the film that made me laugh, and putting them out of context in a way sometimes makes them seem a little more ridiculous, I guess, because you've not had the 20-minute build up to that stupid line. You've just got the stupid line. So it's sort of like just constantly that, and then it's not afraid to mix in a bit of nudity and a bit of gore, some weird effects and makeup and practical effects and explosions and things like that. It's definitely keeping the pace by basically just doing highlight reels for all these films, and that's probably the best way to watch a lot of these as well. While looking at it, I was thinking most of these films are probably awful to sit and watch. They're probably like boring, and like, you know, I've watched a lot, I've done a lot of reviews, I've had to sit through some real shit, and a lot of these films sort of made me think, that's probably going to be like a hardcore film, that's probably going to be like one of the shit Vipco films. There's a nice range though in here. We get a nice range from like your 80s slashers to like your 50s B movies and everything in between. It's nice to see. Some of them look a bit more old and classic, but still cheesy and shit. And then you've got like your 80s, like in your face, gore fest slashers. And it's nice that it mixes it up as well. Like all these little things just keep the pace going. And then you've got the adverts as well in between. And I have a real soft spot for like the old animated like concessions ads where it's like singing hot dog, go get your popcorn and all that sort of stuff. There's a real charm to it, and just the preservation of those old adverts and those like old animations I'm a big fan of. And it was nice to mix up the pace a little bit as well. You see enough bad acting and it's like, oh cool, we get to watch a little bit of these little animated things, which is always fun to see. We even get an animated short at the beginning of this as well. It's called Bambi Meets Godzilla, and it's basically a punchline. It's just a punchline, but you know what, it's short, it's like 2 minutes, it got a little chuckle out of there. It's very Monty Python-esque, but yeah, it was decent, and just the little inclusions of things like that just sort of make this feel like it's got more going for it, I guess, than just a bunch of trailers slapped together. So I tried to keep count of all the trailers. It does get a bit whiplashy at some points because some of them are just coming thick and fast. I counted 42 films advertised, which is way more than I was expecting, to be honest. Now, out of this 42, there are 4 films that I've seen before, and of those 4 films that I've seen before, 3 of them I've made reviews for on this channel, funnily enough. So the films, I've had to write some stuff down again. So the films that I've already seen are The Slayer, Drive-In Massacre, The Werewolf versus the Vampire Women, which I wasn't expecting in this, and Body Melt. So they're the ones that I've sat and watched. There were a few that stood out to me that I want to mention here. Tell me if you've seen any of these. So there's The Corpse Grinder. What a great name. It looked pretty like in your face and crazy. I was a fan of that one. Scalps looks like it's probably a bit insensitive maybe these days. I don't know. It looked interesting. It looked like it had more budget behind it than I were expecting for these. Hobgoblins, which I've heard of before, and apparently it's a load of shit, but it's got like little puppet goblins in it, and I'm a fan of that. The Velvet Vampire looked like some like sexy Jess Franco thing, but the narration was ridiculous, so that looked fun. Brainiac looked ridiculous. Old Dracula made me laugh. Gotta see that one, Old Dracula. And The Worm Eaters. The trailer for The Worm Eaters is insane. I really liked that one. And there was a film in the Hardcore collection where they ate worms, so it made me think, oh, is it just that? But I don't know. I want to see Worm Eaters anyway. But yeah, so we get a massive selection, and yeah, it was just a lot of fun. I think that's pretty much all I have to say on this, to be honest. Pretty decent. It went above my expectations for this, definitely. But that's not all that's on this disc, so let's move on and see what else we've got.
Feature-length motion picture, filmed in shocking bloody vision. Live monsters crash out on the screen, and in the audience, you are suddenly surrounded by monsters. You become a party to the horror. You are a potential victim.
Time for Hires, that real old-time root beer.
Since 1876, for pleasure and thirst.
It will grip you like nothing you have ever witnessed before. It is absolute and total horror.
So the next feature we have on this is the AGFA Horror Trailer Show Video Rage. Now this was made in 2021 and there is no director attached to this or anything like that. There's no information about it online or anything. It just exists. And it's pretty much what we've just seen. This time it's following the format of like a late night TV channel. So we get some ads. This time it's more TV ads though. We have a host as well. It's a guy in like a Grim Reaper sort of robe, cheap Halloween costume looking thing in front of a green screen, and he sort of guides us through it. All the trailers this time are for shot on video films and straight to video films. We get an intermission once again with more adverts and the host popping back in, and then we end off at the end with the host just sort of seeing us off. Yeah, it's more of the same really. Everything that I said about the first trailer show I can kind of say about this really. Obviously the quality is a lot worse on these, and they're all for like more low budget, zero budget shot on video films. In a way though, that can bring about these more what the fuck moments with some of the crazier things that are happening. There's a lot more gore and nudity in these as well because they're just shot on video films. They weren't really theatrically released or anything like that, so they were a lot more like, here's all this gore, here's all these boobs and stuff like that. It's only 70 minutes, so it's 10 minutes shorter than the previous one that we looked at, but it still has just as many trailers in it. I counted 42 again. I don't know if that was a coincidence, I don't know if I'm wrong on either of them, but they both had 42 trailers in. Really weird. Some of the ones that stood out to me in this one, there's only one film that I'd seen out of these, and that is Things. So we get Things, and we also get Evil Island, which also has Barry Gillis in it. For those who haven't watched the whole series that I've done, we covered Wicked World, which was directed by Barry Gillis, but he starred in Things and Evil Island, and they're both on this. We also get a trailer for Mr. Ice Cream Man, which is an interesting one. That's a guy called Mac Hale, and for those who've seen my hardcore reviews, he directed Switch Killer, and he is the lead character in Nutbag. Weirdly, his first directorial effort, the trailer for it is within this. And then a few more trailers that stood out to me are Catacombs, which just looked crazy, over the top weirdness. The Ripper, which is a shot-on-video Jack the Ripper film with Tom Savini playing Jack the Ripper. That looked weird and interesting. Then there was this like knockoff, cheapo-looking shot-on-video Jeffrey Dahmer biopic called The Secret Life of Jeffrey Dahmer. That looked... I mean, like, Dahmer's always been a bit fascinating to me, so I might have to check that one out just to see how badly they tell the story. It looked cheap. And then all the Nigerian horror films that are in this, you know when they're coming, because when they pop up, they are bombastic, overly saturated, and they just shout the title at you constantly. They all look very fun. And if they're anything like the Ugandan stuff that we looked at, then we're probably in for a good time with those. So, yeah, it's more of the same. I think I preferred seeing more of like the B movies and the slashers and all that the first one offered, but seeing all the shot-on-video weirdness from this was a lot of fun too. They sort of complement each other in a way, both of these features on this disc, which is nice. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And again, it's nice that they went to the effort of bookending it and giving it this sort of like self-contained context. It's nice. So yeah, pretty good again. We have one more thing on this disc though, so let's move on to that one.
Video rage! On this dark and stinky night, we've exhumed the bowels of AGFA's video dungeon and uncovered...
Enjoyment in hell. Enjoyment in hell. Yes, the evil ones no go and punish you. God passed them. Enjoyment in hell. Enjoyment in hell. But Manuel Udoku, Georgina Onoha,
Welcome, vampires, night crawlers, creatures of the night. Welcome to our sacred crypt.
Say Goodbye to Your Brain is what we have next on this disc, and it is a 7-minute mashup of horror trailers, horror clips, and yeah, it's all just edited together rapidly from 2001. Again, there's no director credited on this, there's no credits or anything like that. It just exists. And yeah, you get what you get with this one. It's very quick, it's very rapid, and it's fun playing spot the horror film that you recognise and things like that, but at the same time it does just feel like a sort of early 2000s YouTube poop mashup or something like that. It's fun for what it is though. Some bits really did make me laugh. You get the repetition of Don't from lots of different trailers, which kind of reminded me of that one trailer in the Grindhouse, you know, the fake trailers. It's like Don't. I think it's just called Don't, that one. I can't remember who directed that one now. But it reminded me of that. That got a chuckle from me. There's a bit where it just keeps repeating Michael Caine, and that made me laugh. I don't know why, it's just pretty ridiculous. And the use of Freddy Freaker. We got some Freddy Freaker clips in this, and if you know who he is, he was a bit of an online thing for a while. I'm a fan. It's cool. It's a little goblin puppet, so I'm happy. But as this little thing goes along, this little mashup goes along, the editing gets a little lazy. It starts just repeating random lines for no reason, and it feels like they're just trying a bit too hard towards the back end of it. It's fine. It is what it is, you know. It's 7 minutes of constant trailers and movie clips just being shoved in your face. There's a ton in this as well. It's one of those, I can imagine it could be quite fun showing some of my mates. We can try and pick out all the films that we recognise. And when it manages to string together new sentences out of broken up bits of narration and stuff, that's fun. But, you know, it's not going to blow your mind or anything. Fun little inclusion, though. I don't really have much more to say about it, to be completely honest. So, let's move on.
Don't. Keep out. Don't.
Michael Caine.
We obviously do not understand each other.
Michael Caine.
You've got to trust me.
Pray for him. Now.
Freak. $2 a call.
Okay then, time for the print. And, I mean, it's pretty good, all things considered. Obviously it varies from trailer to trailer, but if you get one that's looking a bit shit, it's probably going to be over in a minute or two, and then you move on to one that looks a bit cleaner. Like, for the most part, they've done a good job at cleaning a lot of these up. Just for preservation's sake, it's nice to have them sort of high definition and looking clean and nice. There were a couple trailers in the first one that were very choppy, but for the most part the rest of them played really nice and they all fit together really well. Like the aspect ratio wasn't up and down and all over the place. It was consistent. Obviously the shot on video trailer reel was a little worse for wear and not as good as the first one, but again, it was consistent and it was fine. Yeah, they just changed from trailer to trailer really. Can't fault it, honestly. Pretty good, all things considered, with how many different elements they were working with. Pretty decent. And on the disc, we get the 2 features, we get the short film, and we get a commentary track from the AGFA lot. Not much when you say it like that, but with how many trailers, if you think that there's like 84 trailers, and then however many little clips are included in the mashup, it feels like you're getting way more on this disc than most others, and it is just how many things you are getting at any given moment. But so I'd sort of put it somewhere in the middle, really. It's like it's nowhere near as crazy as the Hollywood stuff where we've got like 100 titles on it, but it's better than something like, I don't know, like Wicked World, which just has a little documentary. You know, it's decent, honestly. Okay, let's look at the case then. I love the cover on this one. It has a bit of a mystique to it, and it really caught my eye when it was released in like HMV or somewhere. I remember staring at it and being like, that looks interesting, that's got a cool cover. We get a reversible sleeve again, with one being the same image as the slipcover and the other being some sort of variation on it, which honestly, again, I really like. The font that they use for it is really cool, and yeah, it just looks really good. The information on the back is all correct, no issues that I can spot, and the write-up really sells the films. Yeah, as always, great packaging here. Overall then, it's a really interesting one this. This could have easily just been a lazy cash grab, just chuck a bunch of trailers on a Blu-ray and have done with it. But it's presented in such a way where it just gives it a little more value, I guess. The selection of trailers is great. The fact that there's 2 feature-length trailer reels on this is fantastic. It's all nicely edited together. We get ads and all sorts of little bits just to keep your interest. And hey, I'm getting a bunch of recommendations from this now as well. I've made there's a bunch that I've put in my watch list on Letterboxd just because I'm like, that looks interesting, gotta check that one out. I'd recommend this film, but it's not going to be for everyone. I'd only recommend it to those who think that watching a feature-length amount of trailers sounds like a fun evening. Which I think it is. I think in the way that it's presented like this, it is. I think this would go well with group viewing, as well. It's something you could probably pop on at a party if you can loop it, put it on a TV. Then like every now and then your guests can just like look over and be like, oh, what the fuck is going on over there? That looks insane. For what it is, it's really fun. And yeah, I'd definitely give it a recommendation. It's nicely presented as well, and they're all cleaned up nice and such. So yeah, a really nice one to end off on. Really good one to end off on, because that is what we have just done. We have finished all the AGFA and 101 Blu-rays. So, next episode, join me and I will be doing a little summing up of the entire collection. Chit-chatting about best to worst. I'll probably do a ranking list of my favourites to my least favourites of the collection, and a little bit of chat about what's coming next and stuff. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode. Hey up. So, here we are then. We have finished the 101 and AGFA Blu-ray collection. And when I started doing these, I didn't realise that they had finished making these Blu-rays. I thought it was still going. So I thought it had turned into like a Shameless sort of deal, where I do the ones that are out, and then when it gets to a point, I just do them as they get released. But as far as I can see, the partnership between 101 and AGFA is done, and this is all we're getting over here. Which, honestly, I'm a little disappointed about. I wish there was a few more of these. So, what we'll do in this little episode is we're just going to sort of sum everything up. I'll chat a little bit about my thoughts on the collection, I'll do a little ranking, best to worst, and we'll talk about what's coming up next and things like that. Yeah, it's just going to be a sort of final thoughts on the whole thing. It's definitely been a bit of an odd collection to look at, this one. So I picked up 3 of them in a sale. I think it was like, must have been like 3 for 15 or something like that in HMV. It was Drug Stories, Wicked World and Scary Tales. And I sat down and watched Scary Tales and I thought, you know what, this is interesting. This is interesting. And I saw that Wicked World had something to do with the guy who was in Things. And I was like, you know what, I think this series might be something that I want to discuss more on YouTube. And yeah, it just sort of snowballed from there. I tried to grab as many as I could in various sales, and here we are. Obviously as well, I started these ages ago. I started doing the AGFA 101 reviews before I was doing the hardcore reviews. But what ended up happening was I realised that with these AGFA 101 Blu-rays, that there was 2 features on each disc. I had no idea when I was buying them. I thought it was just like a 1 or 2 time deal. But pretty much every Blu-ray had 2 features and a bunch of shorts on it or something. So what ended up happening was that I had to try and cram in 2 features, a bunch of shorts, write the thing, record the thing, edit the thing, and get it all out in like a week, whilst also doing life stuff around that. And the hardcore collection came along, and that was like 1 film and done. So that seemed a little more doable for a weekly thing. So AGFA sort of fell to the sidelines a little bit. I brought it back every once in a while, but hardcore ended up being the focus. And there were a few points where I was wondering if I was even going to go back to the AGFA 101 stuff. But you know what? I'm glad I did. I'm really glad I did, because there's a lot here, especially in the last half, that I really ended up liking. I thought it was mostly going to be horror for some reason as well. I had no idea that there was going to be so many action films in this. But weirdly enough, the action films have ended up being some of my favourites, I think. They're the ones that have stuck with me the most, anyway. And I'm not really an action guy, honestly. But they're just fun. A lot of them are really fun. I'd say there's more good than bad in this collection. I enjoyed more of the films than I didn't. I think a lot of them could be seen as bad, just in general, because of the nature of how they were made and what they are and such. But I don't know, I'd say bad and good is based off of whether I'm having fun with it or not. And a lot of these I was having a lot of fun with. A lot of them sort of encapsulate what I love the most about zero budget filmmaking and low budget and, you know, indie films. And it's that DIY nature. It's getting together who you can with the resources you can and making what you can with what you've got. Despite what you've got, I guess, in some instances. And I love that. I love that. Because they're so charming. And it's interesting seeing how people have done little workarounds and what people think is passable and things like that. And as I've said it a lot of times throughout this series, it's hard to make a film, and it's super impressive that a lot of these films did get made, and now they're on Blu-ray and I've paid money for them. So that's something, isn't it? A lot of films get made and they just disappear. They just vanish. They put on YouTube and nobody watches them. So it's cool. And a lot of these, if anything, a lot of these put a smile on my face. I think that says a lot, really. So I think at this point now, it's probably time to do some rankings. So we're going to start with the worst and work our way up to the best. So what I've done with these, as well, little preface for this, is that I've incorporated everything that's on the disc into these rankings and ratings and such. So it's not just the main feature that I'm talking about here, it's everything on the disc. So if the first feature was good and the second feature was absolutely abysmal, it's going to get knocked down a couple marks. Or if the first feature was abysmal and the second feature was a little bit better, it might go up a little bit. So it's the whole release as a package, I guess. So let's crack on, shall we? Okay, starting in last place, we have Shefreak, Lady Streetfire, Jungle Trap, The Curious Case of Dr. Hump, The Zodiac Killer, God Monster of Indian Flats, Smut Without Smut Volume 1, Scary Movie, Scary Tales, Sometimes Aunt Martha Does Dreadful Things, Effects, The AGFA Horror Trailer Show, Drug Stories Volume 1, The McPherson Tape, The Sword and the Claw, The Treasure of the Ninja, Wicked World, and in first place, it's got to be Wakaliwood Super Action Volume 1. The Wakaliwood collection was always going to be number one, really, wasn't it? It's everything that I was wanting from these discs. It's charming, it's fun, it's funny, it's movie night fodder is what I have been looking for with these. It's something that you watch and you're smiling or your mouth's agape and you're like, I need to show people this, and that's what I'm looking for with these. And yeah, the fact that the Wakaliwood Super Action, both features are A features in my opinion, and you get countless special features on there as well. It's just such a great package and well worth grabbing for anyone who's in the market. Wicked World is a very close second. I've already gone out of my way to show people that film after doing the review of it. And that's going to become a bit of a staple for movie nights because it's just so baffling. And I think it depends on what mood you get me in, honestly, whether it's the Wicked World or Wakaliwood that's number one. They both begin with W, just realised that's weird. But yeah, one of those has got to be number one, and I think it's got to go to Wakaliwood for me. Of course, Shefreak was down at the bottom. That film was painfully dull. I watched that at a movie night before I did the review for it as well. I think there's the audio of me, Martin and Carl talking about it. Before I'd done the review, I watched Shefreak and we hated it. We hated it so much. And then it came down to doing the review months later. I had to rewatch it. And watching that thing twice is agony. It's such a boring film. Nothing happens in it. It's awful. If you're going to avoid any of these, avoid Shefreak. Also, yeah, I mean, Lady Streetfire and Jungle Trap were always going to be low down on the list as well, weren't they? Not very good at all. The series, the collection definitely got better as it went along. That first half was pretty rocky, and I think that might as well be why I was a little slower at doing them when I was starting out with them. But it really picked up in that last half, and a lot of the best ones were in the last half of the collection. The packaging has been immaculate on pretty much all of these. And honestly, it is a shame that they're not doing more, because especially after watching the trailer show and seeing all the films that they potentially have access to, there's a bunch there that I was really wanting to see released. Specifically Things, because we don't really have a release in the UK of Things. There's an American DVD that's usually reasonably priced, but it'd be nice to have a Blu-ray of it. And maybe, like, is it Evil... I forgot what the name of that one is. Evil Island with Barry Gillis. You could have a Barry Gillis double bill. You could have Things in Evil Island. That'd have been great. Final Flesh as well. I want to mention this briefly. I know that Final Flesh got a release in the US from the AGFA label. I didn't know it was an AGFA film, but I found it after scrolling through Letterboxd for a while one night, last year, and I sat and watched it, and I couldn't believe what I was watching, and that's become a staple amongst friends. I've shown a lot of people Final Flesh, and we've all had a good laugh at that one. And I didn't realise that AGFA had that, and yeah, there's a Blu-ray of it in America. It's a shame we never got that over here, because it's fantastic. I don't know how I'd have spoke about it on this channel, because it's mostly porn, but it's a hilarious film. So yeah, let's sum this up, I think, shall we? Let's wrap this all up. It's been a good collection. I've thoroughly enjoyed doing it. The good and the bad I've really enjoyed. There's been more in here that I would recommend than that I wouldn't. As a collection, I don't think it's one that's worth getting all of them for. I think you can pick and choose with these ones, honestly. I think that's fine with it. There's some really good ones there. Some really good ones in here. I'm glad I did it as well. I'm glad I worked through them all, to be honest. Yeah, it's been really fun. It's been really fun. So, moving forward, there will be an update video released soon. Or it might have already been released. I don't know when this video is going out. It's either going to be released or it has been released. And that's just going to go into a bit more detail about what's coming. There's going to be some changes to the channel. I'm still going to be covering the sorts of things that I've always covered. There's going to be more horror though. I'm going to be focusing more in on the horror films, because I know that people have been asking for those. Any suggestions, let me know. Any thoughts on the AGFA collection, let me know in the comments and such. It's always good to hear your guys' opinions. If you've watched the entire series, thank you so much for watching. It really means a lot. If you're just tuning in now, you've missed the whole series, but don't worry, it's all on my channel. If you want to check it out, there's plenty of videos there to sink your teeth into. If you like what I make and you've been watching what I make and you're like, this guy seems up my street, maybe consider supporting me on Patreon or becoming a member on YouTube. Any little bit helps massively with the channel and the creation of these videos. So, once again, thank you so much for watching this series. Thank you so much for watching to this part in the video. And I will catch you in the next project.